He had saved this world, every last one of them, even the woman he loved, the one he believed loved him back. And yet in the end, every single one of them turned on him, even Elvina. The betrayal didn't come from strangers. It came from the people he called family. Years ago, it all began with a mistake. He wasn't even meant to be here. The tyrant king of Terranor had tried to summon a god-level monster, but instead he dragged in a human from another world. A mistake that cost him nothing because to him that human was worthless, so he sold him into slavery without hesitation. That worthless human endured, trained, survived, and rose higher than anyone could have imagined. Until one day, he stood as the hero of that very world, the man strong enough to challenge the tyrant himself. The king, desperate, unleashed forbidden summoning magic, pulling a demon into the battlefield, but it didn't matter, one clean strike, that was all it took. The demon fell, and right after it, the king followed. But he wasn't alone in that victory. Beside him stood 6 others together. They were known as the 7 heroes, the saviors of the kingdom. For years, they fought side by side, laughed together, bled together, and somewhere along the way, he believed it. Believed they were his family, believed Elvina would one day stand beside him as the mother of his children. He never planned to return to Earth, not anymore. This world had become his home. And that was exactly why the betrayal cut so deep. Using the dead king's heart, they opened another summoning portal, not to bring a monster, but to get rid of him. They claimed he had become too loved, too admired, that the people would crown him king of the entire continent, and that future, that possibility, was something they refused to accept. He looked at Elvina, hoping just once she would stand with him, but she didn't. She admitted she thought the same. She didn't want to stand beside a king. She wanted to become one herself. And just like that, they cast him out, sending him back to Earth as if he meant nothing. When the 6 returned, they twisted the story, announcing that the hero Sunihan had completed his journey and returned home by choice. Then, without hesitation, they crowned themselves rulers, dividing Terranor into 6 kingdoms, rewriting history as if he had never existed. 10 years passed. Deep within a forest, far from kingdoms and politics, a girl worked quietly in her field until something strange broke the calm. A fish dropped from the sky. She stared, confused, only for things to get even stranger. A pig came crashing down next. Before she could even process it, a third figure followed. A naked man falling straight from the sky. It was absurd, impossible, but she ran to help him anyway. When he woke, she offered him food and tried to ask who he was, but the words meant nothing to her. She couldn't understand his language, explaining that in the Littlestein kingdom, no one spoke like that. The man's lips curled into a sharp, knowing smile that alone told him everything he needed. One of them had become king. Before he could fully sink into that realization, she casually told him to put on some clothes first, snapping him out of it. He ate like a starving man, devouring everything in front of him, only to complain that it lacked seasoning, blunt, rude, yet oddly honest, and despite it, he still showed gratitude. His looks and attitude made her assume he was some kind of noble. When he asked her name, she answered simply Alida. But the next question shattered that calm instantly. He asked about her connection to the Mad King Lustand. In a flash, the table flipped straight at his face. Alida moved without hesitation, dagger drawn, leaping over the table to strike, but she hit nothing. He was already behind her. She attacked again and again, precise, trained, relentless, but every strike met empty air. Her movements were sharp, disciplined, yet he slipped through them effortlessly like he was never there to begin with. Even at her peak, she couldn't touch him. Her final strike came down, only to be stopped by something utterly ridiculous. A wooden spoon. With that, he ended the fight. Calmly, almost mockingly, he revealed his name, Sihan, and stated he came from Earth. The words left her frozen. Could this man really be the hero who saved the world 10 years ago? She revealed her full name, Aladir's Bella Lustin Luslin, the daughter of the fallen king. After her father's defeat, the kingdom hunted anyone with royal blood, fearing another rise to power. Her mother, desperate, entrusted her to a loyal knight and vanished, ensuring no one would ever know she had a child. That knight raised Alita in secrecy, training her, preparing her, until one day he left for supplies and never returned. From that moment on, she survived alone in the forest. Then came the truth that shifted everything. Sihan admitted it was him who killed her father. Did she see him as her enemy? Alita didn't hesitate. She didn't consider that man her father, and she didn't care. Sihan clicked his tongue, annoyed to hear one of his former companions now ruled as king. Then, completely changing the tone, she asked the most blunt question possible. Why did he fall from the sky naked? The mug slipped from his hand as irritation flared instantly. It wasn't his fault. When he was thrown back to Earth, he appeared the same way because the portal only transported the person, not their clothes. Then something clicked. His expression sharpened. He realized the situation was far worse than it looked. He hadn't been summoned by someone else, he had been self-summoned, and portals like that could be detected by mages. If Alida had been hiding all this time, he may have just exposed her. She looked outside. The cabin was already surrounded. Soldiers from the kingdom shouted, confirming they had detected summoning magic here. An old mage calmly reported to his superior Xenon, stating the traces were undeniable, powerful conjuration magic originating from that very house. Xenon gave a short nod, prepare for battle. Inside, Sihan watched as Alita equipped her gear, her movements smooth, practiced, almost too calm for someone about to face death. Guilt crept in, heavy and suffocating. He had brought this upon her. He told her not to hold anything back, expecting anger, blame, something. Instead, she smiled faintly and thanked him for the warning. The response caught him completely off guard. Outside, the tension snapped. The soldiers demanded she surrender, threatening to destroy the house. Xenon grew impatient, ordering the mage to begin with a minor assault. The mage laughed, gathering blazing crimson energy in his hands before launching a massive spear of fire straight at the cabin. The explosion roared through the structure. Even Xenon frowned. Wasn't that excessive? The mage dismissed it, claiming it wouldn't kill her unless she was careless. Before the flames even settled, Alita burst out, moving like a streak of light, her blade cutting through multiple soldiers instantly. The guards rushed her all at once, steel clashing, numbers overwhelming, but it didn't matter. She moved faster, cleaner, sharper. Her sword flowed like an extension of her body, cutting through them with terrifying precision. The remaining soldiers hesitated. A farm girl? No, this was a swordswoman. But just as she looked for an escape, something stronger stepped forward. A towering knight. Rage in his voice as he condemned her bloodline, declaring himself Xenon, executioner of the Lilelstein kingdom. The moment he moved, she felt it. The difference in power was undeniable. He attacked fast, heavy, overwhelming. She dodged once. Then again, a small spark of hope flickered. There was a chance. She lunged and hit nothing. A barrier, invisible, unbreakable. Xenon chuckled, unimpressed. Her strength meant nothing against his defense. Then came the counter. A single brutal strike. Pain exploded through her body, blood spraying into the air. He wiped it off in disgust, telling her to surrender because she had no chance. Her arm hung useless, broken, and in that moment she understood. This was the end. With a quiet breath, she let go. Xenon smiled, the right decision. But before the moment could settle, a voice came from behind him, calm, unshaken. He turned, and there he was. Sihan, asking almost casually why his rage had disappeared so quickly, replaced by pity. Xenon couldn't even comprehend it. No presence, no warning, he was just there. Who are you? The question came out as a roar. Sihan didn't react. He simply apologized, stating he had nothing personal against him, but this was his responsibility. And before Xenon could even process that impact, a single punch, devastating, Xenon's body was launched across the battlefield, crashing into the ground with enough force to bury him into it. Silence shattered into panic. The guards froze, their commander defeated instantly. Alita, barely standing, stared in disbelief. Why would he fight them? Why would the former hero strike down the kingdom's soldiers? The old mage, trembling between fear and fury, let out a sharp, desperate scream. The old mage shrieked that he was a remnant of the demon army and ordered the soldiers to kill him at once. As the panicked guards rushed forward, the protagonist let out a tired sigh, almost disappointed that even after watching their commander get crushed, they still refused to back down. With a worn look on his face, he admitted there was no other way, then stepped forward. What followed was a one-sided disaster. His fists blurred through the air, smashing soldiers away like they were nothing, and the ones outside his reach were dropped with brutal, precise stomps that rattled bone and breath alike. He tore through the entire unit with overwhelming force, all while muttering quiet apologies under his breath, as if he genuinely regretted having to do this. Xenon, who had only just dragged himself out of the crater, froze at the sight before him. His elite guards were scattered across the battlefield, unconscious, half-buried in broken dirt and shattered formation. He could barely process it. This man was unarmed, using only one hand, and still had wiped out his entire force like it meant nothing. Then the truth hit him. That same overwhelming strike, that same impossible power, it was exactly what had happened to him moments earlier. And with that realization came a memory, sharp and immediate. Years ago, inside the royal castle, he had once seen this man with his own eyes, the savior of humanity, the legendary hero. The protagonist turned and looked at him with open contempt, cold enough to cut deeper than any blade. He remarked that Xenon had finally woken up, then added that he clearly needed a little more sleep. Xenon tried to beg for a second, but he never got one. The protagonist moved first. Another devastating blow landed before Xenon could react, and once again, the knight was hurled straight back into the earth. Dust and debris swirled through the air as the protagonist calmly stated that there was no reason to keep fighting, though if the mage truly wanted to challenge him, he was ready for that too. The mage, after watching elite knights and skilled wizards get crushed like amateurs, felt dread crawl up his spine. He couldn't even begin to imagine where a monster like this had come from. Seeing the soldiers frozen in fear, the protagonist turned to Alita and simply asked what she planned to do next. Not long after that, the two of them began to leave. The mage, bitter and humiliated by how powerless he had been, finally declared the mission a failure. He ordered the surviving men to recover the fallen and prepare to report everything that had happened. One of the guards, still stammering in disbelief, pointed out something even stranger. Despite that overwhelming beating, not a single soldier had died, and none of the injured had suffered even one broken bone. The mage stared in panic. That made no sense. what exactly had happened here today. By nightfall, darkness covered their escape, and the protagonist noted that the soldiers wouldn't be able to track them through terrain like this. That was a relief, because any chase right now would be unbelievably annoying. Returning to this world had taken a massive toll on him, and at the moment, he was operating at barely 10% of his actual strength. Then he noticed Alita flinch. Concern entered his voice as he asked how she was doing, reminding her that her right arm had looked broken. But instead of complaining, she quietly expressed relief that things hadn't become even worse. That response struck him as odd. Soon after, he carefully wrapped her injured arm in bandages and told her he hoped it would help. As usual, she thanked him softly. Then, almost too suddenly, she forced on a bright tone and announced that it was time for her to leave. She said she was going. The statement caught him completely off guard. He immediately barked back, asking where exactly she thought she was going in that condition. He scolded her for trying to make a reckless decision out of nowhere while carrying a broken arm, insisting they should move together instead. After calming himself, he stated it more firmly. He was going to help her. Part of what happened today was his fault, and there was no way he was leaving an injured woman alone after dragging danger to her doorstep. Alita stood there for a moment, clearly stunned by his words, then finally nodded and accepted being under his care for the day. He only asked one thing in return, that she stop calling him sir and just use his name. She agreed right away. After that, he asked what she planned to do now that her identity had been exposed. Her first thought was to head for the nearest village, but that was too risky. A search party would almost certainly look there first. So instead, they decided to cross the mountains and make for Kagan, the great commercial city. Meanwhile, inside the palace of the Lilelstein Kingdom, a man sat quietly reading in a towering library, surrounded by shelves and silence. That silence was broken when a subordinate arrived with news from the search team dispatched to Defilin Mountain. The man listening was King Lilelstein. He heard the report in full. Traces of powerful conjuration magic had been found, and near that disturbance, someone matching the description of the former hero had apparently been seen. Hidden behind one of the palace's many bookshelves was a concealed door, one that led down into something far darker than any royal chamber should contain. A figure descended the winding stairs into a grim underground room and began performing a ritual. That figure was Lilelstein himself. He passed through what looked like a shimmering barrier and entered a chilling chamber packed with arcane tools, strange artifacts, and another private library that doubled as a crude laboratory. From the shadows came a voice filled with hate. The prisoner mocked the king, calling it ironic that a man praised as a hero kept someone chained in secret. The prisoner stood trapped inside a glowing green magic circle, his arms restrained by heavy chains. Lilelstein answered with matching irony, noting that the prisoner had improved quite a bit over the last month and a half. His next words made the truth clear. This captive was a direct descendant of Lusklin. Then the king asked whether the young man understood why the circle beneath him had changed from a furious red to a vivid green. He explained the reason himself. The green glow meant the prisoner's mana transformation was complete. The captive exploded in anger, shouting that anyone who worshipped the king was pathetic, but Lilelstein remained calm, saying there was only one person in that room worth pity. Then he delivered the real horror. The young man's heart was about to be taken. Shock turned into terror the instant the prisoner understood what that really meant. Lilelstein moved without hesitation. In a single chilling act, he reached in and extracted a pulsing ethereal essence, the very core of the young man's life force, holding it aloft in his hand. He examined it, narrowed his eyes, and concluded that it still wasn't enough. Even after compressing and refining the mana from that extracted essence, he determined it still lacked the power needed to break through the dimensional walls, which meant one thing: he needed more pure Lusklin blood. At that exact moment, his expression shifted when a subordinate entered with urgent news. The man reported that the research group sent to hunt another Lusklin descendant had failed. Not only had they failed to capture the target, they hadn't even been able to identify the descendant. Instead, they encountered an unknown man, dark-haired, dark-eyed, someone whose appearance strongly resembled the Galena race. Lilelstein's mind instantly began connecting pieces. Recognition flickered, followed by suspicion, then disbelief. Could that unknown person actually matter? No, it made no sense. Even if, by some absurd miracle, it was the same man who vanished years ago, crossing dimensions without his knowledge should have been impossible. And yet the doubt refused to disappear. Far from the palace, Sihan and Alita finally reached Kagan, and the city's vibrant atmosphere caught her attention immediately. Sihan explained that Kagan had once served as the main base of the Southern clan. Hearing that, Alita looked around with a new sense of wonder, impressed by the deep history behind the bustling city. He added that a place like this was ideal for hiding. With so many different races passing through, anyone could disappear into the crowd. His thoughts drifted to the Galena, a people similar in appearance to Northern Asians. Hearing that, Alita suddenly reacted as if a rumor she once heard had just clicked into place. She asked if these were the same people connected to the Queen of Bandits and her Thousand Faces energy. Then she remembered what that technique actually was, a special use of battle energy that manipulated the surrounding air to alter one's appearance. It was the signature skill of Elvina, the Queen of Bandits. Sihan confirmed it. He admitted that he was the one who created the technique and taught it to her. Then he casually offered to teach Alita as well. She refused immediately. That blunt answer left him staring in brief confusion, and the awkward silence that followed lingered for a moment before he changed the subject and suggested they find somewhere to stay. To lighten the mood or maybe just amuse himself, he used a tiny hint of the Thousand Faces technique and briefly changed how she saw him. As they continued searching for a place to sleep, Sihan wondered aloud whether it would really be that easy to get in anywhere. Then he stopped cold, his eyes locked onto a grand mansion. Alita noticed his sudden silence and asked if he recognized the inn. Her disbelief kicked in the moment Sihan told her the truth. That place had never been an inn. That place used to be an execution ground, nothing more than a field of gallows in Sihan's memory, yet now the city he confirmed as Terraner had changed so much it almost felt like another world. Instead of looking disturbed, he looked oddly thrilled by it. Since they had already come this far, he casually suggested going inside, leaving Alita staring at him like he had lost his mind. Then with that same dry edge in his voice, he joked about whether there might be ghosts inside, adding that maybe he would run into a few spirits he actually missed. Inside, a stern-faced employee guided the newcomers toward the front to collect their room keys. As Sihan turned away from the desk, he caught the receptionist grumbling that the job was painfully boring. That reaction confused him enough to ask Alita why the man seemed so irritated. Her explanation made the answer hit him all at once. He had been speaking to everyone far too casually. Alita gently pointed out that talking to complete strangers like that was, at best, unusual. Realizing it, he quickly apologized, finally understanding that he had come off rude without meaning to. Seeing the discomfort on his face, Alita reassured him with a small smile, telling him it was fine and that he could keep acting as he usually did. He still apologized again for the trouble. Then Alita reminded him where they were now, Kagan, and asked what he planned to do next. Sihan answered honestly, saying he first needed time to adjust to this new world around him, then asked whether he could remain with her. The response came so fast it almost hit like a slap. She told him to leave. That stunned him even more when she explained herself, saying she wasn't the only one staying here, and with people already searching for her, keeping him close would only drag him into even more trouble. Sihan felt irritation rise, but he also knew she was not entirely wrong. Still, he realized she had missed the real danger, so he decided to say it directly. Without him, she would be caught almost immediately. The bluntness of that answer sent a chill through her. He explained that because no summoning magic had been used to bring him here, his return should have stayed hidden. But there was one problem: every time they moved, faint dimensional ripples spread outward. Alita, as a Lusklin descendant, immediately understood what that meant. No matter how far they ran, they could still be traced. Despair began creeping over her face. Sihan quickly calmed her, explaining that he had been unconscious the day before, but now he was using magic to block those vibrations. Even so, the block would not last forever. It needed to be renewed every 2 or 3 days. That answer made the truth obvious. She had no choice but to remain close to him, but a new doubt surfaced just as quickly. Why did he need her at all, when staying near her only put him in greater danger? Meanwhile, in the capital of Lucinad Delstre, within a palace office, Knight Xenon knelt before his superior and asked for mercy, not for his own safety, but for a chance to reclaim his honor by capturing the fugitives. The man seated behind the great desk looked at him with surprise and told him there would be no punishment for this failure. Not even the king had chosen to punish those who returned unsuccessful. Yet Xenon did not back down. He insisted the responsibility belonged to him and that he would resolve it himself. His superior studied him with quiet admiration, almost bewildered by how absolute his devotion to the kingdom was. In the end, he admitted that Xenon embodied exactly what a knight should be, and granted him permission to restore his name. With those words still burning in his mind, Xenon left at once and buried himself in the investigation. He studied every detail surrounding the fugitives, carefully considering possible hideouts and even theorizing that they might be skilled mercenaries. To find Sihan and Alita, he decided to begin in Kagan, the only major place where mercenary work could be sought openly. But the search was not just about recapturing them anymore. Xenon had become fixated on the young man traveling beside the Lusklin descendant. The more he thought about him, the more he saw unsettling similarities between that stranger and a legendary savior from another world. That growing suspicion only sharpened his desire to find him and confirm it with his own eyes. Back at the inn where the fugitives were staying, the butler politely greeted the newly arrived Lord Ted. When Ted asked whether the pair in question were Sihan and Alita, the butler, Levward, acknowledged it. It is then revealed that swordsmen who wield battle energy are divided into 6 stages. The path begins at the seed stage. where a person first learns to draw battle energy into the body to strengthen physical ability. The second stage, Warrior, allows that energy to be poured into metal weapons, forming a blade of force. From there, those who rise to Knight and Master can infuse that power even into armor and non-metal weapons. Beyond that lies the Transcendental stage, where one can use the energy of the air itself to create a deadly blade. Across all of Terraner's history, only a tiny handful ever climbed through every stage and reached the final, almost mythical level divinity. Sihan remembered that he had once stood at that very peak, but after returning here with so little power left, he had fallen all the way back to the fighter stage. Even so, Lord Ted was visibly impressed to see someone so young already standing at such a level. Pleased to have both of them present, he told them the subjugation team would depart at dawn and advised them to get some rest. The moment Ted left, Sihan dropped onto a bed and complained about how exhausting it was to earn travel money like this, grumbling that it felt no different from old mercenary work. He even reminisced about how much easier life used to be, when he could simply pick a noble house at random, rob it, and walk away with enough money for a while. Alita responded with dry sarcasm, remarking that the so-called legendary hero sounded more like a petty thief. Sihan shot back that the woman he once loved had been a thief too. In his eyes, what they had done had never been ordinary theft anyway. It had been a form of justice, targeting only nobles of the empire who fattened themselves by robbing common people. He admitted it would be much harder to do now, then added with a disturbingly casual edge that there was nothing quite as satisfying as getting rid of those kinds of people. That line clearly unsettled Alita. Then, almost out of nowhere, Sihan realized something else. This mission itself would likely help him recover the battle energy he had lost, and the enemies ahead should at least be worth the effort. Alita, however, found that hard to believe. She pointed out that he had beaten her using nothing but a spoon and then crushed those knights with ease, so why was he still insisting he was weak? Sihan answered with complete seriousness that he had been weak enough to actually need that spoon in order to fight her. That explanation only irritated her more. Trying to make his point clearer, he compared it to a pro player in a PvP match, saying someone with far greater experience would not lose just because the opponent was only one level below. Alita stared at him in total confusion and asked what in the world level and PvP match were supposed to mean, reminding him that she had no understanding of concepts from Earth. The next day, Lord Ted gathered everyone and boldly declared that any monsters foolish enough to enter his land would pay with their lives. Raising his sword high, he proudly announced that as a man personally knighted by King Jexengard, he would wipe the beasts out himself. A short distance away, Sihan watched the speech. He was mildly impressed by Ted's confidence, but at the same time, he immediately judged that oversized sword too heavy to be practical in a real fight. What interested him even more was the bigger picture. Even after all these years, the knights in this region seemed to have gone nowhere. They had not evolved at all. His attention then shifted back to Alita's injured arm, and he asked whether she was feeling better. She told him she was fine now, explaining that his energy had healed her. He then told her to start preparing, which left her unsure what he meant. He explained that they needed to stay alert because he could smell something strong in the air, something like burning. A moment later, the answer appeared. A terrifying beast lunged near the group, jolting everyone into panic. Lord Ted immediately shouted for everyone to halt and prepare for battle. From the shadows came a pack of flame wolves rushing straight at them. Ted, full of confidence as ever, raised his weapon and declared that they should come at him, boasting that their flames could never stop the sword of a knight. Then reality hit him fast. One wolf broke formation, slipped through, and tore into him, dealing a brutal injury. Sihan coolly remarked that this was exactly why Ted should have taken off his armor. That observation caught Ted's attention, but there was no time to answer. The rest of the pack spread outward and sealed off every side, trapping the group completely. One of the soldiers tried to keep morale from collapsing, telling the others to hold formation and insisting they could still win. But that confidence shattered the moment something far worse stepped forward. The Alpha appeared. Huge, blazing, and unmistakably the leader of the pack, the giant fiery wolf emerged with a presence that drained the courage out of everyone around it. Sihan, however, looked almost excited, as if he had been waiting for something like this. As the monstrous Alpha prepared to move, the savior from another world stepped forward to meet it. While the others recoiled in terror, Sihan remained planted in place, completely steady before the giant beast and its pack. Lord Ted forced himself back into command and shouted for the soldiers not to panic, insisting that this was their chance to kill the pack leader. He promised to defend the rest and assigned the Alpha to Sihan and Alita. Sihan, hearing that, dryly muttered that all the dangerous work had somehow landed on them, then joked that being a part-timer really was rough. Alita, meanwhile, stiffened the moment he laid out the next step. She would be the one to face the Alpha, while he held the rest of the pack back. With his eyes locked forward, he made it clear he had no intention of running, his will burning too fiercely to retreat now. Then Sihan's voice tore through the chaos as he called for Alita to take the Alpha. She didn't hesitate. Alita threw herself forward in a fearless leap, her sword cutting through the air toward the giant wolf. But the beast twisted the moment she closed in, opening its jaws not to bite but to unleash a burst of crackling blue power. A spell-like flame shot straight at her. Even so, she did not break stride. She trusted the plan, held her ground, and drove her blade into the alpha with everything she had. But the result was wrong. Her first strike failed to truly wound the beast, and instead of slowing it down, it only made the monster even more enraged. Still, Alita kept pressing, refusing to give it space, and followed up with a sharper, deadlier blow aimed straight at the alpha's head. Watching from the side, Sihan grinned, convinced they had already won. She was performing so well that for a moment he genuinely thought he might not need to step in at all. Then the fight turned ugly. Even with her sword buried in its forehead, the alpha did not fall. If anything, it became more violent, more terrifying, surging forward with even greater force. The sight crushed Alita's confidence in an instant. Her attack had been perfect, and it still meant nothing. A violent burst of the wolf's blue lightning slammed into her, and the impact dropped her on the spot. She collapsed unconscious. The alpha immediately clamped its jaws around her limp body and lifted her like prey already claimed. That was the moment Sihan's expression completely changed. Shock gave way to horror as the reality hit him all at once. Alita had fallen, and if she was taken from him now, everything would end here. He screamed her name, raw and desperate. And in that instant, his thoughts flashed back to what he had told her at the inn about his past in Terranor before he disappeared the first time. He had explained how King Lucinad once summoned him through a ritual powered by the sacrificed hearts of royalty, binding him to this world regardless of the Emperor's will. But this return was different. This time, it was much closer to a true summoning. And that meant his existence in Terranor now depended on Alita. She was his summoner. If the Alpha took her away, if that connection was lost, he would be dragged back to Earth by force. He saw her hanging there unconscious, distant, helpless, already slipping out of reach, and panic seized him hard. His body was in no shape for this. His battle energy was nearly empty, and even his Thousand Faces energy had thinned to a dangerous level. He couldn't move any faster, couldn't chase properly, couldn't afford hesitation. A cold dread gripped him. He had waited 10 full years to return to this world, and there was no way he was about to be thrown out again like this. So he made a choice. Even with what little strength he had left, Sihan decided he would use magic against the monstrous wolf. The Alpha stood there with Alita still hanging from its jaws, her sword jutting from its forehead like some grotesque trophy. Then a beam of light erupted. With sudden speed and explosive force, Sihan launched his attack. The massive beast went down far more easily than expected, and the moment it fell, he let out a breath, relief washing over him so hard it almost left him shaking. After pulling Alita back to safety, he took a second to savor the fact that they had survived, then pushed down the lingering terror of almost being sent back to Earth and forced himself to settle. Later, in a quiet clearing deep in the forest, with a campfire crackling beside them, Sihan asked Alita how she felt after being bitten. Now awake again, she answered honestly, saying that everything hurt. She also concluded that the Alpha had probably never intended to kill her in the first place, since flame wolves were known for capturing humans and presenting them to their leader. Then her thoughts shifted. The fact that the Alpha had wielded lightning sparked a new suspicion in her mind. Maybe it was some kind of mutation. Her eyes narrowed as she stared directly at Sihan, who stayed silent, already sensing what was about to come. At last, she asked when exactly the two of them had become allies and why he was still hiding who he really was. She had already pieced together enough to know how serious this was. The 6 kingdoms now ruling Terranor had all been built by his former companions, which meant a figure like Sihan should have been welcomed everywhere as an honored royal guest. That idea made him laugh, though there was nothing warm in it. He told her that being treated like a guest would be the best-case scenario, because execution was far more likely. Then he finally said it plainly. After defeating the Emperor, he had been betrayed by his own allies and forcibly exiled back to Earth. Even now, he admitted, he still could not fully understand why they had done it. None of them hesitated, not even a little. Their betrayal had not been impulsive or emotional, it had been cold, deliberate, and planned. The bitterness of that truth still clung to him. As he spoke, he noticed something strange. Alita, who was normally so composed, had gone stiff, her face pale from the weight of what she was hearing. It had finally sunk in for her. This was not just a personal grudge. This was a conflict tied to every kingdom across Terranor. Then she looked at him sharply and said what now seemed obvious to her, that he had returned for revenge, and that was the reason he was hiding his identity. Sihan just stared at her blankly. He almost looked offended that she had understood him so clearly, asking if she had really grasped what he had just said. She answered yes without hesitation. That only confused him more. He pointed out that he had practically declared war on all 6 kingdoms of Terranor, so why was she still so calm? Alita gave a faint smile and answered with disarming ease. She had already been an enemy of those 6 kingdoms for the past 10 years. That left him genuinely stunned. He muttered that her optimism was honestly ridiculous. She answered that it was something she had inherited from her father. The moment he heard that, Sihan asked if she meant the emperor, and that innocent question instantly lit a fire in her eyes. She snapped back that her real father was a man named Karen. Then the air shifted. A faint disturbance among the trees caught Sihan's attention, and his tone dropped as he warned Alida to stay alert because something was coming toward them. Still recovering from the Alpha's attack, she visibly tensed and whispered that someone really was approaching. She asked if it might be an enemy, but Sihan shook his head, saying it was unlikely to be a full enemy group, more likely a lone soldier. Even so, both of them prepared themselves. A few moments later, a young man stepped out from the bushes and approached carefully. His voice was hesitant as he politely asked if they could spare a moment to give him directions. The harmless question only made the situation feel even more suspicious, but the next realization hit much harder. Both Sihan and Alida recognized him. This was the captain of King Lilstein's investigation team, the same man who had confronted them only days earlier, and he recognized them too. The moment that clicked, surprise on his face instantly turned into fear. Alida moved first, her hatred boiling over as she lunged with her sword, not giving him even a breath to prepare. Her strike came dangerously close to killing him, and the young captain recoiled in pure terror, clearly shaken by how much hostility was aimed at him. And yet, against all logic, he shouted that they should not attack because he had not come to fight. Sihan, still wary, decided the safest move was to knock him out first and ask questions later. He attacked with casual precision, intending only to render the intruder unconscious. But the moment the strike came, something changed in the captain's face. Recognition flashed in his eyes like a guess he had been holding onto had just been confirmed. Then, unbelievably, he deflected Sihan's magic. That alone was enough to stun him. The young man not only escaped the attack, but landed cleanly on his feet in front of both of them. Sihan was genuinely baffled. Even the companions who once fought beside him had never properly understood that skill, yet this stranger had broken free from it. Curiosity immediately replaced part of his hostility, and he demanded to know who the young man really was. At that exact moment, the captain's own expression changed again. Surprise gave way to outrage the instant he realized who had just attacked him. Sihan watched closely as the man reached into his backpack, his voice sharpening with suspicion as he asked what he was trying to do. For one brief second, it looked like he might be reaching for some hidden weapon. Instead, he pulled out a worn pair of underwear. Then, with complete seriousness, he held it up and asked Sihan whether it truly belonged to him. Both Sihan and Alida just stared. The entire scene was so absurd that the captain looked less like a soldier and more like an unhinged lunatic waving stolen laundry in the forest. Sihan immediately decided he was dealing with a complete pervert and told Alida to finish him right now. That command clearly panicked the captain. He hurriedly raised his hands and insisted that he had simply said it badly, begging both of them to calm down. Terrified by the murderous look in Sihan's eyes, he quickly declared that he surrendered. Then, somehow making the situation even stranger, he raised the underwear even higher like he was presenting a flag of surrender. Sihan was just about to lose his temper completely when his eyes caught something written on the fabric. His own name. That froze him. Staring at the garment, he asked in disbelief if it was actually his. Relief instantly spread across the young man's face, and with sudden excitement he declared that this proved it, Sihan truly was the savior from another world. Sihan narrowed his eyes at once, noting that his thousand faces aura was currently inactive. The young captain leaned forward, almost unable to contain himself, and asked whether his face looked familiar now. Then he finally gave his name Zenon and explained that 12 years earlier in a village called Bon, Sihan had saved his life. Sihan's empty stare said it all. He didn't remember him. Even so, Zenon refused to slow down. He quickly tried to fill in the missing pieces, reminding Sihan that back then, he had crushed the royal soldiers using the exact same skill he had just used moments ago. Later, after thinking it through again and again, Zenon had connected everything. The man who saved him that day had been the legendary savior from another world. And that wasn't the only thing he figured out. After learning to wield aura himself and walking the path of the swordsman, Zenon came to understand something even deeper. Back then, Sihan had never truly fought with the intention to kill. That realization had stayed with him all these years, to the point where the truth became even more powerful to him than the childhood dream that came before it. Sihan just stared at him, thrown off by the thought running through his head. Could this really be that same kid from 12 years ago? When Zenon mentioned that he was only 22 now, Sihan couldn't help remarking that he looked way more worn down than someone that age should. Zenon, completely unfazed, answered with some strange line about how appearance was only the outer shell, and that the real essence of a person lived inside. That made Sihan pause and ask where he had even picked up a phrase like that. Zenon answered instantly with a proud spark in his eyes. It came from Sihan himself. That was something he had said back when he saved him, and Zenon had carried those words with him ever since. For once, Sihan actually looked embarrassed. A faint flush crept onto his face, the kind of reaction that almost never showed up on him. Then, as the conversation kept going, Sihan finally pointed out the thing that was still impossible to ignore. Admiration was one thing, but carrying around his underwear was another level of weird. Zenon only grinned wider, and somehow it got worse. He proudly revealed that the underwear was only one item in a collection, then started listing the rest like a devoted curator, showing off priceless relics, a miniature statue books written about his hero's achievements, rare memorabilia gathered over the years. Even drawings where Sihan stood at the center as the undeniable protagonist. During the entire decade that Sihan had been gone, Zenon had apparently spent that time collecting every single trace he could find connected to him. Sihan could only stare. The whole thing was so absurd that even he didn't know how to respond. And in Zenon's eyes, the underwear was the crown jewel of that collection. He said it with complete sincerity because according to him, that was the very pair Sihan had been wearing when he defeated the Mad Tyrant, and it had cost him a fortune to obtain. At that point, Sihan gave up trying to understand the madness, admitted he had heard enough, and told him to put it away immediately. Zenon then revealed something more serious. His loyalty to King Lilstein wasn't really rooted in politics. The real reason he served that king so faithfully was because Lilstein himself had always been a devoted admirer of the savior from another world. Then, with absolute conviction, Zenon offered himself as Sihan's blade. Sihan responded with a quiet test. He asked what Zenon would do if his beloved hero became the enemy of the very king he served. Zenon didn't even hesitate. He said that if it came to that, he would accept Sihan's sword without resisting and treat it as his final repayment. That answer carried no doubt, no performance, no fear. The young captain was overflowing with excitement just from standing in front of the man he had admired his whole life, and swore that he would not disappoint him. He declared that he would prove himself by taking down the fiery wolves. Sihan, far calmer than him, casually told him that he and his ally had already taken care of that problem and asked if he somehow failed to notice the alpha's corpse nearby. But Zenon's expression shifted. He had news they had missed. He explained that fiery wolves usually moved in pairs, male and female, and asked whether they had actually intended to use the dead male to lure out the female. That was the exact moment the oversight landed. Sihan had completely missed one critical detail, and now the danger of it slammed into him all at once. They were not safe yet. A moment later, the answer came stalking out of the forest. A massive wolf appeared near the fallen alpha, radiating a pressure so violent it made the air feel heavier. Before any of them could properly react, the enraged female launched herself forward, driven by pure vengeance. Sihan's mind raced with annoyance at himself. A veteran like him should not have overlooked something that basic. Of course, Alita didn't miss the chance to jab at him. She teased him for forgetting such an obvious thing, and the comment got under his skin exactly the way her comments always did. He fired back with one of his usual Earth references, which, as expected, only left her completely lost. Then Zenon stepped forward. His voice cut through the tension as he asked for permission to handle the beast himself. He wanted the chance to show his hero what he could do. Sihan studied him for a moment, then nodded with a faint smirk and told him to go ahead. That was all Zenon needed. The chance to prove himself in front of the man he had idolized for years sent a rush through him, but the wolf had no intention of making this easy. It wanted revenge, nothing less. Zenon immediately activated his aura and went all in, his speed rising sharply as he hammered the giant beast with a relentless series of blows. He attacked with real power, real technique, and enough confidence to make it clear he had been holding back before. Even Alita had to admit it. Watching him fight, she quietly realized he had not shown her anything close to his true strength during their earlier clash. Sihan also found himself impressed by how naturally Zenon moved in battle. When he praised the young captain's talent, Alita asked what exactly counted as a genius in his eyes. Sihan answered simply that he had seen many geniuses before, then he separated himself from that category. He said he was not a genius, not really, that the only reason he seemed special was because he came from Earth. The real genius, according to him, had been Elvina, the woman he once loved. That answer froze Alita for a second. And while that silence lingered, the wolf prepared its next move. Enraged, it blasted Zenon with a torrent of flames. Confident that he could endure that much, Zenon pushed straight through the fire with his sword aimed at the beast, charging head-on in a reckless effort to prove his worth. Alita could only watch in growing alarm. But Sihan noticed something first. The wolf's posture looked familiar. That one detail was enough to make him realize Zenon was walking into the exact same trap. A split second later, lightning exploded from the beast. The strike slammed into Zenon and sent raw electricity tearing through his body. He dropped hard. Sihan, watching the scene play out, muttered a dry comment about deja vu. Alita's eyes widened immediately because that was exactly how she had gone down too. Zenon, shaken and furious, looked almost offended by the fact that a fiery wolf could wield lightning on top of everything else. Alita, not wanting to sit back any longer, declared that she would take the beast herself. Sihan stopped her at once. This time he said he would handle it personally. The wolf's magic should not work on him. At those words, Alita understood his logic. Because he was from another world, just like the creatures summoned by the mad tyrant in the past, he should have been naturally resistant to magic. That had been the entire reason the tyrant's monster army was so terrifying in the first place. Their otherworldly nature made ordinary spells nearly useless against them. No matter how powerful the mage, magic itself simply failed. The same rule should have protected him too. So when the female wolf turned on him and hurled a wave of flames his way, Sihan walked through it without concern, a smug grin forming on his face. He told the beast its magic was useless, and added that earlier he had only pretended to dodge for the sake of appearances because too many people were watching. But now, with only his companions here to see it, he had no reason to hold back. Then lightning struck him. The blast hit full force, ripping through his body and making him convulse on the spot. Alita just watched with the kind of exhausted recognition that came from seeing history repeat itself. Zenon, on the other hand, looked horrified that his hero had just gotten dropped the same way he had. Alita dryly threw his own line back at him, asking if this counted as deja vu too. That snapped something in him. Sihan barked at her not to copy him, clearly rattled. Disbelief and humiliation crashed together inside him. The flames hadn't done a thing exactly as expected, but the lightning had pierced through and actually hit him. That should not have been possible. He had never been struck by something like that before. The sheer embarrassment of it lit anger across his face. And once Sihan got angry, the fight ended fast. Humiliated in front of both of them, he lunged at the beast and hit it with an attack so overwhelming it felt like the kind of force that could crack mountains apart. The giant wolf folded under that power and finally dropped for good. Even then, Sihan didn't look satisfied. As the massive body collapsed, his mind was still stuck on the same question. The flames had failed just like they should have, so why had the lightning worked? What exactly had just happened? After the beast died, Alita addressed him with exaggerated politeness, calling him sir, and Sihan instantly bristled, telling her once again to just use his name. She answered with sharp sarcasm, saying she would never dare, but he barely seemed to hear her. His eyes stayed fixed on the fallen wolf, still unable to understand how he had been struck. Even dead, the creature gave off a powerful aura, and that only made the whole thing worse. Sihan, the savior from another world, stood there openly confused, because what had just happened went completely against everything he understood. When they eventually returned to the stronghold, Lord Ted greeted them with obvious relief. He thanked them for surviving and for driving the entire wolf pack out of his territory. True to his word, he handed Sihan and Alita their reward, a pouch containing 600 silver coins. Sihan weighed the money in his palm and admitted that it was nowhere near enough for the kind of goal he had in mind. Though for a single mission, it was still decent pay. Then with renewed energy, he told Alita the plan. From now on they would take on 5 or 6 missions a day. Alita, of course, answered with her usual dry realism. Alita pointed out the obvious. Jobs were not exactly overflowing, and they had already been lucky just to land the one they got. Then Zenon stepped forward carrying a pouch so heavy it gave itself away before he even opened it. The unmistakable sound of gold rang out, and when he revealed the amount, 100 gold coins, both of them were left staring. The sum was ridiculous. Sihan immediately demanded to know where he had gotten that kind of money. Zenon answered with the awkward look of someone who knew he had done something questionable, yet still believed it had been for a noble cause. He admitted that he had sold one item from his collection of Sihan-related treasures. The moment those words landed, regret hit Sihan instantly. He wished he had never asked. Zenon, meanwhile, looked genuinely proud of himself, happy that he had finally managed to help his hero in a meaningful way. Alita turned toward Sihan with a smirk and noted that his underwear seemed to be worth quite a lot. That only made his embarrassment worse, and all he could mutter in self-defense was that it had been a limited edition. Zenon, thrilled by the idea that he had been useful, eagerly asked what Sihan planned to do next. With this much gold, he pointed out, there was no reason to keep grinding through mercenary work anymore. Sihan thought it over. From Kagan, there were 3 neighboring countries they could head toward, though he had not fully decided which one to target yet. Even so, one thing became clear in his mind. The most likely direction would be wherever the weakest enemy stood. Then an old memory surfaced. He admitted quietly that he never expected to run into the faces of old companions under circumstances like these. Looking down at the gold coin in his hand, his thoughts hardened into certainty. North, he decided that would be their first destination. Elsewhere, deep inside Lilstein's laboratory, the surface of a water-filled barrel began to ripple and distort until the ghostly image of Mage Tranum appeared within it. His voice came through strained and urgent as he addressed the king. Lilstein, caught off guard by the sudden contact, immediately demanded to know why he was being interrupted, since no report had been expected that day. Tranum delivered the first piece of news. There would be no need to hire hunters for subjects 11 and 12, because the Barcelonium kingdom had apparently already taken care of them. Lilstein brushed that off with contempt, saying that made sense since those subjects had been weak anyway. But then Tranum revealed the real problem. Subject 1 had disappeared. That single line shattered Lilstein's composure. Fury exploded across his face as he roared at Tranum, calling him incompetent and questioning how someone like him could dare call himself the head of the Blue Ivory Tower. His rage only escalated as he invoked the long history of the 4 magical towers, the red, white, blue, and black ivory towers, institutions that had stood for thousands of years. He reminded Tranum that the first king of Lusklin, the greatest mage in all recorded history, had gathered every fragment of magical knowledge scattered across Terranor and divided it into disciplines, assigning each branch to one of the towers so future generations could train according to their natural aptitude. In that system, a mage's floor within a tower reflected their level of skill. The scene then shifted to the 9th floor of Lilstein's own red ivory tower, his status reflected even in the setting itself. Through the magical projection, his glare remained scorching. He told Tranum the only reason he sat at the top of the blue tower was because those who came before him had been executed. And, as Lilstein coldly reminded him, countless others were still waiting below on the 8th floor, eager to see him fall next. Then came the ultimatum. Lilstein told him he had one final chance to eliminate Subject 1. Tranum's ghostly image visibly shook. The threat hanging beneath those words was obvious and it terrified him. Lilstein ended the communication with a dismissive gesture, severing the connection at once. Back in his own lab, Tranum sagged in relief and let out a long breath. The head of the Blue Ivory Tower, despite the terror of the exchange, still felt strangely reassured. In his mind, the fact that Lilstein had given him one last opportunity meant his position was not yet lost, and his worth had not yet been discarded. Far away from those schemes, the story shifted to Rodensel, capital of the Yexenard Kingdom, a city surrounded by mountains and dense forest. Inside the royal palace, a subordinate walked anxiously toward a certain chamber and finally entered, announcing himself before the king. King Rodenberg greeted him with a broad smile and invited him in as if nothing serious could possibly be wrong. He even offered a toast, eager to enjoy another moment of leisure. But the magistrate entering the room was met with a scene that instantly tightened his stomach, wine flowing freely, women laughing, and yet another loud celebration filling the palace. The magistrate could barely hide his frustration. He reminded the king that the kingdom had urgent political matters needing attention. Rodenberg, completely unbothered, responded that now that the days of being hunted by the Empire were over, he finally intended to enjoy himself. The magistrate pressed harder, warning that these endless celebrations were distracting him from actual rule. The king dismissed the concern with a wave, claiming the expenses came from his own coffers. That answer nearly broke the magistrate's restraint. He pointed out that the king's wealth was still built on the labor of the people. Rodenberg countered that the previous ruler had taken 60% from the population, while he only demanded 50%. To him, that 10% difference seemed enough. To the magistrate, it was nothing close to mercy. Rodenberg defended himself further, saying he had not burned hundreds of villages or enslaved tens of thousands like the old regime had. But the magistrate answered that the king had still committed acts of similar cruelty. Rodenberg only laughed, dismissing all of it as the reward of war, the spoils taken after toppling the tyrant who once ruled there. Then he added with open contempt that a beggar had no right to complain. The magistrate tried to keep arguing, but the king's patience finally ran out. With the authority of a man drunk on power, Rodenberg coldly ordered him to leave. The servant could do nothing but bow and go, outraged yet powerless. Left alone with his thoughts, the magistrate reflected on how far the king had fallen. On the battlefield, Rodenberg had once looked like a lion, unstoppable and worthy of admiration. But ruling a kingdom was something else entirely. That perhaps was a burden he had never truly been meant to carry. The magistrate quietly wondered whether the right person might still be able to guide him back. At the very same time, Rodenberg was entertaining a different thought altogether, namely, how pleasant it might be to retire that troublesome magistrate permanently. Then another visitor entered. This time, the king reacted differently. A genuine smile touched his face when he recognized Lord Kelterin, an old friend clearly close enough to interrupt his leisure without consequence. Kelterin quickly apologized for intruding, but said the matter was important enough to demand immediate attention. He handed over a stack of documents, explaining that they fell directly under the king's authority. Rodenberg's face soured the second he took them. He didn't even bother reading a single line. Instead, he told Kelterin to handle them himself, then tossed the papers into the air like they meant nothing. Smiling carelessly, he declared that his real duty was to protect the weak, not waste his time on trivial affairs like paperwork. From there, the story shifted again, this time to the western outskirts of Rodensel. Standing before an old, crumbling mansion, Alida could only stare in surprise when Sihan announced that this ruined place would become their new base of operations. The reaction from Zenon was immediate and explosive. He declared the house cursed and flatly refused to let them stay there in that condition. Before either of them could even respond, he launched into a full cleansing and purification frenzy, insisting the place needed to be made proper before anyone stepped inside. For a long while, the only sounds coming from the mansion were his frantic shouting and the relentless noise of vigorous scrubbing. Alita, listening from outside, quietly asked Sihan whether this level of intensity was normal for someone who was just cleaning. Eventually, Zenon emerged. He looked utterly drained but also proud beyond measure. He announced that they could enter now. The mansion was still bad, he admitted, but at least it was now spotless. The transformation inside was so extreme that even Sihan stopped in disbelief. The decrepit old structure had been scrubbed until it gleamed. Everything shined. Looking around in genuine confusion, he asked why Zenon was so obsessed with cleanliness. Meanwhile, Alita privately concluded that if she ever had to fight Zenon for real, the easiest way to win might be to spit on the floor and let him self-destruct. Sihan, however, simply clapped the young knight on the shoulder and praised the work enthusiastically, calling it an excellent start. Now that they had a base, he said, it was time to prepare for the real objective, confronting King Jexard. Zenon immediately shifted into strategy mode and began explaining the political map of the Six Kingdoms. According to him, they could be divided into 3 levels: the strong, the average, and the weak. Lilstein and the Anathius Empire belonged to the strongest tier. Saffron and Phi Os stood in the middle as the average powers. Yexenard and the Kingdom of Anti were considered the weakest, having stagnated for the last 10 years under rule that was stable enough, but far from impressive. This imbalance in power, Zenon explained, had already led to repeated conflicts across the continent, and among them the biggest one in recent memory was the Kargan War. Lilstein and the Anathius Empire had gone to war over control of Kargan, and the clash had escalated so badly that the other kingdoms were eventually forced to step in just to keep the whole thing from spiraling further. Yexenard had already committed his strength to the faction opposing those who wanted sole control of the city. Only after Rodenberg made his move did the fighting finally settle, and in the end, the 2 kingdoms reached an agreement, splitting authority over Kargan between them. The moment Sihan learned that Lilstein and Anathius were locked in that kind of mutual hostility, he immediately saw the opportunity hidden inside it. As he stepped out of the house, he told Zenon that conflicts like this were unavoidable, the natural result of kingdoms endlessly clawing for more power. Zenon, meanwhile, looked deeply troubled, blaming himself for having sworn loyalty to people he now feared might be villains, all because he had never known the full truth behind his hero's disappearance. Not long after, Sihan came across something unexpected. He found Alita in the middle of training and asked how it was going. The answer was not encouraging. She was trying to imitate the Thousand Faces technique, but the result came out warped and unstable, leaving her appearance twisted into something so off that even Sihan stopped in disbelief. Frustrated, she admitted that she simply couldn't keep the technique stable. When she caught him laughing, she immediately demanded to know what was so funny. Trying to explain it, Sihan told her to relax and imagine an invisible hand gently touching her face. Then he expanded on it, saying she needed to picture herself catching aura and applying it like makeup. Even after that explanation, Alita still couldn't make sense of it. She reminded him that he had already explained it the same way 3 times, and none of those attempts had helped. This time she asked him for a simpler method. Sihan tried, but even he admitted the truth: he didn't fully understand how he performed the technique himself. He had just learned it from Elvina. So Alita asked him to teach it exactly the way he had originally learned it, and that was where the problem became unavoidable. Sihan told her that would be impossible because he was from Earth. He explained that even though people from Earth and people from Terraner looked physically similar, there was one huge difference. The way their bodies handled magical energy and battle energy was not the same. He had not been born here, so he had never been bound by the usual rules. For people of Terraner, controlling combat energy required developing an extremely refined internal sense. But for him, the process had been much easier. With that unique constitution, he had been able to master both combat and magical energy naturally, rising to the highest level in just 3 years. Alita listened closely, then stared at him and bluntly accused him of using something that sounded suspiciously like cheating. Sihan reminded her that he had already said he was not some natural-born prodigy. According to Lilstein's own research, the source of his unusual ability was simply the fact that he came from another world, though not specifically because that world was Earth. That explanation only annoyed her more. The idea that someone could cross dimensions and come back absurdly gifted sounded completely unfair, like the universe itself was rigged. Since his explanations still weren't helping, Sihan finally admitted defeat and told her she would have to figure the technique out on her own. Then Alita asked something that instantly seized his full attention. She wondered aloud whether a person from Terraner, if sent outside this world and then brought back again, would gain the same sort of abilities he had. The question hit Sihan harder than expected. He thought it over seriously, and the more he considered it, the more possible it seemed. Then the ground started shaking. The tremor hit so suddenly that all 3 of them were caught off guard. The whole area began to rumble hard enough to make them lose focus, and for a brief moment, no one understood what was happening. Zenon wondered if it might be an earthquake, but Sihan shook his head. He could already feel something deeper in it, something wrong, and said he probably knew the real cause. A second later, the ground tore apart. Cracks split open into collapsing craters, and the surrounding area started falling in on itself. Civilians were thrown from the rubble, injured and terrified, and then the true source revealed itself. Monsters had invaded the city. Panic exploded through the streets. The people screamed and ran as giant beasts with massive jagged teeth emerged, creatures that looked like enormous lion-like predators. They were Liakin, and their sudden assault threw the capital of King Rodenburg into chaos. One after another, voices shouted the creature's name and begged everyone to flee. Then one of the monsters lunged toward a little girl. She had fallen to the ground and had no way to escape. The beast raised its claws, ready to tear into her, but Sihan moved without hesitation. He stepped in, saved the child, and after pulling her out of danger, immediately checked whether she was all right. Zenon looked around and estimated that there were at least 30 of the monsters. Sihan, meanwhile, was baffled by something else, how creatures that were supposed to live deep in the mountains had managed to break all the way into the capital. He had wanted to avoid attracting attention here, but none of that mattered anymore. The priority had changed. He told his companions that whatever happened next, they had to save the people first. Zenon agreed and charged straight into the fighting. Alita followed right after him, throwing herself against the invading beasts. But just when it seemed the city's defenders had finally begun responding properly, something far stranger happened. The capital's army arrived, and instead of ordering the beasts to be killed, they ordered Sihan's group to stop attacking them. That command made Alita recoil in shock. She recognized the soldiers immediately. They were Yexenard's knights. Sihan first assumed this meant the kingdom's forces had finally arrived to minimize damage and protect the civilians, so he believed they could now concentrate on helping the city. But that wasn't what was happening at all. Without warning, the soldiers surrounded them instead. Their weapons suddenly aimed not at the monsters, but at Sihan and the others. One of the knights coldly informed them that they were to cease attacking at once, because this district fell under the authority of the Black Lion Knights and they were to leave immediately. Alita was furious. She demanded to know how they could possibly care more about driving them away than about the civilians getting slaughtered in front of them. The knight snapped at her to be silent and repeated that this was a royal decree. If they refused, then they were openly defying the crown. Zenon was visibly shaken, trying to understand what kind of twisted situation he was looking at. Sihan, however, stayed quiet. Something about the atmosphere had changed, and he was more interested in that shift than in the argument itself. Then he felt it. A powerful presence rippled through the air, a pressure so distinct that it instantly caught his senses. Behind the line of soldiers, that aura took shape, forming into the shadow of someone approaching. With each step, Sihan's certainty deepened. He knew that energy. He had felt it before. And then the figure emerged fully. It was King Rodenburg. His voice boomed across the plaza as he declared that no beast had the right to harm his people. Wearing that same ever-present smile, Yexenard projected total confidence. He told the terrified crowd there was no need to fear, because he himself had come to save them. Then, with theatrical certainty, he ordered the Black Lion Knights to protect the civilians, while he personally would destroy every monster in sight. At once, the soldiers obeyed, forming a solid defensive wall in front of the people. Sihan watched the whole entrance with a growing sense of discomfort. Rodenburg remarked that his body had felt especially resilient over the past few days, then surged forward without a hint of hesitation, twin giant axes in hand. He roared that he would wipe every last beast out. The crowd could only stare. Rodenburg wielded those enormous axes as though they weighed nothing, and when he attacked, his strength was overwhelming. He tore through the monsters with terrifying ease, cutting them down one after another as if none of them even deserved to stand in front of him. Then, with a smug look on his face, he openly mocked them, saying it was laughable that such creatures ever imagined they could oppose him. But then the scene shifted again. Instead of fighting to the death, the beasts began to break and scatter. Faced with the king's overwhelming power, they started fleeing. Rodenburg's smile vanished instantly, replaced by open rage. He refused to let them escape. Planting his feet, he prepared to release his full strength, and a glowing magical circle erupted beneath his axes. Zenon's eyes widened in awe. This was his first time witnessing a battle seal. Alita, equally curious, asked what kind of technique it was. Zenon explained that only swordsmen who had reached the transcendent stage could use something like this, a special magic seal powered entirely through concentrated battle energy. Then Rodenburg unleashed it. His signature art, the giant hand battle seal, detonated across the battlefield and instantly annihilated the fleeing beasts. The crowd erupted into cheers. In a single display of overwhelming might, the king had erased every monster threatening the city. Alita watched with clear admiration for the sheer force he had displayed, while Zenon quietly wondered if this was what the peak of a transcendent swordsman truly looked like. But Sihan's attention was fixed on something else entirely. He wasn't impressed by the power. He was watching the performance behind it, the hidden trick woven into the spectacle, and that was what truly caught his interest. It hit Sihon all at once. Yexenard had not staged that battle just to protect the people, he had staged it to win them completely. It was a performance built for trust, for worship, for applause, and the moment Sihon saw through it, anger rose fast inside him. He never would have imagined Rodenberg sinking this low just to feed his own popularity. And the worst part was how natural it looked. That face, that smile, that perfectly controlled expression, Sihon had seen it before. It was the exact same mask Rodenberg wore on the day of the betrayal. Now the king stood there soaking in the cheers, praised as a revolutionary hero for saving countless lives, but Sihon no longer saw greatness in him. He saw a fool being managed. The more he watched, the more certain he became this scheme was too polished, too calculated, too convenient. Rodenberg might have been the star on stage, but the play itself had likely been written by someone under him, someone clever enough to keep the king distracted and satisfied while real control stayed elsewhere. Then Yexenard's smile shifted. It was slight, barely noticeable, but enough. His head tilted just a little as though he had sensed something hidden in the crowd. A cold spike of alarm ran through Sihon. For a second he thought his cover had been blown. Rodenberg's gaze swept across the people, sharp now, no longer basking but searching. He was certain he had never seen Sihon before, yet instinct was clearly telling him that someone unusual was standing among the crowd. Still, he said nothing. He just kept scanning faces in silence. Then one of the soldiers spoke up, asking whether it was time to return to the castle. That broke the moment. Rodenberg snapped back into role, answered yes, and chose to ignore the strange feeling. The crowd was still cheering his name, still calling him a great king, and that was enough for him. Sihon watched him leave, more intrigued than ever. Rodenberg might have become a fool, but even after 10 years his body was still ridiculous, a walking fortress that had not weakened at all. That much Sihon had to respect, but respect or not, this was not the moment to reveal himself. Not yet. Everything had to be prepared carefully. If he moved too early, the entire plan could collapse. 10 days passed. In that time, Sihon and his companions quietly settled themselves into the capital of Rodensel and kept preparing. Alita devoted herself to the thousand faces technique and eventually reached the point where she could at least alter her appearance in small, subtle ways. Zenon spent his time absorbing everything he could from Sihon's mountain destroyer art, training under the very man who created it. As for Sihon, he pushed both his magic and battle energy hard enough to triple the level he had when he first returned to Terraner. Each of them sharpened themselves in their own way, and together, the three of them waited for the right opening. That opening seemed to arrive through news from the Bursel region. Reports spread that a group of pagans was causing chaos, using demons to terrorize civilians. In response, the kingdom issued a formal decree promising swift punishment for the culprits, and a public call went out for anyone willing to join the expedition. Heroes, mercenaries, and opportunists alike were invited to take part, with fame promised as part of the reward. From a short distance away, Sihon narrowed his eyes at the public notice and asked whether these people really were pagans. Zenon, standing closer to read it properly, answered that it was the Dimension Clan. That name stirred something in him. He remembered hearing of a cult from the Mad King's era, believers spread across Terraner who worshipped something dark and unnatural. Back then, the Empire had supposedly wiped them out, but now, according to the notice, they had returned under a different doctrine and were attracting new followers. Then Zenon said the part that left Sihon staring. The former pagans were now calling themselves the Second Coming of Sihon. The absurdity of it hit like a slap. Zenon explained that these cultists believed the savior from another world was the son of a god, sent down to punish Terraner. In their version of the story, Sihon had once tried to transport the people of this world to Earth, only to be stopped by 6 evil revolutionary heroes. And just like that, an opportunity appeared. Sihon realized this was the perfect excuse to move against the cult while also using the expedition for his own purposes. He was convinced Rodenberg would personally lead the campaign, and if the king left the capital, the royal defenses would thin out. That would create the exact gap Sihon needed to get closer to him. The decision came easily. They would join the hunt. Then someone suddenly shouted for everyone to line up. Sihon looked toward the front, only to see Kelterin step forward and announce that by the king's command, he would lead the expedition. Rewards would be handed out according to merit. From behind, Alita asked the obvious question who would be leading in person, but Kelterin repeated the same answer. He was the commander. The king would not be coming. That ruined Sihon's expectation immediately. He had been certain Rodenberg would take the field himself, and without that, dealing with the cult suddenly became far more troublesome. His thoughts turned sharply, wondering what exactly could have kept the king from participating. At the same time, Kelterin was having thoughts of his own. He reflected on how much effort it had taken to convince Yexenard not to involve himself, and there was a certain satisfaction in knowing that command had fallen to him instead. Still, beneath that satisfaction sat another truth. He had not ended up here by chance. Kelteran's involvement in this expedition was tied to a secret mission arranged through one of Lilstein's agents. Yexenard's servant had accepted the request easily enough, especially since it came backed by long-standing sponsors like Tranum and Azul. To make sure the mission succeeded, the mage promised support in the form of 10 6th-level mages and 5 Black Lion Knights. Even so, Kelteran had also been ordered to recruit additional capable forces. It would take effort, yes, but if it cleared his debt to the Blue Ivory Tower, then it would be worth it. Once everything was set, Kelteran gave the order to move, and the expedition to hunt the so-called pagans finally began. Far away in a hidden refuge, those very pagans were gathered. Their leader, a charismatic young man named Elran, stood before them delivering a feverish sermon. He called them the sons and daughters of Harris and declared that the faithful had finally taken up the swords of sin. He warned them that the kingdoms wanted to steal away the believers using military force, then raised his voice higher and higher as he preached that death itself was liberation, the only path to freedom. His followers listened like people already halfway hypnotized. Elran smiled as he watched them hang on every word, then continued, saying that according to Harris's teachings, only death could free them from this false world. Not just their own deaths either. The deaths of others, he declared, were a joy offered to their God. Then he called for those chosen for tribulation to step forward. 3 figures obeyed. Among them was a young girl. Elran turned to her and told her not to be afraid, saying she had been specially blessed by Harris's love. She answered that she was not afraid at all, looking up at him and calling his name directly. That confidence seemed to please him. Then he summoned what he called Harris's dragon. From deep within the cave, something began to stir. A sinister presence rose from the darkness, growing heavier with every second. The little girl who had claimed not to fear anything began trembling anyway, because whatever was climbing up from below radiated hunger and death. Then the creature fully emerged, a huge black dragon dragging itself into view before the chosen offerings. Its aura was monstrous, its presence crushing. Still, the girl cried out, calling the beast a sacred messenger and offering her devotion. The dragon answered instantly. In one horrifying movement, it swallowed her. The 2 remaining offerings recoiled in terror, their courage gone in a heartbeat, while the dragon retreated back toward the depths like it had simply accepted a meal. Elran, however, looked satisfied. He proclaimed that the messenger of God had accepted the offering and begged it to grant them the fire of truth against the unbelievers. Relief crossed his face, because this time the ritual had worked. But that relief did not last. His eyes dropped to the small pouch in his hand, and concern immediately followed. The powder inside was running out too fast. As long as he had the ashes made from Lusklin family hearts and continued feeding the dragon offerings, he could still keep it under control. But only for now. He already knew that grip would not last much longer. If anyone discovered the truth, he planned to deny everything, but until then, he intended to exploit the dragon as much as possible before the lie fell apart. Back in the forest, the expedition eventually halted when one of the Black Lion Knights ordered them to set up camp. The command was given sharply, and the group began settling in, but the overall mood remained sloppy and loose. Zenon hated it instantly. He looked around at the disorganized crowd and snapped that if they couldn't even manage their own supplies properly, there was no way they would ever fight as a unified force. Alita, calm as ever, barely reacted. She simply remarked that this kind of mess was normal for an expedition made up mostly of mercenaries, then added a thin layer of sarcasm by wondering what an all-powerful knight like him would know about that sort of thing. That jab got under Zenon's skin immediately. He shot back that it was funny hearing those words from someone with noble blood. Their eyes locked, irritation rising on both sides, and the mood started turning sharp. Then Sihan cut straight through it. With a sarcastic edge in his voice, he warned Zenon to be careful with his words, because if this argument spread any further, he would be the one dealing with the consequences. The younger man immediately backed down and mumbled an apology, shifting the mood as fast as he had started the argument. Then Sihan, as if none of it mattered anymore, simply admitted that he was starving and asked whether anyone could make something to eat. Zenon lit up on the spot. The chance to cook for his hero practically gave him life. He declared that he would prepare something delicious right away, and that level of eagerness earned even Sihan's quiet approval. Still, when Sihan asked whether it was going to be stew again, the question carried the tiredness of a man who already knew the answer. Zenon nodded. Alita stepped in at once and defended the meal with pure practicality. Stew was efficient, fast to make, and packed with the kind of nutrition they actually needed for a journey like this. Sihan admitted she had a point. He understood exactly why stew mattered, but after eating it 5 times in a row, understanding its usefulness did not make it any less miserable. Alita answered with the cold logic of someone who had no patience for complaints. Food was for survival, not entertainment. Then Zenon proudly announced that dinner was ready. Both Sihan and Alita looked over with the kind of weary disappointment that came from expecting the same bland thing again. But this time Zenon had actually done something different. The stew he served carried a rich aroma, and the first taste was enough to flip the entire mood. It was genuinely good, far better than either of them expected. Sihan praised it immediately. Zenon, blushing a little, brushed it off as nothing special, just a simple vegetable stew. Cooking, he said, was only a hobby. That answer left Sihan staring. The kid was absurd. At this point, Sihan half-joked that he would not have been shocked if Zenon turned out to be a former palace chef. He even asked him directly if he was one. Meanwhile, Alida had already finished her first bowl and quietly pushed it forward for more. Zenon was delighted, telling her to eat as much as she wanted. Sihan watched all of it in silence, and somewhere in that moment, his respect for his overly devoted follower climbed another level. Then the sky broke open. A cold drop landed on Sihan's head, followed by another, and then the rain came down hard, pouring through the forest canopy in sheets. Several tents were still unfinished, and Count Kelterin exploded in frustration, shouting in disbelief that they were still exposed, and somehow the situation had managed to get worse. As the storm intensified, Sihan quietly remarked to Zenon that sensing anything in weather like this would be difficult. Zenon agreed immediately, saying the roar of the rain made it almost impossible to distinguish anything clearly. Alida, however, remembered something important. Since the core strength of the so-called Second Coming cult came from demons, she reasoned that there was probably no need to worry about an attack in weather like this. Zenon disagreed. Even if beasts hated rain, someone was still controlling them, and if they were being forced, that instinct might not matter. Sihan still dismissed the concern. He spoke with complete certainty, saying that not even the strongest controller could fully override a demon's most basic instincts. He gave them a calm, confident smile, absolutely convinced he was right. Then the screaming started. A sharp cry tore through the rain, announcing an attack, and seconds later, huge shadows descended over the camp. The mercenaries scattered in panic as massive demons dropped out of the storm itself, grotesque shapes cutting through the night sky as if the downpour meant nothing to them. Sihan looked up at them and could only mutter, half horrified and half offended, that Terraner had apparently changed a lot over the last 10 years. From inside the partial shelter of a tent, Alida stared in disbelief. Even through heavy rain, demons had still appeared. That raised a worse question: who in the world could command creatures like that? One of the leaders nearby stopped wasting time and shouted for everyone to form up, saying it did not matter who controlled them right now, what mattered was surviving. He ordered them into attack formation and told them to prepare for battle. One mercenary with an eye patch charged a lizard-shaped demon with reckless confidence, declaring that they had already lived through hell and had nothing left to fear. Another rushed alongside him. Their blades struck true, and for one brief second the young man grinned, convinced they had taken the monster down easily. Then the demon moved again. Despite the damage, it lashed back and slammed him straight in the face. Shock rippled through the mercenary ranks. The demons were not retreating, not breaking, not acting like beasts that feared pain. They just kept pressing forward. Sihan understood it immediately. He grimly announced that they were being controlled, and because of that they would not stop until they were completely destroyed. Then he quickly shifted everyone's focus, telling them not to split themselves across every target at once. They had to bring the demons down one by one. That single adjustment changed the rhythm of the fight. The mercenaries rallied around the strategy and attacked with more structure this time. From a distance, the Black Lion Knights watched with clear interest, and one of them quietly admitted that Sihan was unexpectedly useful when it came to controlling chaos. Another went even further, suggesting that if he had leadership like this, he might actually be worth keeping around. Sihan himself didn't waste a second. Once he moved seriously, the battlefield shifted hard in their favor. He cut through the demons with frightening efficiency, and one after another the monsters fell. By the time he dropped the last one, the mercenaries were staring at him with a mix of disbelief and relief. Then the camp erupted into celebration, voices rising over the rain as everyone tried to shake off the terror with sheer noise. But Sihan wasn't celebrating. 44 demons had appeared, and not one of them had tried to flee. Even with the storm raging, they had still arrived in force and fought like puppets without fear. That bothered him a lot. The more he thought about it, the more convinced he became that some serious enchantment was at work behind the scenes. Then he noticed a nearby tent. The fabric shifted subtly, and behind it, silhouettes moved in tense conversation. The people inside looked uneasy even from the outside, clearly disturbed by what had just happened. That was enough for Sihan. A cold certainty settled in his chest. Something about this expedition was wrong. Its purpose went far beyond simply hunting cultists. Then Kelterin's voice cut back across the camp. barking orders for heightened vigilance and warning that anyone who neglected their duty would be punished harshly. That immediately stirred resentment among the mercenaries. Many of them were already muttering that the Count had spent the battle hiding while everyone else nearly died. Zenon clearly felt the same frustration, and Alita openly called the man selfish. Sihan stepped in before the tension could spread further. He told them to hold back, saying that Kelterin had always been like this, the kind of statement that carried a little too much familiarity to ignore. Zenon instantly turned to him and asked whether he actually knew the Count personally. Sihan answered that he did not know him directly, but stories about Kelterin Terran were common enough. He was famous, Sihan said, for having the body of a seasoned warrior but the mind of a savage beast. Zenon's expression shifted, confusion first, then reluctant admiration, as if he was starting to believe the Count might not be entirely useless after all. Sihan immediately cut that off with a dry smile and clarified that Zenon had completely misunderstood him. What he actually meant was that Kelterin was a complete idiot. According to Sihan, the man had no real martial brilliance at all, yet somehow kept surviving every dangerous situation anyway. Not because he was skilled, but because dumb luck refused to let him die. Alita thought it over as Zenon remarked that the world really was an interesting place. She reasoned that someone who had managed to hold onto the title of Count of Zard for that long probably could not be totally incompetent, no matter how foolish he looked. When the first battle was finally over, the Count came out at last and praised the exhausted mercenaries, telling them to get some rest because the real hunt would begin at dawn. To Sihan's disbelief, the exact same mercenaries who had been cursing his cowardice just moments earlier now praised his generosity like nothing had happened. Watching that sudden change in attitude, Sihan dryly observed that human adaptability clearly was not limited to Earth. With the day's madness behind them, the trio decided to rest and save their strength for tomorrow. But the peace did not last long. A voice from outside the tent called for someone named Mr. Schonstein, which immediately caught Sihan's attention. A young woman pushed open the flap and looked over the tired mercenaries inside, asking whether a Schonstein was present. Using the alias he had prepared, Sihan answered in a slightly altered voice that he was the one. The woman introduced herself as Dina Crumble, an apprentice of the Black Lion Knights, and informed the three of them that they had been summoned to meet Mage Hark and Gelderin. That made all three exchange a glance. The invitation was sudden, strange, and impossible to ignore. Not long after, they arrived at the designated meeting place. Dina explained that what would be discussed inside was confidential, then stepped aside and told them that the Black Lion Knights and the mages were already waiting within. As she turned to leave, however, something made her pause. Her eyes shifted back to Alita, then widened. The sight of someone that young already standing within the fighter ranks caught her completely off guard. Dina's reaction lingered in Alita's mind. The girl had looked at her like she was staring at something rare, a genuine prodigy, and that unexpected appraisal left even Alita a little curious. Once inside the chamber, Sihan continued using the name Sean Stein, his real presence carefully hidden beneath the energy of thousand faces. He had no intention of being recognized yet. Waiting for them inside was a serious gathering of knights and mages. Gelderin introduced himself first, then Habark followed, and after that their hosts directed the trio toward a detailed map spread across the center table. Gelderin revealed that the marked location on the map indicated the exact stronghold of the cultists, only half a day away. Then Mage Habark turned to Sihan and asked the real question, explaining that the cult of Sihan's second coming supposedly possessed a powerful beast control spell, and asking whether he had noticed anything like that during the recent battle. Zenon answered before Sihan did. He pointed out that none of them had ever seen demons attack with that level of coordination before, especially not in weather as bad as that storm. That answer sharpened Habark's gaze. The mercenaries had clearly noticed more than expected. Then Habark asked something direct. Could the three of them be trusted with a secret? Sihan answered in the only way he would, dryly stating that it depended entirely on the payment. Habark seemed to enjoy the bluntness. He said he liked that attitude, then pulled out a heavy pouch and spilled a small fortune in gold across the table. The sheer amount was enough to widen Zenon's eyes immediately. Sihan, meanwhile, couldn't help recalling that his own underwear had once sold for only 100 gold. Compared to this that now felt almost insulting, he calmly stated that the offer was more than enough. Habark's tone then turned serious. He warned them to keep that practical attitude because what he was about to say was not something they should take lightly. The cult of Sihan's second coming, he explained, did not actually possess any natural beast-controlling magic. What they used instead was sorcery dark power built through the grotesque sacrifice of human lives. He then drew the distinction clearly. Magic was structured, studied, and formalized. Sorcery was the opposite, unstable, unregulated, and rooted in blood and sacrifice. Sihan pressed him immediately, asking whether that meant sorcery was what had controlled the beasts. But Habark denied that at once, saying the cult had no sorcerer powerful enough to do something on that scale. Then with visible reluctance, he admitted the truth was more embarrassing than that. The answer he revealed involved a secret spell of the Blue Ivory Tower. That alone caught Sihan's full attention. Habark began explaining. There had once been a talented mage of the 6th floor named Rarkin, a highly regarded figure who had participated in restricted experiments. But Rarkin's ambition had outrun his caution, and through his negligence, several experimental beasts escaped containment. The punishment for that failure had been absolute. He was stripped of rank, stripped of all rights, and sentenced to the punishment of the 4 elements. Zenon interrupted to ask what that meant. Habark explained that it was an execution ritual using earth, water, fire, and wind, a final sentence reserved by the Blue Tower for the worst cases. Sihan frowned. It was hard even for him to believe that losing control of some experimental creatures would earn a punishment that extreme. But before anyone could push the thought further, Habark's expression sharpened and he cut Zenon off coldly, asking whether the mercenary truly understood the weight of the words he was carelessly stepping into. That warning landed. Zenon went pale and apologized at once, realizing he had stepped too far. Habark resumed. The part that mattered now, he said, was this: Rarkin had escaped from confinement, and when he fled he stole one of the subjugation test beasts with him. That theft had pushed the situation into something far more dangerous. The beast was no ordinary monster. It had the rare ability to command other nearby beasts. That made the earlier battle make sense instantly. Sihan now understood how the demons had been forced to attack against their own natural instincts. Habark then added another crucial detail. Rarkin's father had been a high-ranking member of the very cult they were now pursuing, and the stolen beast had become the cult's tool for magnifying their threat. Gelderin finished the explanation by stating the real objective of the operation. They were not simply hunting cultists, they were hunting the beast itself, and with Sihan's help, they intended to erase any trace of the Blue Tower's involvement in the disaster. Sihan, playing the role expected of him, forced out a respectful answer and said it was an honor. Then, half flattering and half probing, he remarked that with mages and knights of this level, they could probably bring down even a dragon. Habark answered without hesitation. He said that assumption was correct. Their target was the Great Earth Dragon. That finally rattled Sihan for real. Later, by the stream, Sihan pieced everything together aloud. Now, he said, he understood why they had been offered so much money. This was not going to be easy, not in their current condition. Zenon still sounded confused, saying he didn't see why they needed swordsmen and mages in such numbers just to wipe out a few crazed heretics. Sihan turned it around grimly and asked whether Zenon really thought refusal had ever been an option. In his view, turning the offer down would have been suicidal. They now knew too much about the Blue Ivory Tower's secrets, and once people like that started handing out confidential truths, it usually meant they had already begun planning how to clean up the witnesses. Zenon and Alita both looked lost. Sihan could see it clearly. The idea of being quietly erased by their supposed allies simply did not occur naturally to them. This age of peace had made them too innocent in some ways. Then, unexpectedly, Alita challenged his conclusion. She said she did not believe the mages intended to harm them. That answer caught his attention. Her reasoning was simple. If they had wanted silence, they never needed to reveal any Blue Tower secrets at all. They could have just given orders and sent them out. Instead, they had chosen to explain the entire incident in advance. That logic was so straightforward it almost annoyed him. It reminded Sihan just how deeply ingrained Alita's innocence still was. Zenon then asked the real question, whether Sihan intended to carry out the mission they had been given. Sihan admitted he still had not decided. The information might be genuine, or it might be a trap big enough to swallow all 3 of them. Even while saying that, his mind was already turning it over from another angle, searching for ways to use the situation to get closer to Yexenard. Zenon, misunderstanding the silence on his face, gently offered to wash his clothes for him. None of them noticed that someone was watching from a hidden distance. A little later, something else drew their attention. A group of village women approached with bright smiles and easy voices, greeting the young men warmly and calling them handsome. Their hospitality came on too strong, too fast. They invited the trio to rest, asked where they were from and whether they had come from the capital. Zenon visibly flustered under the attention, while Sihan shifted uneasily and Alita immediately tightened up with suspicion. Sihan quietly remarked that something about the whole situation felt wrong. The women's energy was too intense, too deliberate. Alita stayed alert, then in an instant the mask dropped. The friendliness vanished from their faces. Their eyes turned strange, their expressions twisting into something ugly and unnatural. Hidden blades flashed free and the smiling villagers lunged like rabid predators. Possession. That was the only word for it. Because Alita had distrusted them from the start, she reacted first. Before either of the others had fully processed the ambush, she moved and cut down the first possessed woman with clean, terrifying speed. Sihan and Zenon both froze for a split second, caught off guard not just by the attack, but by how instantly Alita had answered it. The remaining possessed women snarled in fury, enraged that their ambush had failed. Sihan, still half-stunned by how quickly Alita had seen through them, demanded to know how she had realized they were going to attack. Alita answered calmly that she had not known for certain. She was simply suspicious whenever strangers approached too easily. That answer made Sihan picture the way she must have been silently evaluating them the whole time while everyone else was still playing along. He told her, with a mix of awe and exhaustion, that she lived an unbelievably tiring life. Alita answered without apology. Better to stay on guard than get cut down. Then one of the cultists hissed out a fanatic line that death alone was salvation. The possessed women threw themselves forward in a frenzy, screaming that only true believers would reach heaven and condemning the three of them as filthy heretics. That was when Alita noticed something even more disturbing. There was something wrong with their eyes, something deeper than ordinary possession, and she warned the others to be careful. 10 seconds later, it was over. Every possessed woman was already on the ground, cut down by Sihan's impossible speed. Alita could only stare and quietly point out that the eyes had been the only visible difference. Sihan, however, was thinking ahead already. Why target these people? None of them were key members of the expedition. That part made no sense. Then Zenon pointed toward the distance. All three followed his gaze and dread settled immediately. Smoke was rising, fire was flashing, and it was all coming from the exact village where the expedition force had been stationed. A cold realization settled over Sihan. Those possessed women had never been targeting just the three of them. They had been sent after the entire expedition. His irritation sharpened instantly, and he muttered that it was time to clean up the mess properly. One quick look around confirmed the ugly truth. The whole village was crawling with heretics. More villagers came pouring out, faces burning with fanatic joy, chanting that Sihan's cult would ascend to heaven while unbelievers would fall to hell, that death itself was the only true salvation. Before they could surge any closer, Gelderin of the Black Lion Knights burst into the scene and cut one of them down in a single swing. But instead of dying in fear, the cultist gasped in relief, as if he had finally received a blessing. That threw Gelderin off for a second. He stared at the man in disbelief and muttered that the fanatic had to be insane. Then the ground shook. The distraction ended immediately when a massive beast came charging straight at him. Gelderin understood at once that priorities had changed. The beast came first. With a roar, he raised a huge shield of crackling energy and braced against the monster's attack. At that same moment, another night level joined in and slammed the creature with a fierce strike of his own. Gelderin, still trying to process the scale of the situation, demanded to know how there could possibly be this many beasts in one place. For a moment, the thought even crossed his mind that it looked like some twisted version of the Demon King's castle. Habark answered grimly. The heretics had captured the beasts from the mountains. That explanation was bad enough, but the next one was worse. As Gelderin looked over the growing horde, he and the others started wondering just how old the Earth Dragon controlling them really was. Habark revealed that experiments had increased its mind control ability. Gelderin was horrified. Fighting it already felt like facing a monster 500 years old, not one that was supposedly only a century old. But Habark admitted the reality was even worse than that, and the confusion on Gelderin's face only deepened as he realized how far the dragon had been pushed into madness. Then another shock hit. Habark and the Black Lion Knights froze as one terrifying thought landed at the same time. The beasts were stampeding toward the tavern. A second later, the wall exploded inward. One of the monsters crashed straight through it, confirming their worst fear: the tavern had been targeted because Kelterin was hiding inside. Face to face with the giant beast, the Count completely lost himself. He screamed for help, whining that he had been told this place was safe, babbling that this was exactly why he had demanded more escorts remain with him. Nearby, the trainee knight Dina was forced to face one of the beasts alone. But before it could reach her, Sihan flashed in and intercepted the attack, saving her at the last possible second. Relief washed over the girl immediately. Then Alita and Zenon arrived as well, throwing themselves into the chaos to help contain the beasts surging through the area. Gelderin gave Sihan a quick nod of thanks for saving the people inside the tavern, then immediately asked where the rest of the mercenaries had gone. Without wasting time, he ordered the three of them to protect the Count, while the Black Lion Knights focused on putting down the beasts. Kelterin, still panicking, screamed directly at Sihan to protect him, but Sihan's attention had already shifted. He felt it before he saw it. Something huge was coming, something far worse than the beasts already tearing through the village. Then a gigantic paw descended, massive enough to crush the ground beneath it. The true master of the battlefield had arrived, the great earth beast itself, the creature commanding every other monster there. By then, the whole village had been swallowed by flames. Gelderin hurled himself back into the fight and cut down another beast, shouting for everyone to hold on because they were close to finishing them off. Watching the battle tilt back in their favor, Kelterin suddenly found the confidence to speak again, loudly praising the Black Lion Knights and ordering them to wipe out all the monsters. That was when something about the battlefield started bothering Sihan. Plenty of beasts had been defeated, but there were not enough bodies. That meant one thing: they were retreating. Then the sky darkened again and a wave of dread swept through the ranks as a new shadow blotted everything out. A dragon, even level, visibly flinched. Gelderin barked out that this was the worst possible timing, because compared to the demonic beasts, the dragon was a completely different level of threat. It coiled, clearly preparing to strike. Gelderin roared at his soldiers not to panic and immediately ordered the mages to erect a defensive spell. The dragon attacked first, but a shimmering barrier of water rose just in time and absorbed the force of the strike. For a second, hope returned. One of the Black Lion Knights declared that the barrier had held and that the subjugation squad could still finish the dragon. But the words rang hollow against the exhaustion written on every face. They had already burned through too much strength fighting the beast horde. Gelderin snapped at them, demanding to know what they were supposed to do about the monsters still under the dragon's control. Then Habark added another layer of dread, warning that the dragon's domination ability could grow even stronger. That visibly shook the Black Lion Knight captain, but only for a moment. Gelderin shoved aside his confusion and barked that there was no time left for complaints. His resolve hardened, and he declared that even if they were exhausted, they would make the dragon hear the roar of the Black Lion. The dragon charged again. Gelderin met it head-on, raising another shimmering magical shield to protect his comrades. Then he unleashed a technique called Annihilation. Around them, an enormous defensive barrier took shape, a monumental protection spell fueled by the Black Lion Knight's mastery of defensive combat arts. Watching it, Zenon's eyes widened in open admiration. The skill reminded him of Iron Wall, and Sihan, seeing it for himself, immediately thought of Yexenard from the past. That memory struck hard. He remembered his old friend's reckless style in battles against monsters, and in that instant the answer became obvious. Yexenard had not changed, not really. His fighting style had survived the last 10 years intact, and that likely meant the Black Lion Knights had inherited the same strengths, and the same weaknesses that he once had. So Sihan made his decision. He told Alita and Zenon that they were going to help the knights bring the dragon down, but Kelterin instantly erupted into another wave of terror the moment he heard that. He shrieked that they had to stay and protect him. Sihan answered bluntly that if the knights fell, everyone else would die next anyway. That reality finally punched through the Count's panic, and instead of showing even a shred of courage, Kelterin just screamed for them to get him out of there. Zenon and Alita stared at him in disbelief. People were risking their lives to stop a dragon, and this man was still only thinking about escaping. He kept shouting, ordering them to move him immediately and insisting they had no right to disobey. But Sihan's mind was already working ahead. He had a plan forming. A glance passed silently between the three of them. Kelterin needed to be dealt with, then the Count shocked all of them. As if he had read their thoughts, he whipped around and demanded to know whether they were planning to knock him out so they could run off and help the knights. His desperation hit a new level as he begged them to stop thinking like idiots and get him out before disaster struck. Then disaster struck him first. His eyes rolled back and he collapsed unconscious right in front of them. Sihan turned in surprise, only to hear Dina calling out. She had already acted before any of them did. She was the one who knocked him out. Sihan could not help feeling impressed. She had taken the exact step he had only just been about to take. Out on the battlefield, things were getting uglier by the second. The knights were still fighting, but they were clearly reaching the edge. Level admitted through gritted teeth that everyone was at their limit and that they were running on fumes. Then Gelderin watched in horror as Level ended up directly in the dragon's path. He shouted for him to dodge, but exhaustion had already stolen whatever speed the knight had left. Level took the hit head-on. The force blasted him through the air like he weighed nothing at all. Gelderin's chest tightened as he watched his comrade get thrown aside. For a split second, it felt like the battle had already been decided. Leal hit the ground hard, barely conscious, his body clearly pushed beyond its limits. Then, just as despair started to settle in, three figures cut through the chaos. Sihan, Alida, and Zenon arrived like a sudden shift in the tide. Without hesitation, they moved into position, shielding Leal first, then turning their focus to the dragon in perfect sync. That single moment brought something back to Gelderin. Hope. The savior from another world had stepped in, and everything changed the instant he did. Sihan reached the captain's side and gave a quick update, saying they were here to help, that the count had already been dealt with and that Leal would survive. But even as he spoke, his attention flicked toward Alida. She had taken a hit during their advance. She brushed it off immediately. Despite the pain, she insisted she was fine, explaining that the dragon's hide was far tougher than expected. Her strike had simply bounced back. That answer made one thing clear: normal attacks were useless. Sihan said it outright. Unless they broke through the dragon's scales, nothing they did would matter. But before they could form a plan, something strange happened. The dragon suddenly pulled back. Without warning, the massive creature recoiled like it had sensed something worse than them, then turned and fled, just like that. Sihan and Alida both stood there, stunned, watching a monster of that scale run away as if it had just realized it didn't belong there anymore. Alida blinked, then her confusion twisted into disbelief. For a moment, she even wondered if the dragon had really retreated over something as ridiculous as blood touching its body, like some bizarre germaphobe. As absurd as it felt, the fight ended there. The cultists who had been captured continued shouting nonsense, clinging to their beliefs, screaming about following their so-called lord. One mercenary shut one of them up with a kick, muttering that Sihan would probably be disgusted if he saw what his name had turned into. Sihan himself assumed the battle had reached its end. Alida didn't share that comfort. Her thoughts were colder, sharper: too many losses, too many people gone, barely 600 soldiers remained. Somewhere nearby, Dina made a sarcastic remark about the count, pointing out that he was still completely unaware of how close things had come to collapse. Alita noted that 3 days had already passed since they left the village. That alone made her question whether this so-called subjugation was really over. Sihan understood something deeper. This had never been just about wiping out a cult. This entire expedition had been a smokescreen for something bigger. Even the ones leading the operation started to question it. Had the dragon truly fled, or had it simply disappeared, waiting for another moment to strike? Far away, inside a hidden lair, Elran was asking the exact same question. He stood there furious, confused, completely unable to understand why the dragon had stopped obeying him. He shouted at it, demanding it wake up, demanding control, trying to force it back under his command. His frustration only grew as he replayed the events from the village in his mind. Something had gone wrong. Something had broken. And without the dragon, his entire plan collapsed. He needed that power. With it, he could have crushed the forces hunting him without effort. Without it, everything he built would fall apart. His thoughts turned desperate, imagining a future where he escaped, took the wealth he had gathered, and lived like a king instead of a fugitive. Still clinging to control, he poured more powdered heart into his palm and tried again, offering it to the dragon, commanding it to obey. Then the powder ignited. It burst into flame on its own. That was the moment fear finally took hold. Elran's voice shook as he asked what the creature was doing. Then the dragon moved, slowly at first, then unmistakably, rising in front of him, no longer a servant, no longer restrained. The truth hit him all at once. The control was gone. Alida's blood had broken the spell. Now the dragon was free. Elran panicked, begging, trying to regain control, trying to command it one last time, but it was over. In a single motion, the dragon ended his life without hesitation. No struggle, no delay. Just like that, the one controlling everything was gone. The dragon stepped out of the cave, no longer bound, no longer directed, just a force walking freely into the world again. At almost the same time, the expedition leaders finally reached the hidden lair. They expected resistance, more beasts, more chaos. But Gelderin immediately pointed out that there were likely no beasts left. They had already wiped out over 100. Then Kelterin appeared. He stepped out of the forest like nothing had happened, and the reaction was immediate. Habark demanded to know what he was doing there, reminding him in a low voice that the existence of the dragon and Elran was supposed to remain completely secret. Kelterin didn't care. He looked at his escort, saw only a single knight and 2 mages, and immediately started complaining. According to him, there should have been more protection assigned to him, at least 2 knights and 4 mages. Gelderin just stared at him, barely able to process the audacity, but instead of arguing, he gave the count a choice: stay behind or follow them. There was no third option. Kelterin chose quickly. He decided it was safer to stay close to the strongest fighters rather than hide among regular soldiers. Even as he agreed, his tone remained condescending, as if he were doing them a favor. That attitude only made Gelderin more uncomfortable. Then Kelterin turned to Habark and asked directly whether the dragon and Elran were really inside the cave. Habark confirmed it. He had used confession magic on captured cultists to find the location. That answer stuck with Sihan. The method itself felt wrong, too easy, too clean. His mind flashed back to the interrogation, to the strange black powder that had been used. Whatever that substance was, it had forced answers out of people without resistance. Then Alita appeared beside him, her eyes locked on the cave entrance. Something inside was watching them. From the darkness, two burning eyes opened, glowing with a presence that instantly froze the air. Gelderin reacted immediately, shouting for everyone to prepare for battle. The Earth Dragon was there, and then something even stranger happened. Gelderin recognized it. It was the same dragon from before, the one that had already attacked their village. But now it looked different, bigger, stronger. Something about it had changed, and not in a small way. Still, Gelderin didn't hesitate. Confident in his strength, he charged first, shouting that he would show the dragon the true power of the Black Lion Knights. Habark followed, declaring that the beast would be taught a lesson. The mages moved together, launching a combined assault, weaving elemental magic into a massive vortex of ice and earth. The attack hit and vanished just like that, no impact, no resistance. The entire spell simply disappeared. For a moment no one moved, no one understood what they had just seen. Then the realization hit all at once. This wasn't just a powerful creature. This was something else entirely, something closer to an otherworldly existence. Before anyone could react, the dragon attacked. A wave of fire erupted, massive enough to swallow everything in front of it. The flames crackled with streaks of lightning, tearing through the battlefield and crushing anyone caught in its path. Soldiers were wiped out instantly. Gelderin staggered forward through the burning aftermath, shouting names, trying to find his comrades in the chaos. Around him, the same question echoed again and again. How had the dragon become this strong so quickly? Meanwhile, Sihan found himself dealing with something equally exhausting. The Count, terrified beyond reason, had already started panicking again, clinging to him like survival depended entirely on it. The heat hit Sihan like a warning. In that instant, he understood something he did not want to understand. This dragon was resistant to the same abnormal magic that should have worked on it, just like the flame wolves from earlier. There was no room left for doubt. He had to end this himself. His eyes moved across the battlefield in a flash, measuring the damage: 2 knights dead, 4 mages gone, and every normal spell proving worthless. Only 3 Black Lion Knights were still standing, and even they were barely hanging on. At this rate, everyone here would be wiped out. With no other path left, Sihan made the decision he had avoided until now. He would use his real power. The only thing that mattered anymore was saving the people still alive. Then he moved. What burst out of him stunned everyone watching. Alita could only gasp in disbelief, unable to understand what she was seeing. Zenon recognized it instantly. That energy, that impossible pressure, that overwhelming form, it was the legendary art of the savior from another world. Without hesitation, Sihan launched himself at the dragon. For the first time, the beast reacted as if it had truly sensed danger. Sihan closed the distance in an instant and landed a direct blow with breathtaking force. Gelderin and Level stared in shock at the sheer power packed into that strike. Alita stood frozen, completely absorbed by the sight of Sihan fighting seriously, while Zenon, already certain of what this was, declared that he knew the technique well. It was the sky-breaking art, the same power once used to destroy the Emperor's monstrous creations. In his eyes, there was no doubt left. Sihan's strength stood on a level that eclipsed ordinary combat arts entirely, but even Sihan knew the truth. His battle energy still was not where it should have been. He could not draw out the full force of what he once wielded. Still, this was the only power he had that could pierce the dragon's scales at all. Leal, still reeling from the battle, stared in confusion and asked Gelderin who this monstrous young fighter really was. Gelderin could only answer honestly. He did not know who Sihan was, but he knew one thing for certain: this man was stronger than any knight standing there. That alone was enough to reignite the others. Zenon and Alita charged in as well, encouraged by what they had just seen. But Count Kelterin, watching from nearby, narrowed his eyes. Something about that combat technique stirred recognition in him, and a dangerous suspicion began taking shape in his mind. The dragon, meanwhile, was no ordinary beast. It looked strong, but the reality was worse than that. As Zenon and Alita tried to close in, its tail tore across the battlefield like a wall of destruction and forced them back before they could even reach Sihan. Even while hammering it with relentless strikes, Sihan had to admit the obvious. This monster was absurdly tough. Then the dragon decided to stop holding back. It roared and unleashed a flood of searing fire straight at him. Gelderin shouted a warning immediately, yelling that this was not like the earlier attacks. The Earth Dragon was now pouring everything it had into the blast. Sihan saw the problem at once. Neutralizing it with simple magic would not be enough. so he escalated. He chose to combine the sky-breaking art with the thundering mountain technique, fusing the two into a single devastating assault. Alita watched in open awe as that terrifying power gathered around him, while Zenon nearly vibrated with excitement, recognizing one signature move after another. Sihan kept forcing the energy together, shaping the draconic sword with nearly everything he had left. Then, with one final surge, he drove the full attack straight into the dragon's forehead. That ended it. The giant beast staggered, collapsed, and finally crashed to the ground, dead. For a brief moment, relief washed through Sihan. The victory was real, the danger had passed. But the silence around him made something else clear. Everyone had seen too much. Knights, mages, mercenaries, all of them stood frozen by what they had just witnessed. Even the veteran mages looked shaken by how overwhelming his power had been. A trace of fear touched him then. Had he shown too much? Had he just destroyed his own disguise? Then the mood changed. Instead of suspicion, the expedition leaders broke into cheers, showering him with praise for bringing down the Earth Dragon single-handedly. That reaction brought a flicker of relief. Maybe the worst had not happened after all. Gelderin and Leal remained baffled that someone this strong had joined the expedition as nothing more than a volunteer mercenary. And that was when Sihan realized what they had failed to see. None of them were linking him to the old legends or the hero from another world. To them, he was simply an absurdly gifted fighter. That realization left him with a strange mix of emotions. In his prime, this dragon would have died in one hit. Remembering that made him feel both relieved and deeply bitter. But more than anything else, he was grateful that he had survived this without being fully exposed. Then Gelderin approached him. The captain looked him dead in the eye and said what was obvious: he had been hiding his strength. In Gelderin's view, Sihan was at least as strong as the Black Lion Knights, maybe stronger, so why was he pretending to be nothing more than a basic ranked fighter? The question hit at exactly the wrong angle, and Sihan clearly did not enjoy being cornered by it. Zenon stepped in immediately. He argued that it was normal for mercenaries to keep their real ability hidden, especially in work like this. At the same time, Sihan used Thousand Faces to soften his aura again and make himself appear younger, more harmless, more ordinary. Instead of helping fully, that only made Gelderin more confused. Still, after a moment, the captain accepted the explanation. He said he now understood why Zenon showed that much respect toward him, even if Sihan was technically just another fighter. Zenon pushed the advantage further, joking that Sihan had only gotten lucky and that such luck deserved a proper bonus. That eased the tension completely. Gelderin relaxed and promised that once they returned to the capital, all three of them would be rewarded well. Sihan quietly thanked Zenon after that. He admitted that Zenon had practically saved him. The young knight was thrilled just to have been useful and replied that it was the least he could do. Then, still admiring his idol, Zenon praised how precisely Sihan had controlled his strength, using only enough power to bring the dragon down and no more. That was when Alita suddenly caught something. She asked why Sihan had never told Zenon that he had lost most of his power. Sihan answered honestly. He still did not fully trust him. Even after using sky-breaking magic in front of so many people, some part of him had kept that truth hidden. Then Alita said the one thing he did not want to hear. She believed one person had figured it out anyway. Someone observant, someone who knew the old stories of the savior from another world very well. Count Kelterin. Sihan immediately felt a fresh wave of unease. Sure enough, the Count's gaze lingered on him with open suspicion. With the dragon dead, the cult of Sihan's second coming was finally crushed. Dina rushed over in panic, trying to wake her master, while the real cost of the victory became clear. 4 high-ranking mages had died in the battle against the Earth Dragon, and 2 Black Lion Knights were left in critical condition. Inside the cave, they found what remained of Elran, nothing more than a burned corpse. The mages then acted without hesitation. They incinerated both the dragon's body and the boy's remains with fire magic until nothing was left. Watching that, Sihan finally began to understand why the flame wolf corpses had disappeared before. Just like monsters from another worlds, these creatures dissolved under certain magical effects. It fit too neatly with the beasts that had attacked him earlier, but one detail still bothered him. Why had the male flame wolf's body remained? Afterward, Kelterin's group rejoined the main force in Zard village. They rested there for one night before preparing to return to the kingdom. But that very evening, Sihan decided he could not leave things as they were. He went straight to the Count with a truth that was too heavy to postpone. The moment he stepped in, he told Kelterin there was something they needed to discuss, and it had to happen now. The Count immediately tried to sidestep it, suggesting they should rest first and deal with everything after returning. That evasiveness only irritated Sihan more. He pushed past it, and when the Count kept dancing around the point, his patience finally snapped. He roared at him, accusing him of already knowing and choosing silence. That broke Kelterin. The old man flinched, then finally gave in, whispering the truth he had been trying to bury. He called him the savior from another world. The moment the words left his mouth, panic hit him, realizing he had exposed what he knew. Sihan, however, only nodded. Calm again now, he said he had expected that reaction. Keltarin, still shaken, searched his face and asked the question directly. Was he really Sunihan, the one who vanished 10 years ago? Sihan admitted it. Then he asked the obvious question in return. How had the Count figured it out? He was not even a swordsman. Keltarin explained carefully. He believed Sihan would not remember, but during the revolution their paths had crossed a few times. Not often, but enough. More than anything else, it was the difference that gave him away. Sihan's power was clearly much lower now than it used to be. That inconsistency was what first made the Count start thinking. Even then, Keltarin still did not understand why the savior of another world had suddenly returned to Terraner in secret, so he began sorting through possible reasons, wondering whether Sihan had hidden his identity to avoid public attention altogether. Even after all that, Keltarin could still sense one thing clearly: Sihan was deeply anxious about staying hidden. That fear was too strong to ignore. So the Count pushed further and asked the question that naturally followed. If secrecy mattered that much, then did Sihan still have enemies in Terraner? The question made him pause. When Sihan asked what made him think that, Keltarin began laying out the trail he had followed. After Sihan vanished and supposedly returned to Earth, rumors had started spreading in quiet corners, whispers that the other revolutionary heroes had envied him, feared him, resented the overwhelming difference in power. Back then, the Count admitted, he dismissed all of it as gossip. Unless, of course, those heroes had been stupid enough to send away the very man who saved them. But now, standing face to face with that same savior, those old rumors no longer felt distant. They felt real. That answer genuinely surprised Sihan. From nothing more than a concealed identity and a few scattered clues, Keltarin had worked his way frighteningly close to the truth. It made Sihan wonder, not for the first time, how a man that sharp kept getting described as having the intelligence of an animal. So he decided to test him. He asked what the Count would do if those rumors really were true. For a brief moment, Keltarin froze, then his mind started racing. If Sihan and King Jexard were to join forces again, Keltarin's own future would be safe. But if the betrayal rumors were real, then the man standing in front of him was not just a hero, he was a wronged hero, the kind who could return ready to destroy everything. That thought led him to the next conclusion. Even for the savior from another world, openly opposing all 6 heroes would be absurdly dangerous. So if Sihan was still hiding, then someone among the traitors had likely already figured out he was back, and he now believed his life was in danger. The moment that idea fully landed, Keltarin collapsed to his knees. All that sharp reasoning, all that composure, it vanished instantly. He grabbed at Sihan's clothes and begged him to spare him. He babbled about his elderly mother, his 3-year-old son, how if he disappeared, the child would end up in an orphanage. That was when Sihan finally understood the joke about Keltarin's animal-level intelligence. It was not that the man was stupid. It was that the second fear took over, his mind stopped functioning properly. Safe and calm, he could think far ahead. Under pressure, he became useless. That single contrast explained a lot, including why he had always seemed so strangely passive during the Old War. Sihan calmed him down gently and told him to stand. He said clearly that he had no intention of killing him. Relief crashed over the Count all at once. Overcome, Keltarin swore that if Sihan spared him, he would devote his life to serving him with a loyalty no king could ever hope to inspire. But Sihan already had something else in mind. A swirl of combat energy gathered in his palm, and the sight of it sent fresh terror through the Count. Before Keltarin could react, Sihan struck him lightly in the chest. The Count recoiled in horror, convinced he had just been mortally wounded, only to realize a moment later that there was no pain at all. Confusion overtook the fear, and he demanded to know what had been done to him. Sihan gave him the answer calmly, a trump card. Then he asked whether Keltarin had ever heard of his so-called special technique, explosive aura. The Count's eyes widened immediately. Sihan went on to explain it in chilling detail, saying that explosive aura allowed him to plant concentrated battle energy inside another person's body and detonate it whenever he wished. He added limitations to make it sound even more believable, that it could only be maintained on 3 people at once, and that it did not work on swordsmen or mages. Then he looked the Count dead in the eye and told him the truth that mattered most. His life now rested completely in Sihan's hands. Once trust was earned, the aura would be removed. As the explanation settled in, Keltarin actually seemed to relax. He touched his chest, let out a breath, and declared with almost manic gratitude that he was simply happy to still be alive. That reaction left Sihan staring at him in disbelief. After hearing something that horrifying, the man looked relieved. So Sihan pressed him again, asking if he truly understood everything he had just been told. Keltarin answered that he did and then, incredibly, smiled. In his mind, the logic was simple. As long as he served Sihan faithfully, Sihan had no reason to kill him. That meant survival. That meant safety. That meant he would never betray him. He promised it eagerly, saying he would obey whatever commands were given from this point on. Sihan tested him one more time. Would that still hold true even if it meant turning against his king? Even if his own life depended on it? Keltarin barely hesitated. He said that if the choice came down to siding with the savior from another world or with a destroyer of lands, then there was no real decision to make. In his eyes, only a madman would choose a destroyer over a savior. When Sihan left the room, Alita was already waiting outside. She remarked that the conversation must have gone deep, judging by how long it had taken. Sihan thanked her for keeping watch, but she quickly shifted to the question that had been bothering her most. Did he really intend to use something like explosive aura in his weakened state? That was when he told her the truth. The ability was fake, entirely made up. Whether he could use it or not did not matter, because it did not exist in the first place. Sihan explained that battle energy could not simply be made to explode inside someone's body at will. The whole concept was impractical nonsense. He had invented it purely as a psychological weapon. Alita immediately objected, saying she had read about an ability like that in books. Sihan calmly admitted that he had spread those stories himself for exactly that reason, so that people would believe them when the lie became useful. Alita just stood there, visibly betrayed by how casually he admitted it. Sihan, however, remained focused on the result. Joining the expedition had already served its purpose. It had given him a valuable trump card in the form of Keltarin. But even with that gain, his thoughts circled back to the same unresolved problem. What exactly had that dragon been? Why had it felt so unnervingly similar to the Flame Wolves? He suspected both were tied to the Blue Ivory Tower's experiments, the kind of secret research he had only heard fragments about before. Alita, still unsettled, said there was something else bothering her too. It was not just the dragon. It was the black powder Habark had used during the interrogation to force the cultists to reveal the dragon's location. Sihan admitted that the powder disturbed him as well, especially because it seemed able to bypass a person's mental defenses entirely. But Alita shook her head. That was not what she meant. What haunted her was the feeling it gave off. The moment she saw it, a terrible sensation washed over her, like dozens of insects were crawling inside her mouth. It was so vivid, so revolting, that it dragged a memory out of her whether she wanted it or not. She had seen that powder before, and that memory broke her voice with grief. She told Sihan that Lilstein had used the same powder on descendants of Lusklin. The king would force people under its influence to do unbearable things, to kill others, to destroy themselves, to move like puppets while fully trapped inside their own horror. That was how he arranged her mother's death. He forced her father to kill the woman he loved, then tried to drive him into killing himself as well. But something went wrong. Her father broke free. Only after that did he fully realize what he had done. He saw his wife's corpse and the truth shattered him. The weight of murdering the person he loved crushed his mind so completely that he fell into madness right there. Lilstein, watching the entire scene, concluded coldly that no matter how far human instinct was suppressed, forcing a person to destroy themselves was still not easy. Then with a snap of his fingers, he burned the bodies and erased the evidence. To him, it was just another failed step in a larger experiment. And that meant his goal, complete mental domination, had been harder to perfect than he hoped. Elsewhere back in the capital, Yexenard finally learned what the expedition had really been about. It had never been just a cult suppression operation. The real objective was the Earth Dragon. Keltarin explained that the beast had lived in the Brezalt region for 300 years, and had become so dangerous that even the Order of the Lion had failed to kill it in the past. That was why the Count had hidden the full truth from Tranum, dismissing the reports as nothing more than cultists spreading exaggerated rumors about some supposed Earth Dragon. The moment Yexenard understood that, irritation flared across his face. He snapped that he should never have listened to that advice in the first place, because if he had known a real dragon was involved, he would have gone personally. Keltarin apologized at once. Yexenard waved it off soon after, saying there had been no way for the Count to know for certain that the dragon was real. Then Captain Berkeley, who had been listening closely, spoke up and mentioned that he had heard whispers about certain individuals playing a major role in the success of the subjugation. Keltarin confirmed the rumors without hesitation. He admitted those people had been absurdly capable, so much so that he had wanted to recruit them into the Order of the Black Lion himself. But somehow, before he could make the offer, they had already entered his service as knights under his banner. Berkeley responded with a sarcastic edge, saying he had been looking forward to welcoming fresh talent into the Order, but clearly these people valued money more than honor or pride. In his eyes, anyone like that had already proven themselves unworthy. He concluded that he had simply overestimated them. From there, the scene shifted to the main streets of the capital, then to the grounds outside Keltarin's lavish mansion. Inside, the Count informed Sihan that everything had been arranged exactly as requested. A respectable title, a proper position, and a secure place to stay, all of it was ready. He explained that Sihan, Alida, and Zenon would now officially serve as his personal bodyguards while continuing to hide behind false identities, living quietly in a separate building behind the mansion. Sihan answered with a sweet smile dipped in pure sarcasm. He asked whether the next step was for them to kneel right there and swear eternal loyalty on the spot. Kelterin nearly unraveled at the thought alone. He blurted out that he would never dare ask such a thing, admitting that even pretending to treat Sihan like a subordinate in public made him nervous. Then he leaned in and lowered his voice, saying there was something much more important they needed to discuss. Trying to read Sihan's true intentions, Kelterin made an assumption. If Sihan had returned to take revenge on the 6 revolutionary heroes, then surely Yexenard would be one of his targets. That only made Sihan tilt his head. He asked almost innocently why the Count would assume that. Then a second later he burst into laughter. It was not warm laughter either. It rang through the room like open mockery aimed directly at the Count's reasoning. Once it faded, he made the truth clear. He had no intention of killing Yexenard. That answer opened a door into the past. Sihan stated it plainly. Yexenard had betrayed him, thrown away their friendship, their trust, and every memory they built together. But even with that, he still would not take his life. Yexenard had remained a friend in the end, one who had been allowed to send him back alive. That line mattered. Sihan was completely certain of it. He would not kill him. Then came the memory behind that certainty. The revolution had succeeded, the tyrant was gone, and soldiers everywhere were celebrating like the world had finally cracked open into freedom. But away from the noise, beside a fire, one of the revolutionary heroes sat apart from the others. It was Saffron. He was deep in thought, quiet while everyone else drowned themselves in victory. Yexenard, who would later become king, approached him and asked why he was sitting there alone instead of drinking with the rest. Saffron admitted that the victory didn't really feel like theirs. Something about it felt off. He asked who had been ruling the territory they had just conquered. Yexenard answered easily. It had been Gruss, Emperor Berserk's half-brother, a man who had fought desperately to survive. Saffron then voiced the thought that had been gnawing at him. Gruss must have felt utterly deceived, destroyed by someone he trusted. Looking at the bigger picture, Saffron began wondering whether the whole war had simply been Emperor Berserk using the revolution as a convenient tool to eliminate a political rival. Yexenard could not have cared less. To him, victory was victory. Who benefited most from it hardly mattered. Saffron, seeing that reaction, quietly mourned how much innocence his friend had already lost. Yexenard brushed off the heavy talk with sarcasm, telling Saffron to stop overthinking before his handsome face started wrinkling. Saffron found that almost absurd. He asked whether thoughts like this had never crossed Yexenard's mind at all, but Yexenard cut him off before he could finish. There was no point, he said, in obsessing over things like that. He mocked Saffron as someone who thought too much, just another man with a sword trying to drown in philosophy. Oddly enough, Saffron almost found that amusing. Still, the question of the future remained. If Emperor Berserk fell and the empire collapsed, then someone would eventually rise to rule Terraner. Saffron asked who that person might be. Without thinking too deeply, Yexenard guessed it would probably be Sihan. After all, Sihan was different from everyone else. He also mentioned that Sihan had no intention of returning to Earth once everything ended. That casual answer cut directly into the thing Saffron had been avoiding. If Sihan became king, then what would happen to the bond between them? Would friendship even survive that kind of power? At that point, Yexenard finally noticed the real source of Saffron's unease. Saffron reminded him of what happened to Duke Gruss, a man who trusted even his own family, only to be betrayed by his brother and beheaded in the end. If history could do that to someone like him, then why would they be any different if Sihan claimed the crown? Then the memory broke. The scene shifted to Yexenard lying on the floor, and it became clear those moments had only been fragments of a dream, memories resurfacing while he had dozed off during training. 10 years had passed since those days, since the choice that would shape everything afterward. Not long after, 2 servants intercepted someone approaching the training hall and warned him not to interrupt the king. Their warning failed immediately. Yexenard's son burst in, furious, shouting that everyone had lost their minds. He threw open the doors to the training room, anger written all over him. Yexenard barely reacted. He casually remarked that it had been a while since they had spoken, then asked his son what he wanted. The young man, Ein, said he had heard rumors that new construction had started next to the Palace of Southern Flowers, and demanded to know why such wasteful work was being ordered. Yexenard answered with dripping sarcasm. The heating there was poor, he said, and his precious kittens deserved proper warmth through winter. That answer only enraged Ein more. He called it absurd to force commoners to work under such brutal conditions, then demanded to know how that made his father any different from Emperor Berserk. Those words landed badly. A flash of worry crossed Ein's face the moment he said them, because Yexenard's expression changed immediately. Fury overtook him. Still, he said he would forgive the insult this once. Then he reminded his son that even blood ties had limits, and some accusations were too much to overlook. To test him, he demanded that Ein repeat what he had just implied, that his rule was no different from Berserk's. Ein shook under that pressure, clearly close to breaking, but he forced himself to answer anyway. He said the impossible work schedules were hurting the people. that laborers were suffering everywhere, and he repeated the accusation, asking again how any of this was different from the emperor's cruelty. That pushed Yexenard over the edge. He roared for silence, calling himself by the old Rodenberg name as his fury exploded outward. The sheer force of his aura threw Ein backward and slammed him to the floor. Yexenard, disgusted that his son kept pushing the comparison, told him to get out because he had no time for such nonsense. Even on the ground, Ein refused to bend. He said what needed to be said, and now he was leaving. Yexenard mocked him for acting rebellious after a few harsh words, calling him weak. For a man like Rodenberg, whose parents and siblings had all been executed after being branded traitors, Ein was the only blood relative he had ever managed to find again. But the king looked at his son with disappointment. No talent for the sword, a soft frame, too sensitive, nothing like him. At that age, Yexenard thought he himself had already been an expert. Maybe he had simply indulged the boy too much. After that, he headed toward Kelteran's mansion. Meanwhile, Sihan, Alida, and Zenon had been placed in a plain, aging house tucked away behind the count's grand residence. The outside looked ordinary, almost forgettable, but the moment Sihan stepped in, he stopped in surprise. The interior was beautiful, far more refined than the exterior suggested. Better still, it had a hidden entrance, perfect for moving in and out without drawing attention. He remarked on how quickly everything had been acquired, especially since only days had passed since he first made the request. Kelteran then revealed why the arrangement had been so easy. He explained, awkwardly, that he was still unmarried, and had originally built the place as preparation for one day bringing in a woman who could satisfy his fantasies. That explanation made Sihan immediately shoot back that kidnapping was a crime. Kelteran panicked and denied that it was anything like that. He clarified that because he was already seen as a potentially disloyal noble, having a visible family would put them in danger. The house had been built as a precaution, not for something criminal. Zenon, meanwhile, cheerfully shared that he had already put their old house up for sale, and that the property was now worth more than what they originally paid for it. That instantly brightened Sihan's mood. At least money would not be a problem for a while. Kelteran quickly added that his help was not limited to positions and housing either. If Sihan needed money or anything else, he only had to ask. That kind of full support visibly pleased Sihan. Stepping out of their new quarters, Sihan praised Alida for the information she had brought him. Alida explained that formal titles were not casually given to people outside the military or royalty. Only someone with real standing, or the proper way of carrying themselves, could make others understand the gap between positions. In her view, it was important that the Count never started believing he stood on equal footing with Sihan. Sihan admitted he barely understood those kinds of social details and asked whether she actually cared about them that much. Alida answered honestly. She had not cared before, but after seeing what he was truly capable of, she had started wondering if maybe she should. That answer left Sihan visibly confused for a second, so she quickly softened it and told him it was nothing too serious. Then she asked the more immediate question, whether she and Zenon should also start changing the way they spoke to him. Sihan shut that down immediately. He told her it was unnecessary. More than that, he wanted both of them to keep treating him as a friend, nothing less. That answer clearly pleased her, and she thanked him with genuine warmth. Once that was settled, she finally asked why he had called her out there in the first place. That was when Sihan remembered the real reason. He asked her something completely unexpected. Would she be interested in learning magic? His reasoning was simple. Even if only indirectly, Alita had managed to summon him from Earth, and to him that alone hinted at enormous magical potential. In fact, he suspected her talent for magic might be even greater than her talent for combat energy. So he pressed the idea and asked what she thought. Alita hesitated. The thought of fighting with magic sounded amazing to her, but she still saw herself as an ordinary person and doubted she could ever do it. Sihan answered that doubt with open confidence. What exactly did she think she had to fear, especially when a high-ranking mage was standing right in front of her, ready to teach her personally? This was coming from someone destined to stand among divine-rank swordsmen and master-rank 9th-floor mages. With that, the lesson began. Sihan first asked whether she knew the basics of magic at all. Alita said she did, at least in broad terms. Then he started laying out the structure of it clearly. Magic, he explained, was built on 3 basic languages. First came the language of runes, the part responsible for guiding and shaping magical energy itself. Second came the spell, where raw elemental force like fire was transformed into an actual phenomenon, something that could remain burning at the fingertips or be formed into a breath of flame. Third came the trigger, the activating phrase that released the spell into action, such as a command for fire magic that launched the attack outward. That was the foundation. Once a person truly got used to it, he said, those steps could eventually be skipped or compressed, but only through repeated experience. No matter how intelligent someone was, magical knowledge could not simply be memorized like a school lesson. It had to be absorbed through real practice until it became instinct. Then Sihan reached his hand out toward her. Alita flinched for a second, only to watch him summon a spellbook into existence. He explained that this was a magical record, a mage's private archive, a place where their accumulated knowledge and techniques were stored. For her, he said, this was the first step into the world of magic. Alita was visibly amazed. She had met many mages before, but had never seen anything like this. Sihan clarified that such books were normally invisible to other people. They acted like personal vaults, holding everything a mage had learned. He also explained that posture itself often shaped magical technique, and the stance he had just used was called a hand seal or a somatic stance. As he spoke, he casually remembered how easy his national entrance exam had once been for him, all because of his strange ability to perceive that invisible knowledge vault. That only made Alita more confused. So she asked the natural question, did Earth have no combat energy or magic at all? Sihan told her no, people on Earth could not use that kind of power. Alita, however, immediately picked up on something deeper. If Sihan could still use magic on Earth, then that meant Earth itself did not reject magic as a principle, even if magic had never properly developed there. That possibility actually gave Sihan pause. He admitted he had never really thought about it that way before, and that her questions were making even him curious. All he could say for certain was that his ability to control energy had awakened because he crossed dimensions, and that gift was something normal Earthlings simply did not have. Alita took that in, then answered decisively. If that was true, then nobody on Earth should be able to stand against him. That line caught him off guard. He was not used to hearing Alita speak with that much focused curiosity, especially when the topic was Earth. Then, interested in his past, she asked how he had lived after returning there. The moment she asked, his expression shifted. His eyes went distant and the mood around him changed. He began remembering the day he was thrown back to Earth. He had appeared suddenly in South Korea, right in front of a famous statue in the middle of loud, crowded city traffic. Within moments, people had gathered around him, filming everything on their phones. Whispers spread instantly. Why was there a naked guy on the ground? Should someone call the police? And more embarrassingly, a few people openly admired his body. The humiliation hit him hard, but even that was nothing compared to the question eating through him from the inside. Why had his friends betrayed him? That question followed him straight into the police station. The officer interrogating him demanded answers, asking whether he was the same missing man found naked near the statue, whether he was the one rumored to have disappeared for 3 years, a runaway, a dropout, a scandal waiting to be explained. Where had he been? What had he been doing? Sihan answered flatly that he remembered nothing. The officer immediately accused him of lying. He told him to stop joking around and answer seriously. So to get out of the situation, Sihan quietly used magic. He slipped a mild suggestion into the officer's mind, and the man's entire attitude changed. Suddenly, he believed Sihan genuinely had amnesia and even advised him to get help. When Sihan stepped back outside, he was lost. He no longer had a direction, but he had learned something important. He could still use magic on Earth. That truth alone meant his return would be far more complicated than it looked. Then another surprise came. A car was waiting nearby. His father had come to pick him up, but there was no warmth in the man's face, only anger. The next scene took place in their apartment in Daejeon, the home where Sihan had grown up. His father exploded at him the second they were inside, demanding to know where he had been, what he had been doing, why there had been 3 years of silence, no contact, no school, nothing. He shouted that Sihan had dropped out and disgraced him. Then he shoved a newspaper in his face, pointing to a headline that branded him the statue stripper, and screamed that his reputation had been ruined because of him. Sihan's heart went cold. His father had not changed at all. He had not expected some tearful reunion after vanishing for years, but to be greeted by nothing except screaming still hit harder than he expected. During his time in Terraner, he admitted he had truly missed Earth. But when he thought honestly about what he missed, it was not his family. It was the internet, television, his computer, the heater, the comfort of ordinary modern life. Not the house, not the people in it. That was the moment he understood something ugly. His father only cared about himself. Still raging, the older man ordered him to get his diploma, graduate properly, and go study in Seoul so he could stop dragging the family name through the dirt. Sihan simply answered that he would do it. But his father kept going, snarling that only academic success could make him a decent human being, and that if he could not even manage that, then he might as well disappear again. Sihan stopped listening after that. Those words became meaningless noise. His thoughts had already drifted back to Terraner, to the world where he had fought with everything he had, risked his life, and believed he had built a future with people who mattered, only to be betrayed in return. From that point on, only one thing guided him. He needed to go back. Revenge sat inside him like a steady fire. A year passed. To everyone else, it looked like he was going to cram school and fixing his life. In reality, he shut himself in his room and spent his time studying ancient texts and magical theory, searching obsessively for any way to return to Terraner. Using what he had learned from spellbooks, he earned his diploma easily and even got into a prestigious university in Seoul. His father, believing his son had finally woken up and become useful, was proud again. He openly said he could now hold his head high in public. That was when Sihan decided it was time. Having fulfilled every demand placed on him, he calmly informed his father that he was moving out, would support himself from then on, and did not want any more contact. Predictably, that sparked another explosion of rage. As Sihan walked away, his father shouted after him that he was underestimating life and would never survive on his own. Sihan almost laughed at that. He was underestimating the world, yes, but not in the way his father imagined. He now had combat energy and magic, powers that made the rules of ordinary modern society feel tiny by comparison. With combat energy alone, making money on Earth became laughably easy. He could influence things as trivial as horse races and bend outcomes to his favor. In less than a year, he had gathered enough wealth to erase every financial concern from his life. But none of that was the real goal. Earthly success meant nothing to him compared to the one thing he still wanted most. He needed a path back. Returning to Terraner had once felt impossible. Sihan had barely touched the outer shell of dimensional theory, and even if he somehow perfected travel between worlds, finding Terraner again among endless realities seemed hopeless. Eventually, he started telling himself it no longer mattered whether he succeeded or failed, because the path forward offered no clues at all. At that pace, 10 years could disappear, maybe even his whole life. Little by little, the certainty that once carried him began to corrode under the weight of time and reality. More than once, he even wondered if being thrown back to Earth had been a twisted kind of mercy, a punishment gentler than death. So he began making peace with it. He told himself that human bonds were messy by nature, that Elvina's actions, even her betrayal, could perhaps be understood if he looked at them from the right angle. He built excuse after excuse until the sharp edge of his rage finally wore down. To his own surprise, the fury he thought would stay with him forever slowly vanished. In the end, he let his betrayers go, or at least convinced himself he had, and decided he would never return to Terraner again. 7 years passed like that. He adapted to life on Earth. The thirst for revenge that once burned through him was buried under routine and time. At first, he kept his distance from people, but gradually he built small connections with classmates. He finished his military service, and even the nightmares of Terraner faded, replaced by the far more ordinary dread of getting dragged back into daily life. For a while, he toyed with the idea of using his power to reshape Earth, to make it better, maybe even cleaner than the world he left behind. But he had already seen what happened when overwhelming power was used carelessly, and that memory still tasted bitter. Over time, though, a different emptiness took over. With the ability to do almost anything, life on Earth became painfully dull. Nothing carried weight anymore. Then one ordinary morning, while pacing through a gym, something brushed against his senses. At first it was faint, barely there, then it grew stronger. And the moment it did, his whole body froze. That energy was familiar, terribly, impossibly familiar. It felt like a whisper from the world he had abandoned. Hope hit him like a shock. He moved instantly, almost desperately, trying to confirm what his instincts were already screaming. Question after question crashed through him: how, why now, why after all these years? But beneath that confusion, one truth had already locked into place. He was not just sensing a trace of Terraner anymore. He was sensing its direction, its coordinates. The one thing he had never been able to grasp before. That changed everything. The hope he had smothered for years flared back to life. This time he believed the outcome would be different. Every previous failure had come down to one problem: he never knew exactly where Terraner was. But now that wall had cracked. A brilliant light opened in front of him, and the sight of it pushed his certainty even higher. Terraner's magic was breaching into Earth. The two worlds were touching, and in that moment he realized something ugly. He had never truly forgiven them. He had just given up. He had mistaken surrender for peace. The hollow ache still sitting inside him proved it. His anger had not vanished, it had only gone dormant because he believed return was impossible. Now that the path had reopened, the truth was obvious. He still wanted back. He still wanted answers, and he still wanted revenge, so he threw himself into it again. School stopped mattering. He went right back to training combat energy and magic and buried himself in dimensional research with a hunger he had not felt in years. That familiar energy from Terraner kept pulling him forward, and every day it made the hope stronger. Then, exactly 10 years after he had been cast out, the miracle finally happened. Earth and Terraner connected directly. He had done it. He had opened the path. For one brief instant, his mind went blank under the sheer weight of it. Then purpose returned all at once, sharper than ever. He had crossed the impossible gap. He could go back. And the moment he understood that, the last ashes of forgiveness burned away. He would reclaim what had been taken from him first, then think about peace later. When he later told Alita about those 10 years, he made it sound almost easy. He said that life on Earth had become simple once he realized he could still use combat energy and magic there. He skipped past most of the uglier parts, speaking as if the exile had been manageable. Hearing that, Alita and the others visibly relaxed, comforted by the idea that he had at least survived well. Then, without warning, the mood snapped. On a bright, quiet day, Alita suddenly dropped to her knees, her eyes fluttering shut like something inside her had shifted. Sihan rushed toward her and asked if she was all right. She answered in a confused whisper that she had felt something strange. Sihan confirmed it immediately. What she had sensed was magic. He told her that learning magical theory mattered, but what really mattered was learning how to use it. Then he urged her to push further, to test the limits of what she could already do. He revealed that while she had been focusing on climbing toward the third floor, he had also been carefully hiding the summoning traces connected to his arrival from the other world. That caught her off guard. He reminded her that even shortly after she first met him, she had already been using a tiny flicker of magic without realizing it. She had not been erasing her traces, only hiding them, and that meant something important. If she learned to erase those traces herself, then he would no longer need to keep following her. That realization made her tense. She asked whether removing the summoning traces would truly mean she would be free to travel on her own. Sihan said yes without hesitation. He had no intention of restricting her freedom. In fact, he said, what he really wanted was for her to be able to live peacefully away from all of this. But that was not what Alita wanted. She told him directly that if she stayed by his side, she could help him. Sihan admitted that was true. In all of Terraner, she was the one person he trusted most, and her help would matter. That answer only led her to the next question. What would he do once his revenge was finished? Did he still intend to stay in Terraner the way he once planned to 10 years ago? His answer was different now. This world, he said, was no longer precious to him. He had come back because unfinished business was still tying him down, and until every loose end from his past was dealt with, he could not move forward. Once that was done, his plan was not to remain in Terraner at all. He intended to return to Earth to South Korea. That answer unsettled Alita. She asked quietly whether going back would require the same kind of sacrifice as the summoning, whether someone's heart would need to be burned to open the way. The idea annoyed him immediately. He explained that going from Earth to Terraner was the difficult part, the near miracle. Returning the other way was much simpler. To prove it, he opened a shimmering portal on the spot, a doorway leading back towards South Korea. Then he explained the only real complication. A traveler from Terraner would not know exactly where they would emerge on Earth. But for him, because Earth was his original world, he did not need to specify a destination in the same way. He could simply go home. His only real concern was not ending up in some ridiculous location again. He even admitted, with a mix of irritation and embarrassment, that he had already prepared a magic circle for his eventual return because he had no desire to repeat the humiliating naked arrival he once suffered. That confession struck Alita harder than he expected. Seeing that lingering discomfort still sitting inside him, she made up her mind. She told him she would not leave his side. As the cursed daughter of Emperor Berserk, she did not believe any bright future waited for her in Terraner anyway. Staying behind held no appeal, so she offered him a deal. She would help him get his revenge, but in return, once everything was over, he had to take her with him to Earth. At the same time, in another corner of the kingdom, the gardens of King Yexenard's palace bloomed under the afternoon light. There, a beautiful young woman walked alone, admiring the flowers in silence until someone approached her. The voice belonged to Prince Ein, Yexenard's son, who asked why someone so lovely was wandering around alone in broad daylight. The woman, Queen Illa, brightened a little when she saw him. She answered that the sky was beautiful that day, her eyes still lingering upward. Ein, openly captivated by her beauty, warned that it was not safe for her to be out there without an escort. Illa dismissed the concern. She said that even as queen, she was little more than decoration, someone with neither real power nor influence, and because of that she had little to fear. The bitterness in her voice was obvious. She added quietly and almost to herself that things might have been different if the king had truly loved her. Instead of spending his time with the king wasted his days indulging his concubines. Ein, speaking with unsettling honesty, admitted that the very fact his father showed no interest in Illa made him happy. Then, acting on that twisted relief, he pulled the queen into his arms and repeated how glad he was that the king felt nothing for her. Illa panicked at once. She pleaded with him not to hold her there, warning that someone might see. But Ein, far too taken by her to care, brushed the danger aside and whispered that no one was around. Then he pulled her closer and kissed her right there in the middle of the garden, reckless enough to ignore what it could cost them both. Later, while moving through the mansion grounds, Ein suddenly felt it, that subtle pressure in the air that meant someone was hiding nearby. His voice sharpened immediately as he ordered the person to come out. From behind one of the pillars, Kelterin stepped forward. Ein demanded to know why he had been searching for him, and the Count did not waste a second. He said he had urgent information to relay. Elsewhere, Sihan was busy testing something that already looked like it would taste terrible. Zenon, ever eager to be useful, brought over a sauce and told him to try it, insisting it would improve the flavor. Sihan took a sample and had to admit the sauce worked. Around the same time, a powerful but expensive pill that boosted combat energy had started circulating. Alida praised its effect openly, saying even just 2 a day made a clear difference in her body. Thanks to the Count's support, Sihan had secured enough of them that they could almost take the pills casually. He was visibly pleased by that. His recovery in combat energy was going faster than expected, and at that pace, a direct clash with King Yexenard no longer felt distant. Meanwhile, back at Kelterin's mansion, one of the maids informed the Count that the great Sihan had arrived. Kelterin immediately put on a performance. He snapped in irritation, complaining that Sihan was late and shouting for him to enter at once. The maids scattered the second his voice rose, clearly used to fearing that tone. Sihan watched them flee in slight confusion, only for the entire act to flip the moment he stepped inside. Kelterin dropped into a deep bow. The earlier hostility vanished completely as he welcomed Sihan with almost absurd submission. Sihan, seeing the switch, dryly remarked that the Count really ought to be on stage somewhere, because if he did not know better, he would have believed the anger was real. Then he shifted to the real matter and asked about the request he had made earlier. Kelterin told him the list was ready. It contained the names of people who had both enough influence and enough moral standing to potentially move against Yexenard. In the Count's view, any one of them could become useful. But Kelterin was already thinking bigger. He said that simply gathering strong people against the king would only buy time for other rulers to prepare themselves. The smarter approach would be to engineer a situation where Yexenard could be brought down with the support of the people themselves. To Kelterin, that was the brilliant route, one that would let the king fall under the weight of public will instead of a simple coup. Sihan wasn't fully convinced. Given Rodenberg's image as a revolutionary hero, the public reaction might not be as explosive as the Count hoped. Still, the problem in front of him was clear. Yexenard controlled the military and the Black Lion Knights remained fiercely loyal. Those were major barriers. But there were cracks, and Sihan had already seen hints of them, especially during the last expedition, where Gelderin and Level had moved in ways that exposed small openings someone like him could use. Kelterin added yet another obstacle, the aristocrats who formed the spine of royal authority. Sihan asked the obvious question who stood at the center of that network. Kelterin answered with almost shameless pride, himself. That answer genuinely caught Sihan off guard. He admitted the entire plan sat at about 50-50 odds possible but nowhere near easy. Then his attention settled on one particular name from the list, and he said that person would be the best choice. Kelterin agreed immediately, but noted one problem: the prince hated him like poison. That brought the scene to Ein. The prince exploded the moment Kelterin laid out his intentions, furious that the Count would openly speak of betraying his father and expect to be believed. Kelterin, however, seemed almost amused by how blind the king's trust had become. In his mind, he was already rationalizing the betrayal as something necessary, something that ultimately served Sihan's cause. But he had no intention of explaining the full picture to Ein. The prince called him exactly what he looked like, a parasite clinging to the kingdom while pretending to care about patriotism. Then he ordered him to stop circling the point and get to it. Kelterin caught the impatience and adjusted at once. He agreed that he was, in fact, a parasite, then calmly added that a good parasite knew how to choose the right host. And in his view, the king's reign was approaching its end. That line hit hard. Ein's expression turned openly cold, because even as a joke, it was not something a man should say about his king. Kelterin answered that he understood the risk perfectly. Then he admitted that empty patriotism and the people's suffering were not really what drove him, but he still believed this path would reduce that suffering all the same. In his mind, any disloyal man ultimately wanted the same thing: a long and comfortable life. Luxury meant nothing if it vanished tomorrow. Ein still could not see where this supposedly benefited Kelterin. He pointed out that Yexenard was still strong and still young, and asked what made the Count so sure his reign would be short. Kelterin smiled and said the prince already knew the answer. If Yexenard ever showed weakness, the entire kingdom could collapse. The old brotherhood of revolutionary heroes was long dead, and the Count now claimed to care only about the well-being of the citizens. Beneath that mask, though, another thought quietly existed. If the kingdom ever truly fell apart, he would sell it and run if he had to. Ironically, because of Sihan, he now found himself acting like a patriot. Ein warned him that if the kingdom fell, he wouldn't survive the fallout either. Even if he sold out the entire nation, there would be no safety waiting on the other side. Then the prince cut to the real issue. Even if he became king, how exactly would that benefit Kelterin? The old man only kept his luxurious life because of the position he already held, and Ein made it clear that he knew exactly what kind of man he was. Why should he ever favor him? Kelterin made his final offer then. If Ein ruled for the sake of the people, Kelterin swore he would obey him. If he ruled for pleasure and luxury instead, Kelterin said he would still obey him. The contrast was deliberate. Yexenard demanded greed and tyranny from him, so what he asked, would the prince demand if he sat on the throne instead? Even after hearing all that, Ein still looked unconvinced. Kelterin took that as the end of the conversation. He said what he needed to say, and now the choice rested entirely with the prince. Then he turned to leave. But before disappearing fully, he threw out one final piece of poison, reminding Ein that the woman in question was the queen, the king's own wife. That was enough to make the prince snap. Ein demanded to know what the count meant by saying that, and Kelterin answered in the coldest way possible. Only the man wearing the crown had the right to lie with the queen. Back at Kelterin's mansion, Sihan knew nothing about any of that yet. He was simply enjoying a rare quiet moment, reading in peace, when screams suddenly broke through the house. He threw open the door at once and asked what was happening. Alita stumbled into view in obvious panic, calling his name. The cause of the commotion became clear almost immediately. She had nearly hit Zenon. Whatever had happened, it had happened because she lost control of the power she had just awakened. Sihan rushed straight to Zenon, called to him and tried to bring him back around, asking what had happened. Alita started explaining everything. She said she had been training near the garden Zenon had planted. He had been checking the plants as usual, commenting that they were growing well and would be ready to harvest soon. After a full month of training, Alita had finally felt confident enough to attempt her first real spell. Following the basic lesson Sihan had given her, she chose the simplest first-floor magic possible, fire magic. She summoned her spellbook, started the chant, and tried to draw flames to her fingertips. Then everything went wrong. The moment the spell began to form, Alita unleashed far more power than she realized she had. And the instant that power erupted, she lost control of it completely. Terror took hold of Alita the instant she felt the sheer size of the magic erupting inside her. It was too much, too fast, and completely beyond her control. Nearby, Zenon had been admiring his plants when the sudden surge made him turn in alarm and ask if she was all right. But by then, it was already too late. A giant fireball shot straight toward him. Zenon froze. He looked completely blindsided, caught between confusion and panic, with no time to dodge and no chance to defend himself. The fireball detonated only a short distance away and blasted him through the air. That, Alita explained, was what happened. She had panicked at the thought of hitting Zenon directly and tried to divert the spell away at the last second, sending it toward the garden instead. But somehow that only made things worse in his eyes. Zenon looked like he would have preferred being hit himself rather than watching his precious plants, his beloved daughters, get burned down. Trying to fix the situation with total sincerity, Alita apologized and promised she would aim at him next time. That only made Zenon even more distressed as he immediately shouted back that if she was going to aim anywhere, it should be the sky. Sihan, now looking over the scorched ground and ruined plants, realized something was very wrong. The spell she had produced could not possibly have been a simple first-floor spell, not with that level of destruction. To confirm it, he asked her to repeat the incantation. The moment Alita began chanting again, Sihan's expression changed. What he felt from her was absurd. Before she could accidentally unleash another disaster, he stopped her at once. Then he told her the truth. The magic she was producing felt closer to a fifth-floor spell, maybe even something on the level of the seventh floor. Zenon could barely process that. He asked whether his idol's estimate might somehow be wrong, but Sihan shook his head. It made no sense, yet raw magical talent often ignored common sense completely. Still overwhelmed, Alita begged someone to explain what was happening to her. So Sihan laid it out as clearly as he could. Normally, a mage absorbed 10 units of ambient magic from the world and converted that into 1 or 2 usable units. That loss was natural. But with Alita, something impossible seemed to be happening. She absorbed the same amount as anyone else, yet instead of losing power during the conversion, her magic was somehow amplifying. It was as if another source, something outside the normal process, was feeding extra power into her spells. That thought immediately led him toward 2 names: Saffron, Lilstein. If anyone might understand a phenomenon like this, it would be people like them. Alita, however, wasn't thinking about answers yet. She was thinking about what this meant for her. If her power really was this dangerous and this unstable, then it would only make learning harder. Sihan warned her that until she could control it, continuing to practice recklessly was too risky. She asked him directly if her magic really was that strong right now, and when he confirmed it, her expression hardened. In that condition, she could not help him with revenge. That alone was enough to make up her mind. She would master it, no matter what. Sihan saw the determination immediately, and that sparked an idea. He admitted there might actually be a way to help her control the power. He told her he had once faced a similar problem himself. Because of his nature as an outsider, his body absorbed magical energy far more efficiently than those born in Terraner, and that same abnormality had once made his own magic difficult to control. The moment she heard that, hope lit up across Alita's face. Just knowing there might be a method to tame her power changed everything. Sihan told her he could try to help, but he could not promise it would be safe. There were unknown risks. Alita answered instantly. She didn't care, she wanted to do it. Later, back inside Kelterin's mansion, Sihan met with the Count again. Kelterin greeted him in a far better mood and when asked about Prince Ein, confirmed that the prince had shown interest since their private conversation. But interest alone was not enough. If Ein were to truly commit, he wanted proof proof that Kelterin could actually carry out a plan of this scale. That answer excited Sihan more than it worried him. He had expected the prince to demand something like that eventually, so he asked what exactly Ein wanted to see. Kelterin leaned closer and gave the answer plainly. The prince wanted one of the king's 3 loyal dogs eliminated. That phrase immediately sharpened Sihan's attention. When he asked who those dogs were supposed to be, Kelterin explained that they were the 3 powerful people who quietly controlled the kingdom behind the scenes. In military matters, that meant Great Berkeley, the leader of the Black Lion Knights. In economic matters, it meant Duke Cromatant, the kingdom's wealthiest man and also Yexenard's father-in-law. Sihan, already hearing where this was going, dryly asked about the third. Kelterin gave the answer with almost embarrassing ease himself. Then he clarified which target Ein wanted removed: Berkeley. That name changed the atmosphere immediately. Berkeley was a master-rank swordsman, a serious threat by any standard. Kelterin, however, brushed aside the concern and said that for someone as powerful as the savior from another world, it should be a trivial task. Sihan admitted the real issue was different. If he went after Berkeley, he would have to hide who he really was, which meant avoiding the signature fighting methods that defined him. That would make the job much harder. Then Kelterin asked if he had ever met Berkeley before. Sihan said no, not by that name. Kelterin then explained the missing piece. Berkeley had not always been Berkeley. Before earning nobility and reshaping himself, he had once been known as Darth Wald. That revelation shifted the scene entirely. Far away, a massive new castle was rising under King Jexard's rule. Construction thundered non-stop, and at the sight, a Black Lion Knight screamed at the exhausted laborers to work faster. The man ruled over them with open cruelty, snarling that if they kept moving so slowly, he would have to kill another worker just to remind them of the urgency. He never finished the sentence. Before the threat could settle, that very night suddenly collapsed. Someone had struck him down. From the crowd of workers came a voice filled with raw anger, declaring that they would no longer endure this life of suffering, no longer keep living for Yexengard's twisted amusement. The voice promised freedom from that bondage, and in an instant the construction grounds ignited into rebellion. The Black Lion Knights were stunned. For one chilling second, the word revolution flashed through their minds. Then the place exploded into violence as workers and soldiers clashed. One of the knights rushed to report the uprising to Berkeley, breathlessly explaining that the laborers had launched a full revolt. At first, Berkeley dismissed it, saying they were only workers and could be handled easily. Then came the detail that changed his expression. Some of those workers had once belonged to Yexard's old revolutionary army. Men like that did not lose their pride, even after years of chains and labor. The moment Berkeley heard that, his indifference disappeared. He understood exactly what kind of resistance that could become. So he decided to intervene personally. But when the soldiers reached the center of the rebellion, what they found stopped them cold. Standing there, leading the workers, was someone they recognized. The man ordered the soldiers to retreat, declaring that he had no wish to harm former allies. Then he gave his name. Captain Dillerth, a master-rank swordsman. That name alone carried weight. Before the stunned soldiers could fully react, Berkeley himself arrived, furious at having been forced to step in. He looked at the scene in open contempt and asked if this was what they were calling a revolution. His aura rolled out around him as he demanded whether Dillerth really intended to defy the king's orders. Dillerth answered with his own accusation, saying he would no longer tolerate these atrocities. Berkeley answered him with sarcasm. It had been a long time, he said, and called the older man Gramps just to drive in the insult. Dillerth in return addressed him by the name from his old life, Darth Wald. Berkeley's expression hardened instantly. He said he no longer answered to that name and ordered him to use the title he had now, Great Berkeley. Dillerth did not back down. He admitted he never expected to draw his sword again after the world had changed, but he would do it now for the sake of the people suffering in front of him. Berkeley answered that retirement did not erase what he was. He was still a knight, and if he raised his blade now, then he was committing treason. That accusation hit Dillerth hard. He gestured toward the workers and demanded that Berkeley look at them with his own eyes. These people were suffering because of greed, because of men like him, so where was the honor in that? Where was the pride? Berkeley gave him nothing. His view was colder than ever. The only thing that mattered, he said, was absolute loyalty to one's lord. Dillerth pushed one last time, asking whether this was truly the world Berkeley wanted. That only made the Black Lion leader bristle harder. He warned his old friend never to use the old name again, then declared himself fully as Berkeley von Rachest, a man reborn through the honor granted to him by the king. And with that, he attacked. The clash between the former allies began instantly, brutal and direct. But the difference between them became clear just as fast. Berkeley's strength surged with every exchange, his blows steadily driving Dillerth back. And as the duel continued, worry spread across the old revolutionary's face. From the sidelines, Sihan judged the clash with a cold, experienced eye. Berkeley was stronger than before, far stronger, and that was despite the fact that he and Dillerth stood at the same rank. This was no ordinary opponent. That truth showed itself immediately. Berkeley pressed forward without mercy, driving his former comrade back under a relentless storm of blows. Then came the sound that ended all doubt. One brutal strike landed clean and Dillerth's body gave way. He staggered, lost his footing, and collapsed. Just like that, the rebellion's hope looked dead on the ground. The workers erupted in outrage. They shouted at Berkeley, furious that he had dared strike Captain Dillerth down like that. Berkeley turned toward them with the cold eyes of a man who had already decided what they were worth. In that instant, he saw through them completely. These were not simple laborers. These were former swordsmen of the Revolutionary Army. That only made him harsher. He sneered that a lion did not concern itself with rats scurrying beneath it, then barked the next order without hesitation. The Black Lions were to punish every remaining traitor. His soldiers moved at once, descending on the defenseless workers with drawn blades while cries of pain and panic tore through the sight. Berkeley never even flinched. Then he walked to Dillerth. His old comrade lay broken in the dirt, and Berkeley looked down at him with open contempt. He called him a useless old man and mocked him for throwing away his life for peasants. In Berkeley's eyes, Dillerth could have fled, could have saved himself, if only he had not chained his fate to weak people like them. Dillerth answered through blood and pain with a bitter grin. He laughed, ragged and broken, then told Berkeley that he spoke endlessly of honor and pride while forgetting the exact reason this revolution had begun in the first place. He said it plainly, he knew who Berkeley really was. Not a knight, never a knight. Just an assassin exactly as he had always been. The accusation meant nothing to Berkeley. No guilt touched him, no hesitation, no memory of old bonds. With one final stroke, he ended Dillerth's life. As he pulled the blade free, he reminded the dying man that he had been warned never to use that old name again. Darth Wald to Berkeley was already dead. A soldier rushed over right after, reporting that the uprising had been crushed. All armed rebels were down and the unarmed ones had been secured as hostages. Berkeley's face twisted at that word, hostages. The disgust in his voice was unmistakable. To him, these were not prisoners. They were traitors, and traitors deserved one punishment, only death. He demanded to know why the executions had not already begun. Before that order could be carried out, another voice cut in. The royal guards were ordered to stop immediately. Prince Ein had arrived, and beside him stood Sihan. The prince strode forward with enough authority to force the entire scene to pause, declaring that he would not allow any more deaths. Berkeley was openly enraged that his command had been interrupted, but Ein did not back off. He stared him down and reminded him that he was the sole heir to the throne. Berkeley answered with contempt, saying that the right to command belonged to him in a place like this. Ein countered with cruel practicality. If all the workers were slaughtered, then who exactly was supposed to finish building the king's palace? It would be smarter, he argued, to wait until construction was complete before making any final decisions. Berkeley immediately understood what that meant. The prince intended to send the traitors back to work instead of punishing them properly. He hated it, but there was no clean way to defy the crown prince in that moment. So Berkeley gave a stiff answer and said that if the young master insisted, then the workers would be sent back to the palace project. Ein held his gaze a second longer, clearly unsatisfied, then gave a curt nod and turned away. Once the prince was gone, Berkeley muttered under his breath, calling him an insolent brat. Watching Ein and Sihan leave together, he wondered how a tiger like the king had managed to produce such a kitten. Away from the others, Ein turned to Sihan and asked what he thought of Berkeley. He admitted he could not understand how a man who had once been a hero of the Revolutionary Army had fallen that low. Sihan answered without hesitation. In his view, Berkeley had not changed at all. He simply removed anything that stood in his way, exactly the kind of justice Yexenard valued. That was the only justice Berkeley had ever believed in. That answer made Ein pause. He remarked that Sihan sounded as if he personally knew the man once called Darth Wald. That caught Sihan off guard just enough for a flicker of embarrassment to show. He recovered quickly and claimed he had only heard it all from the Count. Ein found that curious, noting that Kelterin seemed to speak surprisingly freely. Then his expression turned serious again and he asked the next real question. How had Sihan got himself involved in all of this? Sihan met his eyes and gave the answer plainly. He believed he was better suited for the throne than the people holding power now, so he had chosen to help. The bluntness of that stunned Ein. He admitted no one had ever spoken to him that directly before. Most of what he heard was gossip, comparisons between his father and a tiger or between himself and something weaker. Sihan saw the opening and used it. With a faint smile, he said that if the prince wanted to be called a dog, then he should remember what a dog really was. Humanity's most loyal companion, maybe even the most useful creature in history. He agreed that King Jexard was a tiger, powerful, dangerous, impossible to ignore, but then added that if given the choice, he would rather serve a kitten than a roaring lion. That landed. Ein's trust in him deepened little by little. The more they talked, the more Sihan became someone the prince could actually imagine relying on. Yet beneath that progress, another thought kept gnawing at Sihan. Berkeley's words lingered in his head. Was this world really what they had once fought for? If revenge meant tearing apart the peace people currently clung to, then that came with its own kind of poison. The thought irritated him. Even so, there was still one thing he could not ignore. Yexenard's choices had made it easier, not harder, to keep walking toward revenge. There would be no hesitation now. Later, in a crowded tavern, workers sat eating and drinking, but the mood was sour. Their irritation centered on one table. Berkeley and his Black Lion Knights were there, laughing loudly like nothing in the world could touch them. The captain turned to his men and asked whether they had heard about the uproar at the construction camp. One of the generals said he had not. Berkeley answered with sarcasm, saying the prince had now requested extra supplies and even a new residential building for the same workers who had dared rebel. He made it clear he had opposed the decision completely. Rewarding people like that was madness. In his eyes, it was an open invitation for more rebellion. His generals eagerly agreed. They echoed his view that peasants were weak, defenseless fools and that ruling them properly meant using an iron fist. That was the moment the attack came. A dark blur sliced through the tavern doorway, moving so fast that most people barely registered it before it was already at Berkeley's face. An arrow, precise and lethal, shot through the narrow opening with perfect aim. For a heartbeat, the entire tavern froze. Berkeley did not. He did not dodge, he did not flinch. With a slight movement of his head, he shattered the arrow against his forehead, splintering it into fragments. The display was so absurd that even his own generals started shouting praise. Berkeley himself only smirked. Whoever fired that shot, he said, had used a respectable amount of combat energy and impressive aim to thread it through a gap like that. Then he told his men to come with him. He wanted to see who had the nerve to challenge him. Outside, Berkeley stepped into the street without a trace of fear. His confidence never slipped. At first, he only noted one detail: someone had tried to use a cheap trick to set the scene, but there was no corpse lying there, which meant the setup had been sloppy. Then his eyes landed on the actual attackers and surprise finally touched his face. It was Sihan, under the name Schonstein, standing there with Zenon beside him. Berkeley immediately demanded to know who had sent them, the prince or that coward Kelterin. Sihan answered with grim certainty that Berkeley could believe whatever he wanted, because either way, he would not be leaving that street alive. He meant it. To earn Prince Ein's trust fully, Sihan gathered power into his swords and prepared to kill him. Berkeley answered with a laugh, mocking the determination of someone so young and calling him an idiot for thinking conviction alone mattered. Then he pointed out the obvious. Did those two really believe they were enough to face not just him, but his Black Lion generals as well? One of Berkeley's men moved immediately, lunging at Zenon, expecting him to be the easier target. Berkeley even called after them, telling his men not to kill the two attackers too quickly. They still needed to be questioned. Then something changed. Before Berkeley could finish savoring his own advantage, he noticed that Zenon was not reacting like prey at all. The young knight recovered with startling speed and turned the attack around in a single fierce counter. The shift was sharp enough to make even Berkeley uneasy. At the same time, Sihan was already clashing with another of Berkeley's men, slipping through the general's attacks with sharp, fluid movements. The man threw everything he had into a rapid barrage, but Sihan kept weaving past it cleanly. Frustration started creeping into the general's face, and he spat out that the little rat was slipperier than he looked. Berkeley saw the truth then. He had underestimated them badly. Their confidence had not been bluff, and their skill matched it perfectly. Realizing that, he ordered the other two generals to join the fight at once. They still needed the pair alive, but the captain had no intention of letting the situation drift any further. Sihan immediately called out to Zenon, warning him that all four of Berkeley's subordinates had now moved in on them. Zenon, already irritated, threw a sharp question back at the generals, asking whether knights really had no shame left if they needed 4 men against 2. One of them snarled that after attempting an assassination, they had no right to talk about honor. Zenon, to their irritation, simply nodded as if that made perfect sense. Then Sihan took in the field around them and muttered that they were boxed in. The generals, full of confidence, answered that there was no way out. One of them then made the obvious conclusion: capturing them alive was no longer realistic. With that, he lunged in with a killing move, but Sihan had already predicted it. Because he knew the Black Lion Knight's combat habits, he had been waiting for exactly that kind of attack. The instant the general committed fully and let his shield drop just enough, Sihan saw the opening. The move still carried enough force to catch him slightly off rhythm, but the weakness in the defense was there. And instead of turning toward the exposed general, Sihan and Zenon both burst past him. Today was not the day to fight. Sihan barked that at Zenon and immediately broke into a full sprint, dragging the younger man into retreat. The generals were furious. They shouted after them, mocking them for running the moment things got rough, but then chased anyway, determined not to let them escape. One of them boasted that even without speed-focused techniques like whirlwind or wild wind arts, catching the two of them would be easy. Another noted that for swordsmen of their rank, even full equipment barely seemed to weigh them down. Sihan and Zenon slipped beneath a nearby bridge and vanished from sight for a moment, long enough to make it seem like they had shaken pursuit. But the relief lasted only seconds. The generals reappeared and sealed the path again. One of them mocked them, saying that route had been blocked for years. Then Berkeley himself stepped out, voice dripping with contempt as he ridiculed them for trying to run through such an obvious dead end. If they had jumped across the buildings instead, he said, they might actually have had a chance. Even cornered, though the two did not look worried, that threw Berkeley off. Sihan casually shrugged and said they had been careful enough, maybe even too careful. Then he looked Berkeley straight in the eye and added that they had never planned to handle everything themselves. That was when a third figure stepped out of the dark. Alita. The generals immediately underestimated her. They laughed, asked whether this girl was supposed to be the trap, and even Berkeley let out a short derisive chuckle. But then something about her presence made his laughter die. He felt it before he understood it. That force radiating from her was not combat energy. It was something else. Alita remembered Sihan's teaching in that exact moment. If she could not control her overwhelming magical power, then she needed to learn advanced magic first, the kind that relied more on raw output than delicate control. That way she could at least use what was already overflowing inside her. So she released it. What followed was a blast of magic so violent it drowned the entire area in light. The spell erupted as a blazing, brilliant arcane explosion and swallowed Berkeley and his generals together. The destruction was overwhelming enough that even Alita herself stared in shock at what she had just done. But the power came with a cost. A second later, her body wavered. The strength drained out of her all at once and she started falling. Sihan caught her and explained quickly that she had burned through too much magic at once. She would be completely exhausted now and would not be able to use that level of power again until she recovered. He even compared it to spending an entire day's wage in one instant, which only made Alita stare at him blankly, clearly not helped at all by the analogy. Zenon, meanwhile, could only look at the battlefield in awe. In his eyes, Alita had practically erased the knights in one shot. Sihan corrected that slightly. The spell had done so much damage because Berkeley's men relied on a weak wall-based defense. It looked sturdy, but it did not actually disperse force well. Against magic like hers, something like an iron wall meant almost nothing. No swordsman, he added, was stopping that kind of spell with a defense like that. Then they realized something else. Not everyone had gone down. Berkeley rose from the wreckage, burned, furious, and very much alive. He roared in outrage, demanding to know how they dared attack him like that. Zenon visibly flinched at the sight. The captain really was on a different level than the others. Sihan recognized that instantly too. Berkeley was far stronger than the rest, and Alita was already spent. So Sihan told her to get back, then turned to Zenon and said it was time for Plan B. His mind snapped back to older lessons. A swordsman on Jexingard's level could read an opponent's entire fighting style from the smallest traces left in a previous exchange. And Sihan had already figured out the important piece. Berkeley was naturally a spear specialist. Right now, he was using a sword, and that meant he was fighting with a handicap. If he kept relying on the blade alone, this would be manageable. Sihan said exactly that. Berkeley answered with contempt. He admitted Sihan was right about one thing, his true specialty was the spear, but warned him not to confuse accurate observation with understanding. Then, to their surprise, Berkeley removed his cape and wrapped the heavy cloth around his sword. Zenon and Sihan both stared, unsure what he was preparing. Berkeley explained it himself. A master-ranked warrior could harden even something as soft as a cotton cape until it became as lethal as forged metal. With enough aura, he said, anything could become a weapon. Then his presence darkened, and he promised that he would use that makeshift spear to torture them to death. That was when Sihan understood. Berkeley was not just improvising. He was using Jexingard's explosive destruction art along with spear techniques. The realization annoyed Sihan deeply. He should have seen this coming. He should have expected someone like Berkeley to combine the king's favored methods with his natural weapon. Zenon immediately started stepping forward, ready to join in seriously, but Sihan stopped him. He said this was not the kind of situation where half measures or support techniques would be enough. From that moment on, he would have to fight for real. Berkeley attacked before the explanation could go any further. The captain became a blur, unleashing a crushing strike packed with killing intent. Sihan avoided it by a hair, but Berkeley did not let up. He launched one attack after another, mocking him all the while, calling him talented but still a coward, insisting that skill alone would never be enough to win. Sihan endured the pressure and kept reading the rhythm. He knew mountain-breaking techniques would not work cleanly here, not against an opponent pressing this hard and this precisely. He needed caution, timing, and the right counter, so he created distance first, just enough to think clearly. The plan he had been building from the start finally clicked into place. Then Sihan made a declaration that caught even Berkeley off guard. He said he would meet him head-on. A strange energy started building around him, growing sharper and heavier by the second. The moment he released his combat energy without restraint, Berkeley felt it, and for the first time, genuine fear touched him. His arrogant smile faltered. He had misread the situation completely. This opponent was not beneath him. This opponent was his equal. Even so, Berkeley tried to bury that realization in bravado. He growled that he had only meant to toy with him for a while but had now changed his mind. He would finish it immediately. Then he poured everything into one full-force attack, releasing the explosive destruction art at maximum power. Sihan did not move. He showed no fear at all. Instead, he answered with terrifying precision. In one clean blur, he countered using the flood art once wielded by the Tyrant King himself. Berkeley's mind stalled. He could not understand how someone this young could possess that kind of power, let alone neutralize his strongest attack so completely. And before he could recover from that shock, Sihan moved again. The second counter came too fast to avoid. What followed was instant and gruesome. Berkeley staggered back in disbelief as one of his arms was severed clean off. The proud captain of the Black Lion Knights let out a shriek, not dignified, not noble, but raw, panicked, and ugly. He clutched at the ruined stump, horror finally overwhelming his confidence. And in the middle of that agony, the answer crashed into him. This power, this art, this impossible level of force in someone so young, it could only mean one thing. Berkeley understood at last. Now it made sense. Only one person could possibly stand before him like this. Berkeley stared at the severed arm, then at the young man before him, and finally understood just how badly he had misread the battlefield. His voice came out rough as he asked himself why he had not realized it sooner. Then, in a desperate attempt to make sense of the impossible, he blurted out a conclusion that stunned everyone around him. He declared that this power had to belong to the successor of the mercenary king, Barak. Sihan knew why Berkeley had reached that answer. It was close enough to feel plausible. The art Berkeley had recognized was indeed tied to that lineage, even if the true origin ran deeper, back to Barak's grandfather rather than the man himself. It would have been easy to let the mistake stand. Convenient even, but Sihan chose otherwise. He told Berkeley that the misunderstanding was understandable, yet wrong. Since they had once stood on the same side, he would at least grant him one final courtesy, the dignity of knowing exactly whose hand was ending him. That was when the fear truly hit Berkeley. The name that followed shattered whatever was left of his composure. The captain of the Black Lion Knights dropped to his knees, completely broken, whispering the name in disbelief. Then recognition sharpened into horror. He looked up and asked the question again, this time with the old title attached, as if speaking it might somehow change the truth. Was he really Captain Sihan of the Stormtroop? Sihan paused for a breath. It had been a long time since anyone had called him that. Then he answered with a cold steadiness, saying that he had seen what Berkeley had become, seen the atrocities he carried out, and that this was never the world they had fought to build together. Berkeley immediately changed his tone. Now that he knew who stood before him, he tried to hide behind obedience. He stammered that everything he had done was only because Yexenard ordered it, that he had simply been following commands. Sihan cut that apart with open sarcasm. Berkeley had always done exactly what suited him, and now at the end he was shameless enough to try throwing the blame upward. It was pitiful, and for a man who called himself a knight it was even worse. Desperation finally took over. Berkeley admitted he was unworthy, said he would cast aside the name Great Berkeley, say anything, become anything if only his life could be spared. But Sihan had already made up his mind. This was not justice in some grand moral sense. He said that plainly. He was here for personal revenge. He was not pretending otherwise. But even so, he also knew the simple truth. A man like Berkeley had made the world worse, and for everyone's sake it would be better if he simply stopped existing. So Sihan struck. Beside him, Alita and Zenon watched in silence, offering no judgment, because neither of them misunderstood what this moment really was. Before the final silence could settle, the first of the kingdom's soldiers rushed into the area, and with that the confrontation ended in a way that would ripple through the entire Yexenard kingdom. Panic spread through Litanal's capital almost immediately. The news hit like wildfire. Captain Berkeley and 4 of the 6 generals of the Black Lion Order had been found dead. Even King Yexenard was shaken by the report. His reaction was instant and explosive. In a rage, Rodenberg ordered every available soldier to hunt down the assassins at once, swearing that if they were found, he would kill them personally. Elsewhere, Kelterin stood before Prince Ein and calmly asked whether the prince was satisfied now that the proof he demanded had been delivered. Ein's face brightened. In his eyes, the situation had finally turned favorable. If things continued moving in this direction, support for a coup would grow naturally. Kelterin leaned in and added that once Ein was in a position of leadership, making the rest of the plan work would become far easier. The prince admitted something then. The count was extremely good at delivering on promises. Just then, a knock came at the door. A maid entered and announced that the guests had arrived. Ein asked whether these were the people Kelterin had spoken of, and the count confirmed it. These were the names from the list, the ones still worth pulling into the scheme. The guests entered with mixed caution and suspicion. They were wary of the summons, unsure why the count had called them now of all times. They were also familiar faces. The final 2 surviving generals of the Black Lion Order, Gelder and Leal. Gelder reasoned out loud that Kelterin had likely invited them because, with Berkeley dead, they had suddenly become captains. and men in their new position were naturally valuable to powerful nobles. Leal quietly remarked that it was strange how unchanged the man from the pagan campaign still seemed. The moment they stepped into the chamber, the tone shifted. Gelder, already suspicious, asked the Count directly if he was actually serious about what he was implying. Kelterin answered without hesitation. He sincerely wanted both of them to join him in a coup. In his view, Yexenard had lost the right to remain king, and if a better sovereign existed, then surely a knight's true honor lay in serving that ruler instead. That answer enraged Leal instantly. He shouted that the Count was a traitor, and that both of them had every right to report all of this to Rodenburg immediately. Kelterin's response was smooth and cruel. He agreed that they could try, but the king would never believe them after learning that both captains had conveniently accepted 300 gold coins from the tower as a bribe. That stopped them cold. Leal reacted first, drawing his sword in fury and vowing to kill the old man on the spot. But before he could even take one step, a beam of energy flashed across the room and struck the very arm he used to draw the weapon. The shock of it forced him back. Terror replaced anger as he realized someone else had been hiding there the whole time. Then Sihan stepped out from the shadows behind them. With a mocking smile, he commented that the ivory tower was apparently stingy, giving those two only 300 gold while offering him a miserable 10. Gelder and Leal froze in disbelief. Using Thousand Faces and the false identity already built around Sean Stein, Sihan moved toward them with the calm confidence of someone who already knew the outcome of the conversation. Leal, still furious, shouted that a mere knight of the guard had no right to raise a blade against a captain of the Black Lion Order. Sihan answered him instantly, telling him to relax and adding that royalty and nobles always seem to cling to the same tired lines when fear set in. Then he decided to show them exactly why calm would be the better choice. He released his combat energy. The room changed immediately. The pressure alone made both captains falter. Leal's legs gave out first, and he ended up collapsed on the floor, staring upward in terror. Gelder, now captain of the Black Lion Order, recognized the truth faster than the other man. This was the one who killed Berkeley. Sihan mocked the sudden politeness that came over them once recognition settled in. Kelterin, meanwhile, began addressing him with exaggerated respect, saying that a person should stay flexible in both thinking and choice, that adaptability was the real beauty of being human. Sihan shut that down coldly, telling him not to insult the meaning of beauty with nonsense like that. Seeing the young man's irritation, Kelterin instantly panicked and tried to laugh it off as a joke. Gelder watched the exchange in stunned silence, realizing that the Count, a man who looked untouchable from the outside, was genuinely afraid of the person standing in front of him. Still on the floor, trembling, Leal finally managed to ask the question directly. Who was Sihan really? Kelterin answered before Sihan could. He said that this young man was the successor to the mercenary king, Barak. Hearing that, Sihan immediately replayed the logic that had led them there. He had used the Tyrant King's art against Darth Wald, and that had pushed Berkeley and now everyone else toward the same conclusion. The false identity was already growing on its own. He could use that. He could continue hiding behind the story of being Barak's successor, while freely wielding the Tyrant's techniques without exposing his true name. Then Kelterin proved he had already thought that far ahead. Before Sihan even needed to say a word, the Count produced a complete report, one carefully prepared in advance, laying out a fabricated identity that tied Sean Stein neatly to Barak's legacy. Every detail had been accounted for. Every missing piece had already been filled in. Anyone who read it would believe the story. That made Sihan genuinely appreciate him for a moment. Now he understood completely why the king had once valued the Count so highly. Kelterin answered with a dry smile and said there was a reason for that, because he was exceptionally useful, a true expert in deception, fraud, and manipulating appearances. With that fabricated narrative in place, they pressed the argument on Gelder and Leal. Gelder eventually accepted that the power he had seen was real and allowed himself to believe that Sihan truly was Barak's successor. But even then, his knightly pride did not bend fully. He said he was not trash and would not betray his loyalty or his honor by turning on the king he served. Kelterin answered that point carefully. At no stage, he said, had he actually asked them to betray the kingdom. He was only asking them to transfer their loyalty to the ruler who deserved it. Gelder immediately demanded to know who this supposedly rightful ruler was meant to be, and that was when the final piece stepped into the room. A new figure entered, carrying the exact weight needed to move the last resistance. He told them directly that he needed their help to save the future of the nation. The moment they recognized him, both captains froze, then dropped to one knee. It was Prince Ein, the future successor to King Yexengard. With him present, the entire meeting shifted from whispered conspiracy to a cause that could be framed as legitimate. Ein addressed them as Black Lions and spoke of righteousness, of the good of the people, of the future of the kingdom. Then he asked the question that mattered: would they help him? And once that answer was secured, Captains Gelder and Leal finally left Count Kelterin's mansion no longer as uncertain observers, but as men now tied to the coming coup. As Sihan reviewed the meeting in his mind, a quiet satisfaction settled in. They had moved the captains exactly the way he wanted, not through brute force alone, but through a careful blend of pressure, leverage, blackmail, and just enough appeal to duty and justice to make the whole thing feel righteous. Then Zenon's voice broke into his thoughts, calling him to dinner. Alita added that he should eat now that the immediate objective had been secured. That was when Sihan realized they had been standing there the whole time, listening while he muttered his conclusions aloud. A faint blush crept up his neck at being caught mid-thought. Alita, of course, treated it like the most normal thing in the world. She reminded him that no one was leaving without eating first, because wasting food was a sin. Zenon, meanwhile, praised Kelteran's chef, saying the man's cooking was excellent. The Count accepted the compliment with a slight nod and admitted he was extremely particular about food now, mostly because the revolutionary era had permanently ruined his tolerance for bad cooking. Even while seated at the table, Sihan's mind kept turning. Gelder and Leal had already been promoted, which naturally raised the next question: who had taken over the higher command. Kelteran understood the thought before Sihan even voiced it, and explained that out of the original 4 captains, only 2 remained, Keller and Droth. Because they were the most capable and experienced knights still available, both had been elevated together. At that point, Zenon noticed something else. Sihan still had not touched the lobster on his plate. Concern crossed his face as he asked whether he did not like it. Sihan jolted out of his thoughts and answered with a faint smile that lobster was actually one of his favorites. He had simply been saving the best for last. Then, still half lost in thoughts of revenge, he compared the plate in front of him to a proper plan, saying that the main course should never be rushed. Kelteran, already prepared as always, pulled out another list. This one contained names of important people already leaning toward their side. He noted with satisfaction that the coup was moving forward surprisingly well. Sihan agreed. Things were accelerating faster than expected. Kelteran scoffed and said that only proved how many people were already suffering under the king's current rule. But for their plan to truly solidify, they still needed one crucial name: Viscount Crumble. Sihan immediately recognized the significance. This was the man often treated like a living symbol of the kingdom itself. Kelteran confirmed it. The man was not only rich, he was deeply connected. His business network stretched across the entire nation. That kind of influence was hard to replace and harder still to ignore. Sihan assumed convincing someone like that would be difficult. Kelteran's answer surprised him. The Viscount was already on board. He had only attached one condition, and it was less political than personal. That immediately caught Sihan's attention. When he asked what the condition was, Kelteran explained that Viscount Crumble wanted Alita to serve as a mentor to his youngest daughter. That answer nearly made Sihan choke. He coughed into his drink and stared at the Count, asking whether Alita was really at the level where she could do something like that. Kelteran simply raised a brow and pointed out the obvious. A fighter-ranked swordswoman at her age was already unusual enough to impress anyone. More importantly, the youngest Crumble daughter had no proper mentor at the moment, and the Viscount had clearly heard enough about Alita's unusual accomplishments to become interested. Sihan had to admit there was logic there. Female knights of that level were rare in Terraner, and a desperate father would obviously look in her direction. But while considering it, Sihan was struck by a sudden sense of familiarity. Kelteran then supplied the missing piece. He told him they had already met the girl once before during the night operation against the cult. That made the realization hit all at once. It was Dina Crumble, the same girl. Sihan reacted so suddenly that he almost gave too much away, blurting out in alarm whether this was the same girl who had once hit him on the head. Kelteran immediately looked confused and asked what in the world he was talking about. Sihan dismissed it fast, calling it nothing important, just some unhelpful memory surfacing at the wrong moment. Alita, who had been listening closely, looked genuinely surprised. They wanted her to become a mentor. Sihan tried explaining it with a strange comparison, saying it would be like a college professor teaching a high school student. Even if the professor was brilliant, it was still a different kind of role. Still, he made it clear that if she wanted to reject it, they could afford that. The Viscount was already supporting the coup either way. Alita immediately looked at the bigger picture. If Crumble had already sided with them, then why did his personal condition matter so much? Sihan clarified that it was not just about the Viscount himself. Dina's mother came from a powerful bloodline with influence that stretched well beyond the Crumble name. Her maternal grandfather, Count Salat, belonged to the royal family of the Lilstein Kingdom. Unlike the Viscount, that family's commercial reach extended across all of Terraner. Their connections would be useful no matter where Sihan moved in the future. Travel, lodging, business, information, all of it would become easier with access to a network like that. Alita was visibly impressed that Sihan knew the Crumble family in that much detail. He quickly clarified that most of the information had come from Kelteran. Then, Alita asked the question that actually mattered to her: what were the risks if she accepted the role and got closer to Dina? Sihan answered honestly. The danger was exposure. Their true identities could be uncovered, his as the savior from another world, hers as a direct descendant of the Lusklin line. And between the two, the risk was worse for her. If people discovered exactly who she was, the fallout could become immediate. That made her think. But after only a moment, she surprised him again by saying yes. If that was the reason, then she accepted. She explained it using something her father, Karen, used to tell her. A person had to stay doubtful if they wanted to understand others properly. Blind trust was not true trust at all. Even after someone became an ally, that did not mean the work of understanding them was over. It meant the real work had just begun. For that reason, she wanted to meet Dina directly and judge her herself. Those words hit Sihan harder than she knew. They pulled an old memory out of him, one that felt uncomfortably close to what she had just said. He remembered the praise his friends used to shower on him after every victory. He remembered Elvina telling him she loved him. He remembered how complete his trust had been and how completely he thought theirs was too. And now he had to ask himself something ugly. Had there really been no signs at all, or had he simply refused to see them? The thought left a bitter weight inside him. Maybe he had never truly understood what his friends thought of him. Maybe he had mistaken the appearance of trust for the real thing and never looked deeper. For a brief moment, the blame turned inward. Alita noticed him drifting into that silence and called his name. Sihan stirred, apologized, and admitted he had just been thinking about a few things. Then, with a sharper energy returning to him, he suggested they go meet Dina and find out for themselves whether she was someone trustworthy or just another future betrayal waiting to happen. After that, he asked Alita one more thing. Even with everything her father had taught her, did she really still not trust people? Alita gave a simple answer. People do not always listen, even to what they know they should do. That line followed them as they stepped out. Sihan's expression hardened as he added that no matter what happened from here, he still had no intention of abandoning his revenge. By the time they reached the courtyard of Kelteran's mansion, Dina was already there, visibly excited, almost vibrating with anticipation. She pledged herself to her future master and promised she would do her absolute best to follow every lesson. Alita, still a little shy in the role, greeted her gently. Sihan leaned toward Zenon and muttered that the girl seemed awfully enthusiastic for someone who supposedly chose Alita only because she had no better options. Zenon chuckled and said the two of them already looked like sisters. Dina wasted no time. She wanted to begin immediately. So Alita, now stepping into the role of instructor, told her they would start at once. That stirred a memory in Dina's mind. Her father had initially doubted the idea, dismissing Alita as merely a fighter-rank swordswoman and suggesting that he could certainly find someone better to guide his daughter. But Dina had pushed and pushed until he finally gave in. In her eyes, Alita was already unbelievably cool. Back in the present, Alita asked her whether they should begin with basic sword strikes. Dina answered with total enthusiasm. Yes, absolutely. So the lesson started. Alita demonstrated a series of strikes against a training dummy, keeping the movements clean and controlled. But what caught her off guard was not the sword work. It was Dina's reaction. The girl looked completely enthralled, declaring that Alita was even cooler than she imagined. That kind of open admiration immediately made Alita blush. And Dina did not stop there. Her thoughts kept running forward. She praised Alita's strength, her form, even the definition in her muscles. Then she said she had heard that ordinary armor became almost useless against anyone at fighter rank or above, and openly declared that she wanted to reach the same level as her master. Alita shifted under the pressure of that enthusiasm, already starting to look overwhelmed. Dina kept going. If she could reach knight rank, she said, then she would be able to reinforce metal with combat energy just like Zenon. Even Zenon started looking slightly uncomfortable under the intensity of her ambition. Then Dina raised the bar again, saying that master-rank swordsmen could reinforce any material at all, and that one day she wanted to reach a level like the great Sihan himself. At that point, Alita and Zenon exchanged the same tired look. The girl's drive was endless. Sihan, watching all of it, found himself wondering where someone that young found so much determination to become strong. After hearing more about the rank system, Alita's curiosity only grew. She turned to Sihan and asked whether reaching transcendent rank would not make everything even better. The question caught him slightly off guard, and he asked why she was suddenly so interested in that. Alita brushed it off as simple curiosity, then explained what had been bothering her. She had heard that a master-rank swordsman could reinforce any clothing as effectively as armor, while the 7 heroes had all reached transcendent rank and still used very different gear. Sihan explained that the answer depended entirely on the person, their combat style, and the martial method they trained in. To make it simple, he compared the difference in materials. If plain clothing had a defensive value of 1, and metal armor had a value of 10, then even a knight could harden that weaker material significantly. A master-rank swordsman could go further, strengthening ordinary garments until they functioned like metal armor using the same amount of combat energy. But a transcendent rank swordsman did something else entirely. At that level, the user could fuse combat energy directly with the material itself, increasing the object's durability in proportion to the quality of both the energy and the base material. Alita still wasn't satisfied. If that was true, she asked, then wouldn't metal armor always be the better choice in the end? Sihan shut that idea down immediately. He told her the best equipment always depended on the combat style of the person wearing it. Someone who relied on speed would naturally lean toward lighter protection, while someone built around brute force could afford heavier gear. After thinking it through, Alita concluded that if she ever reached transcendent rank, she would probably choose something light. Sihan answered with dry sarcasm. She could worry about that after actually getting there. There was still a very long road ahead. The jab embarrassed her enough that she admitted it had indeed been a premature thought. That exchange stirred a memory in Sihan. His mind drifted toward Lesk's magic armor, the equipment he had once worn as one of the revolutionary heroes. He found himself wondering what had happened to it. Alita, picking up on the thought, asked whether he meant the legendary equipment associated with the savior from another world, the Sword of Disaster, Lesk's armor, and the Red Dragon Cloak. Sihan only laughed dryly. In his view, someone had probably kept them, stolen them, or sold them off like trophies. After all, people had already sold his underwear for 100 gold. That one still irritated him. He admitted he could almost understand the absurdity of the underwear becoming a collector's item, but having his magical gear taken was just humiliating. He made a mental note to ask the Count to investigate it later. After that, he decided training was over for the day and said he was going to rest. Alita immediately asked whether his combat energy had fully returned. Sihan answered that it had, or at least close enough, and added that the old instincts in his body were gradually coming back too. But even as he said it, something in him remained uneasy. His combat energy was recovering quickly, yet his magical energy was doing the opposite. It was coming back painfully slowly, and with each passing day, that sluggishness seemed to be getting worse instead of better. While Sihan's group kept training, another kind of work was unfolding across the kingdom. During the day, old Kelterin continued flattering King Yexengard with all the oily loyalty of a perfect servant. But once the sun went down, the same man was meeting with nobles and former revolutionaries in secret, carefully laying the foundation for rebellion. Some people, tempted by opportunity, kept their distance at first, unwilling to commit without certainty. Kelterin responded the only way he knew how, with pressure. He told them plainly that they could either support the cause, or he could start exposing every piece of corruption tied to their names. That threat landed exactly where it needed to. Then he pressed again, asking them who Yexenard would believe if those things came to light. It worked. By the end of it, every noble present had agreed to take part in the coup. Later, with obvious satisfaction, the Count reported all of this to Sihan and proudly described them as comrades of justice, now willing to risk their lives for the future of the nation. Then, in typical Kelterin fashion, he compared bribery to food, saying that it tasted wonderful while you were swallowing it, but once it settled inside you, it turned into poison and destroyed you from the inside. Sihan's reply was immediate and dry. That was a strange philosophy to hear from a man like him. Kelterin, careful as always, assured him that he already had measures in place in case his old transactions or corrupt dealings ever came back to haunt him. Bribes, after all, were something he had been handling for years. Sihan answered by offering his own quiet warning. Once the coup was over and Ain became king, it would be in Kelterin's best interest not to start reaching for any new hidden schemes. The Count understood exactly what was being said. He answered that he had no intention of disobeying him. In fact, he admitted something deeper. Under Yexenard, he had done his best, but his ambitions had always hit a ceiling. Under the savior from another world, however, he could finally dream on a larger scale. Whether there was an explosive aura inside him or not no longer mattered, because betrayal was never part of his plan anyway. Kelterin then revealed what he actually wanted. He wanted to reshape the country, live well, and leave behind a safer, better future for the people in it. That answer genuinely surprised Sihan. He told the Count that if he had truly wanted something like that, he should have acted like this from the beginning. Kelterin only repeated what he had already implied many times before. Under Yexenard, dreams like that had been impossible. And that thought, the gap between intention and action, dragged Sihan back into one of the darkest memories of all. He remembered the moment the others decided his death was necessary. The woman he loved had agreed almost instantly, saying he was too dangerous to be left alive. Some of the others had hesitated, at least on the surface, but in the end they all agreed with the same conclusion. Then came Yexenard's turn. When asked where he stood, the man who was now king did not answer right away. He sat in thought, then finally admitted that he did not hate Sihan at all. If anything, he liked him very much. Saffron stepped in immediately, telling him that everyone liked Sihan, but that was not what this decision was about. Their choice was not rooted in hate. What came next only made the moment worse. Yexenard almost seemed not to grasp the weight of it. He muttered carelessly that he had other friends besides Sihan, as if that somehow settled the issue. Then, because he trusted Saffron's judgment as a mage, and because the others had already agreed, he said he would go along with the group. In his view, democracy was better in moments like that. Then Karen raised the question none of them could ignore. No matter what decision they reached, they still had a problem. How were they going to defeat someone as powerful as the savior from another world? Yexenard bristled immediately and demanded to know whether Karen was underestimating them. No matter how strong Sihan was, he argued, there was no way he could withstand all 6 of them together. But Karen didn't bend. Even if all 6 attacked him at once, she said, there was still a real possibility that the savior from another world would survive. Even if the 6 of them attacked together, Karen warned, the best outcome they could hope for might still be survival, maybe half of them walking away alive if luck favored them. That blunt calculation silenced the entire group. No one had a good answer to the reality she laid out. Karen kept going. She compared them to 6 little mice gathered together for an important discussion, all of them eager to talk, yet none wanting to be the one who actually tied the bell to the cat. The point landed hard, then the scene shifted and the truth of it became clear. This was another dream, another memory dragging itself back into Yexenard's sleep. He woke uneasy. The king could not understand why these old moments kept returning now. He suspected it was because of everything happening recently, especially the rising deaths among his subordinates. But one detail bothered him more than the rest. Traces of the tyrant's art had been found at the murder scene. That more than anything seemed to have stirred up the ghosts of the past. A thought crossed his mind that he immediately tried to dismiss. Hadn't someone recently reported the appearance of something long unseen? Could it really be connected to an old friend? He rejected the idea at once, but the images refused to let go. The memories kept pressing against him, and he had no clean way to explain why. Maybe, he thought bitterly, it was nothing more than age, the mind decaying and dragging up what it once buried. A movement beside him broke the spiral. One of his concubines stirred awake and looked at him with a soft smile, acting surprised that he was already up. Her beauty gave him the distraction he needed, an excuse to throw those thoughts aside. He chose the easier road, the familiar one. He reached for indulgence, for noise, for pleasure, for anything that could drown the unease. Soon after, he stepped out with a goblet already in hand. Wine flowed freely. Servants rushed to refill his cup. The day dissolved into a blur of banquets, music, women, and endless excess. The treasury seemed bottomless, and the celebrations rolled on without restraint. When a magistrate approached him with visible concern and carefully pointed out that these lavish gatherings had become far too frequent, Yexenard cut him off immediately. In his view, this was not mere celebration. It was a tribute to the late Berkeley. The magistrate, exhausted already, replied that even if it was meant as a memorial, an entire month of extravagance was hard to justify. Yexenard did not want to hear it. He ordered silence and declared that this was simply how warriors honored the dead. Then a new voice entered the conversation, one dripping with praise. Keller, recently promoted, raised his glass high and said that Captain Berkeley's soul would surely be delighted by such a magnificent tribute. The king openly praised his new commander for speaking in the proper spirit. The magistrate, seeing exactly how useless any rational conversation would be in that room, bowed and left in frustration. No sooner had he gone than another arrival was announced. Kelterin entered with the perfect amount of urgency in his voice and reported that the assassins responsible for Berkeley's death had finally been located. The effect on Yexenard was immediate and violent. His body went still for a heartbeat, then fury exploded through him. He hurled his wine glass to the floor hard enough to shatter it, startling the concubine beside him. His desire for revenge was no longer hidden. He demanded to know whether the intelligence was reliable. Kelterin led him aside and lowered his tone. According to the report, the killer appeared to be a disciple of the mercenary king Barak. When Yexenard demanded a name, Kelterin admitted that one had not been confirmed yet. The man was only known by a title, the Black Giant. Then he added the next crucial detail. Their sources claimed the assassin was hiding in an old castle west of Lainsel, protected by 800 rebels. That answer pleased Yexenard instantly. He praised the Count for the information and vowed that his revenge would now be swift. Then he called Keller forward and ordered preparations. The newly promoted commander, eager to prove himself, immediately declared that he would assemble 100 Black Lion Knights and 3,000 foot soldiers. That was far too much. Kelterin saw the problem immediately. Keller, desperate to shine in his first major operation, was about to overcommit and ruin the balance of the plan. So the Count adapted on the spot. He praised Keller's boldness first, letting the commander feel admired, then carefully turned the argument. Yes, the Black Giant had killed Berkeley, so sending a serious force made sense, but if nearly the whole army marched against one man, would that not make the king look afraid? Would the people not start whispering that their ruler trembled before a single assassin? That argument worked. Yexenard frowned, then admitted the Count was right. Such a display would look weak. So he changed the order. Only 50 Black Lion Knights would go, no additional troops. And more than that, he himself would lead the strike. To him, that was proper. Even a lion gave its full effort when hunting a rabbit. Keller tried to recover some dignity by insisting that a lion always used its strength fully, no matter how small the prey. Kelterin smoothly answered that while that might be true, one rabbit still only required 1 or 2 lions, not the whole pride. Keller did not like the correction, but Yexenard sided with the Count immediately and repeated that his order stood. Then Kelterin delivered the final little twist. He apologized to Keller as if he were only looking out for the man's reputation, then casually added that the construction of the new palace still needed workers, meaning a huge troop deployment would also be wasteful and expensive. Keller, unaware he was being handled from every angle, accepted the logic and admitted his own suggestion had been reckless. With his authority narrowed, he issued the next command. He would accompany the king personally. Gelder and Leal would serve as lieutenants and follow them. Everyone else would remain at the castle and wait for their return. Since both newly promoted captains were already part of the conspiracy, they agreed without hesitation. Kelterin saw the shape of the plan settling into place almost perfectly. Later, Sihan asked the Count why they were focusing on only one of the 6 captains. Gelder and Leal were already theirs, so why stop there? Kelterin explained that their next step was to push both of them deeper into the king's trusted guard. Eliminating too many commanders too quickly would make that impossible. Since 3 captains already reported directly to Keller, their plan was to pressure the new commander, remind him that arrogance could become fatal, and use his own missteps against him. Sihan quickly saw another angle. If handled right, the king's military strength could be permanently weakened, while those loyal to the conspiracy quietly moved closer to the center. But before he pushed the idea further, Alita stepped in and pointed out the flaw. If they kept killing commanders, the crown would simply keep promoting replacements, which would make it much harder to slip Gelder and Leal into the highest positions cleanly. Her explanation was sharp enough that it made Kelterin look at her differently. The Count noted that she spoke as though she understood royal succession and military structure from experience, not from theory. A person hearing her might almost assume she had grown up inside a royal family. Alita responded without hesitation and said she had simply read about it in books. Sihan heard the answer, but what he really noticed was Kelterin's eyes. The old man's instincts were far too sharp. He picked up too much too easily. In that moment, Sihan was reminded of an uncomfortable truth. This same smiling, useful, cooperative Count had once betrayed his former liege without hesitation. That memory made one thing very clear. No matter how valuable Kelterin was, he was never someone to treat carelessly. Far away, the castle chosen as the Black Giant's hideout rose in the distance, ancient and imposing. A lookout stationed high on the walls spotted movement first. His expression changed instantly, then he shouted with everything he had, warning that enemies were coming and not just a few but many. Moments later, a mounted knight rode forward and announced that the great King Jexard himself had arrived. Then Yexenard's voice rolled across the fortifications, raw with anger, ordering the traitors to lower their weapons and surrender. Instead, a figure emerged onto the wall. The Black Giant stepped into view and rejected the very idea of surrender with a raised hand. He declared that Yexenard was a fallen hero no longer fit to rule, and that the nation itself had turned against his reign. Yexenard, convinced this would be easy, only mocked how openly visible the man had made himself. The Black Giant did not waver. He answered that they would fight to the end. Keller then turned to the king and asked what his command would be. Yexenard, already treating the confrontation like a minor inconvenience, asked why the commander was even bothering to ask. They would simply attack head-on. Certain that this would be nothing more than a quick suppression, the king drove his horse forward toward the castle and ordered Keller to follow. Keller quickly issued his own orders to Gelderin and Leal. He would stay at Yexenard's side, while the other 2 were to hold the rear and keep the formation intact. With perfect timing, the Count's ally answered him in a dry, almost playful tone, telling the commander not to worry, they would follow soon enough with the rest of the soldiers. Certain of his own superiority and even more certain of the army behind him, Yexenard rode straight for the castle. Then he activated his combat seal. In a single surge, he invoked the giant's hand, unleashing enough power to lift himself and his commander high above the battlefield. The defenders inside the castle watched the display and felt despair hit immediately. That level of strength did not even look human anymore. Before they could recover from the shock, the king brought that same power down on the castle itself. The defense shattered easily. Empowered by the seal and driven by revenge, Yexenard pushed deeper, roaring for the Black Giant to show himself. He swore he would repay Berkeley's death with the assassin's own life. But the figure playing the part of the Black Giant had already finished what he was there to do. With the trap fully primed, the disguised man slipped away at exactly the right moment. From a distance, Sihan watched it all unfold with a knowing smirk, just as expected. The king was charging forward without thinking. Beside him, Sihan told the Count it was time. The tiger hunt was beginning. Even Kelterin, who had planned so much of this, felt a flicker of fear at how perfectly the bait had worked. Below them, Yexenard continued shouting for the Black Giant to appear. He had come to avenge Berkeley and nothing else mattered. Then the ground itself answered him. A blinding light erupted beneath his feet and a huge magic circle flared alive around both him and Keller. The commander, caught completely off guard, yelled out in confusion, asking what that light was. Yexenard answered with calm contempt, "A trap." That was when he noticed the real scale of the situation. Swordsmen and mages were already moving in around them from all sides, while the circle itself pressed down with crushing force, making it harder to move freely. Keller's suspicion sharpened immediately. Something was wrong. According to the report, the rebels here were supposed to be ordinary soldiers, even the one tied to Barak's disciple. But Yexenard dismissed that concern at once. He said the barrier was only troublesome from the inside and could easily be broken from outside. Then he barked for the army to destroy it. Nothing happened. Yexenard turned back, expecting his forces to surge in, only to realize no one had followed him into the trap. Keller panicked and shouted for Gelderin and Leal. The answer was silence. To the horror of both commander and king, the army, including the captains, had remained outside the walls. Gelderin and Leal stood there with tight, uneasy expressions, already committed to the plan and praying it would work. Keller's voice cracked with desperation. He shouted again, asking where everyone was. And in that instant, Yexenard finally felt the truth closing in. Had they all been traitors from the beginning, then he looked up and on the tower above him stood familiar figures. The moment he recognized them, the betrayal became undeniable. Rage exploded out of him. He roared that it had been the Count all along and demanded to know how Kelterin had dared betray him. Up above, the old man was visibly shaken by the raw force of the king's fury. Watching that fear, Sihan mocked him lightly, remarking that King Yexenard really did look terrifying, even when he was trapped. Kelterin hurried to defend himself, saying he had only been startled for a moment. Sihan did not let him off that easily. He told the Count that being there in person had been necessary. He needed to see with his own eyes whether Kelterin's conviction would hold when facing Yexenard directly. Without that, trust would have been incomplete. The Count lowered his head and accepted the point. Sihan then praised him, saying he had done well. Luring the king to this exact place had been essential, and Zenin's performance as the Black Giant had been more convincing than expected. Kelterin, recovering some of his composure, explained why it had to be done that way. If Sihan himself had taken the role, Yexenard might have recognized him. That was why Zenin needed to be the visible one. In the Count's view, hunting a tiger by entering its den was foolish. The real art was luring it into the cage first. Down below, the pressure of the barrier kept increasing. Keller, still fighting to stay composed, shouted for the circle to be broken and demanded that the traitors surrender now if they wanted mercy. One of the knights outside the barrier looked at him in disbelief, clearly thinking the commander still had not understood how bad the situation really was. Then the mages struck. Voices rang out across the battleground, declaring that Yexenard was no longer their king. Bolts of lightning crashed down on both the king and his commander. Bound by the barrier and unable to move properly, the two men were left completely exposed. For a moment, it looked like both would be swallowed by the blast. The explosion that followed was deafening. Even the remaining soldiers outside could not tell whether the king and commander had survived. But then the smoke broke apart, and Yexenard burst out of it, launching himself upward with his giant axes in hand. He landed hard and looked over the devastation, only to find Keller fallen. The commander had not endured the attack. Yexenard muttered bitterly that perhaps he should have expected a knight of Keller's level to fail against something like that. Anger and confusion fought for space on his face. An ivory tower mage was clearly involved. That meant someone had built this entire betrayal with real planning behind it. For a second, Yexenard wondered if Lilstein himself had orchestrated it. Then a soldier below, staring up at him in awe, whispered that the king was incredible. That brief comment snapped Yexenard's attention outward again. Then Sihan stepped forward. He accused the king directly, saying the people were tired of his dictatorship and had risen against him just as he himself had once risen against the empire. The accusation froze Yexenard more than the attack had. He looked out at the faces around him and demanded to know whether he had not been a good king. He recognized too many of the men present as his own former soldiers, men who had fought under him for years. He could not accept that they would turn on him so easily. One soldier answered with open contempt. The men had served him for 10 years as if he were still just their captain, never truly above them, never truly transformed into something worthy of a crown. That was the signal. As agreed beforehand, Sihan's allies surged forward and pressed the charge. Voices rose from all sides, demanding to know whether a useless leader should not be removed. Yexenard roared back in fury, demanding how they dared attack their own king. But the barrier was doing its work. He could not move properly, could not defend at full strength, and he knew it. He shouted that without the barrier he would wipe out the entire rabble without effort. From above, Sihan and Kelterin watched the king lash out in rage, and Sihan could not help noting how predictable it was. Whenever circumstances changed too suddenly, Yexenard stopped adapting and started swearing. Still, the barrier itself drew Sihan's attention. Even a transcendent rank swordsman would struggle to break something like that. He turned to Kelterin and asked whether he had really managed to hire mages powerful enough to produce such a prison. The Count explained that he had not expected this much, but Trand had turned out to be surprisingly cooperative. The tower had even sent some of the same top-ranked mages used during the Earth Dragon subjugation. That made Sihan uneasy. The Ivory Tower almost certainly had other motives tied up in this coup. Kelterin agreed and added another concern. News of the uprising had probably already started leaking out. Sihan only shrugged. Of course it had. News like this always escaped, and the Ivory Tower was especially sensitive when it came to information. Kelterin then commented that the king truly was a fool. Even a foreigner could see the trap, yet Yexenard had walked into it so cleanly. Then the Count revealed something else that made Sihan's eyes narrow. Kelterin had been the sole keeper of much of the sensitive information that made this trap possible. Knowing that gave the old man fresh confidence. With that much leverage, he was certain now that Yexenard would fall. Below them, the king, furious and constrained, kept ordering what loyal men remained to shatter the barrier. But the coup had already spread far beyond that one battlefield. Elsewhere in the palace, Jelgerin and Leal were moving through the royal compound, seizing key figures tied closely to Yexenard. One of them was Duke Chromatin himself. The Duke was outraged. As the king's stepfather, he still believed his name alone should make men kneel and beg forgiveness. Gelder ignored the title completely and answered that everything they were doing was for the future of the nation. Chromatin only grew redder with fury, barking for them to lower their swords and remember who he was. But the palace was already slipping into chaos. By then, Yexenard's royal residence had become a nest of confusion, panic, and open betrayal. A civil war was on the verge of breaking out in the very center of the kingdom. Prince Ein stepped forward and addressed the Black Lion Knights directly, not as rebels, not as enemies, but as the kingdom's own sworn guardians. He told them he had no desire to betray his father, only to correct the course of the nation and cut away the people pushing the king toward ruin. He urged them again, saying there was no reason for bloodshed here, and ordered every sword lowered. The knights hesitated, shaken by everything unfolding around them, but in the end, they obeyed the prince. They declared that they would wait for the king's return before taking any further action. Ein, seeing them step back, called it the right choice, one that would spare innocent people from dying pointlessly. Inwardly, he understood what that meant. The palace was half secured. That alone was enormous. But the rest of the coup now depended entirely on the Count and the forces confronting the king. Ein, who genuinely wanted to lift the nation rather than simply seize power, could only stand there and hope the remaining pieces of the rebellion fell into place without collapsing. Far away on the battlefield, Yexenard was in no such mood for patience. The invisible barrier still restricted his movement, and the frustration of that alone was enough to drive him into open fury. He screamed at the surrounding soldiers, calling them filthy dogs and demanding to know whether they truly intended to bite the hand that had fed them. One knight answered without fear. He told Rodenberg to shut his mouth and said plainly that he no longer deserved to be king. Then he revealed the truth of where their loyalty now stood. They were acting under Prince Ein's command. That shook Yexenard harder than any attack had so far. For a moment, it felt as though his own blood had turned against him. But as he looked over the forces surrounding him, he quickly realized it was not just his son. His officers, his sworn men, even Count Kelterin, the man he had trusted deeply, had all turned on him together. The sheer scale of the betrayal froze for only an instant before it turned into violence. Yexenard moved. Consumed by fury, he swore that he would finish every last one of them himself. The raw force of his power rolled across the battlefield and sent fear through the soldiers standing against him. Even Kelterin felt despair at that sight. But Sihan, watching from above, found something darkly satisfying in it. There was a certain irony in seeing a traitor experience betrayal with his own skin. That feeling hardened something in him. To Sihan, the rush of vengeance felt more honest than any bond ever had. It was sharper, cleaner, more reliable than trust. That was exactly why he believed he would never again be vulnerable to betrayal in the same way. With a faint, mocking smile, he urged Yexenard to struggle harder. He had no intention of returning to Terranor just to play clean, and the king was not the kind of opponent who would fall quietly. One soldier, emboldened by the barrier, mocked the king directly, saying that however strong he might be, inside that prison he was nothing more than a toothless tiger. That pushed Yexenard over the edge. His fury multiplied instantly. He slammed his foot into the ground and fixed the man with such murderous intensity that the soldier nearly broke on the spot. Then the king roared at all of them, demanding whether they truly believed such a meager barrier was enough to defeat him. And then he proved why he was feared. The earth cracked apart beneath the soldiers. Even under the barrier's crushing pressure, Yexenard forced his battle seal into existence and summoned the giant's hand again. The sheer fact that he could still use that power while trapped left even Zenon shaken. The young man could only think that someone like this was barely human at all. The giant hand rose over the battlefield like a sentence of death. The soldiers below fell into despair, convinced they were about to be crushed outright. But Zenon remembered something crucial then, a piece of knowledge Sihan had already given him. The weakness of Yexenard's giant's hand lay at the wrist, the point where the structure anchored itself through the earth. So Zenon acted. He unleashed the pulse-breaking mountain art straight at that weak point. To Yexenard's shock, the attack worked. The wrist shattered and the giant hand broke apart into fragments, collapsing into debris across the field. A stunned silence followed. The soldiers could barely understand what had just happened. They had been seconds away from death and now they were still alive. Yexenard looked at Zenon differently after that. For the first time, he admitted the so-called black giant had finally impressed him. He said he had dismissed him as a hollow pretender before, but no puppet would have been able to pull off something like that. Still, the damage wasn't enough. The barrier had drained him badly, and he admitted as much in his own way. If not for that cursed restraint and the energy it had cost him, he said, everyone here would already be dead. Even so, he promised them all something worse, that every single person who had dared defy him would one day regret it, and that when the time came, none of them would escape the consequences. Then, to the shock of everyone watching, he withdrew. Yexenard left the field. It was humiliation in its purest form, something he had likely never experienced before, being forced to retreat from a fight instead of ending it by force. But even as he pulled back, revenge was already burning inside him. He had no intention of letting this stand. He would return, and when he did, he meant to drown all of them in blood. Not everyone welcomed that retreat the same way. The minds behind the dragon trap had been counting on this moment as the cleanest chance they would ever get to eliminate him, so seeing him escape enraged them. But Kelterin stepped in and insisted there was no reason to panic. According to him, things were still moving exactly as planned. Yexenard might be a tyrant, but he had also once been a sworn ally to many of the people standing against him now, and executing him publicly at this stage would have created consequences far beyond what they were ready to manage. More importantly, Kelterin reminded them of the next step. Sean Stein, the dual-wielding swordsman and heir to the mercenary king, was already moving into place and would be the one to finish the job properly. With that assurance, the Count maintained that Yexenard would be erased in due time, and the memory of his worst crimes would gradually disappear with him. His certainty spread. The others, still shaken by the failed kill, began trusting his judgment again, and from there, the decision was made to call an urgent council with the ruling authority and discuss the next phase. Then another memory surfaced. Deep in a forest from years before, a small group moved carefully through the trees until they unexpectedly ran into a barbarian. Among them was a young Sihan, who, without hesitation, asked the man whether he was the guardian of that domain. One of Sihan's companions questioned whether it was really wise for only two of them to proceed like this, but Sihan answered that a 6th-level mage should not be intimidated by common forest bandits. The barbarian heard all of it. He looked at the boy in disbelief. The child standing before him was young, disrespectful, and fearless enough to insult him right to his face. What confused him even more was the reaction of his own men. Why were they standing there doing nothing? Had they really backed down just because the boy happened to carry a sword? Sihan calmly observed that the bandits seemed intent on taking their belongings without much conversation, then asked whether there was any way to resolve the situation peacefully. The leader snarled that whatever they carried already belonged to him and that he had no intention of giving anything back. Then he lunged. Sihan responded immediately. The attack confirmed what he already suspected. The barbarian had no intention of talking from the beginning. Still, as he defended himself, he realized the man was stronger than he first looked. The aura coming off him was not that of a common thug at all. It carried the pressure of a true master. That recognition made the barbarian stop. He pulled back and asked the boy his name. Sihan gave it plainly, Sihan Siang. In return, the barbarian introduced himself. His name was Sexon Guard. Sihan then admitted that he had come expecting no more than a forest brigand, but now that he had seen the man's talent, he could tell that was not the full story. So he asked him a question that would change everything. Would he be interested in fighting for a greater cause? Back in the present, Yexengard opened his eyes inside a cavern. He realized he had slept for a long time, and after stretching off the exhaustion, he felt satisfied with the rest. Belial Forest, he thought, was close enough to remain useful. This cave had once served as his secret refuge during his old life as a bandit leader, long before the revolution ever began. Since it was remote and easy to forget, he assumed his enemies would never think to search for him there. Now that he had rested enough, only one thought remained. He was ready to return to Ratansel, and this time, he meant to hunt down every last one of the people who had turned against him. The moment he heard movement approaching through the cavern, Yexengard's eyes sharpened. Someone had found his sanctuary. Even so, retreat never crossed his mind. If anything, the interruption pleased him. It was a chance to loosen his body and kill whoever had come looking. So he called out into the darkness, ordering the hidden visitor to step forward, adding that he intended to wipe out every traitor who had turned against him. Then a voice answered. It said, almost amused, that it was funny hearing Yexingard talk about hunting traitors when the man speaking had come there with the exact same thought. For a brief second, Yexingard genuinely wondered if he was dreaming. But the figure kept coming closer, and the instant he saw him clearly, the shock hit full force. It was Sihan, 10 years gone and now suddenly standing right in front of him again. Yexingard barely managed to ask what he was doing there. Sihan answered with cold contempt. It had been 10 long years since they last met, and that was really all Yexingard had to say. Was he only surprised because the man he helped banish had somehow returned from the world he was thrown into? Before the words were even finished, Sihan attacked. Yexingard defended himself on instinct, still trying to process the impossible. In the middle of the clash, he demanded to know why Sihan had come back to Terraner. Sihan's answer was brutally simple. He was back, that was all. But every strike that followed carried the rest of the meaning for him. The fury in Sihan's blows said more than any speech could. With a hard shove, Yexingard forced enough distance between them to breathe. Then he admitted what he had been told. Lilstein and Saffron had both sworn Sihan would never return. Sihan answered that coming back had been no easy feat, but he was not the kind of man who turned away from impossible things. That answer made Yexingard rethink everything. If Sihan had truly returned now, then the sudden rebellions breaking out across the kingdom finally made sense. He looked at him and concluded that this had to be his doing. Sihan almost looked impressed. It seemed, he said, that the barbarian was not as stupid as he looked. Yexingard then said what he believed he now understood. Sihan had endured 10 years away only to come back for revenge. He made it clear he would not hide behind excuses or beg forgiveness for what happened. He had no intention of apologizing for the betrayal, and if Sihan wanted him dead, then he should simply strike. Sihan answered that Yexingard would regret saying that because he absolutely would pay for his betrayal. As the fight intensified, a powerful aura reached the senses of a distant girl, who realized that only 2 of the 7 revolutionary heroes could produce something like that. In a way, her guess was exactly right. Back in the cavern, Yexingard quickly realized something else. Sihan's strength was still rising even in the middle of battle. That meant he would need to escalate as well. In response, Sihan unleashed the Emperor's art, twisting raw mana into a deadly vortex and driving it straight at him. Yexingard held against it. He mocked Sihan for using something so feeble and told him to stop pretending that kind of attack would be enough to stop him. Sihan read the result immediately. The same technique had once failed against Darth Wald, and now it was failing here too. That could only mean one thing: Yexingard had also climbed even higher in power over the last decade. To prove exactly that, Yexingard began gathering lightning. The attack was dangerous enough that Sihan responded instantly, wrapping himself in the surging force of the tidal wave to guard against the strike. But the lightning had only been part of the plan. It was meant to force his defense open for the real attack that followed. The trick nearly worked. Only a last-second shift in Sihan's guard kept the blow from landing cleanly. Yexingard laughed. He admitted he could not even remember the last time a fight had felt this good. Sihan warned him not to let that excitement make him careless, because lowering his guard now could very easily get him killed. Yexingard dismissed that outright. In his mind, he was fighting the savior from another world, a man too noble, too soft, too incapable of true ruthlessness to finish things the way they needed to be finished. And that was exactly why, in Yexingard's view, Sihan could not win. 10 years ago, 6 revolutionary heroes had gathered and concluded that even together they could not find a perfect way to kill him for good. If all 6 of them had failed to devise certainty, what chance did Yexingard alone really have now? That thought settled in him like truth. This was probably his final battle. Victory no longer mattered. What mattered was dying without regret and without revealing the one thing he still intended to hide. So he threw everything into the fight. Sihan answered with equal force, the clash growing harsher and faster with every exchange. Then in the middle of it, Yexingard noticed something wrong. Sihan's behavior had shifted. The rhythm of the fight had changed. A bad feeling crept over him, and in response he intensified his attacks even further. Sihan met all of it with defense alone, refusing to counter. Then Yexingard stopped. He had seen enough. He asked Sihan directly whether he was using refined aura. Only Grandmaster-level swordsmen could compress raw aura into something so pure and so dense, and recognizing it dragged an old memory out of him. A clear blue sky from 10 years ago. So vivid it was like no time had passed at all. That memory also sharpened another realization. Sihan had been fighting entirely on the defensive. No real counterattacks, no serious finishing intent. To Yexingard that looked like a deliberate act, a man pretending weakness on purpose. So he demanded to know why. Sihan's answer came with open contempt. Asking that question, he said, only exposed Yexingard's own weakness. Then he admitted the truth. He no longer possessed the overwhelming power he once had. His aura and magic had been consumed just to cross the dimensional gap and return to Terraner. Yexingard did not buy it. If Sihan were truly as weakened as he claimed, he would never have come back for revenge in the first place. Furious at what sounded like a lie, Yexingard lunged again and this time landed a solid hit. Sihan managed to lessen the damage with a desperate block, but not fully. Yexingard seized on that immediately, saying that if his strength had really fallen that far, he would not even still be standing after a blow like that. He admitted he had expected this to be his final, glorious battle, a death worthy of a warrior. But if this weak resistance was all Sihan truly had left, then there was no glory in it anymore. He would simply crush him completely. Sihan answered that even if his full strength was gone, he still had more than enough power left to drag Yexingard to his knees. More than that, he could still read every one of his attacks. Yexingard scoffed and asked whether he was foolish enough to believe his dormant power would somehow reawaken in the middle of battle. Then the battlefield itself changed. Sihan still could not find a clean opening to strike back, and before he could adjust, a gigantic hand of stone burst up from the ground beneath him. Yexingard had prepared the attack specifically to crush him. For the first time in the entire fight, Sihan was caught completely off guard. He tried to defend, but the stone hand closed around him before the guard was fully in place. Yexingard looked at the trapped figure and admitted that he never imagined he would see Sihan reduced to this. Then he asked how it felt to finally fall in battle. Sihan, straining inside the crushing grip, answered that from the look of things, Yexingard truly had no regrets at all about trying to kill him. Then he finally voiced the question that had haunted him for 10 years. Why? Why had Yexingard and the others sent him back to another world instead of simply killing him on the spot? Back then, he had been completely helpless, caught in the portal with no way to resist. If Yexingard had driven a blade into his heart instead of throwing him through the gate, he could not have stopped it. That was the thing Sihan had never been able to let go of. Had Yexingard felt guilt at the last second? Had there been some shred of conscience left in him, or had there been another reason entirely? Yexingard looked at him with dark amusement and said there was no harm in answering now, since Sihan was about to die anyway. He admitted that back then, killing him had absolutely been considered, but 3 of the hypocrites who agreed to banish him had still balked at outright murder. Those 3, Yexingard admitted, had threatened to turn on the others if Sihan's exile became outright murder. They were willing to betray him for their own survival and ambition, but they still lacked the nerve to stain their hands with his blood. Their consciences, flimsy as they were, pushed them toward the easier cruelty, sending him away instead of finishing him. Yexingard scoffed at them for it. In his eyes, they should have gone all the way. He said it plainly. He betrayed his friend to seize a throne and become king, and he never would have been able to enjoy that life properly if Sihan had remained in Terranor. He held no regret for that choice. He might have been a betrayer, he said, but he refused to be called a coward. Sihan looked at him with open disgust. He told him the truth straight to his face, that he was a fool. He acted as if he stood above the others, but in reality he was the ugliest of them all. He claimed not to be a coward, yet every choice he made screamed cowardice. Worse than that, he was a narcissist who had carried darker intentions than the 3 he now mocked, yet still had the arrogance to see himself as somehow cleaner than they were. Yexingard roared back that Sihan was free to think whatever he liked. It meant nothing to him. Then he declared that all he intended to do now was erase him once and for all. He attacked again, but the moment he lunged, everything changed. Sihan slipped free from the stone hand's hold and caught the strike with ease. Then he said with cold finality that he finally understood the truth behind his 10-year exile. All this time during the battle, he had been acting weak on purpose. The entire exchange had been a test designed to uncover one thing, and now he had his answer. Yexingard had not truly evolved. For all his posturing, all his claims of growth, he was still relying on the same methods, the same instincts, the same violence from 10 years ago. Sihan had expected a hidden card, some new art, some unknown refinement earned in the decades since their betrayal. There was none. The barbarian standing in front of him was still fundamentally the same man. That realization hit Yexingard like another wound. The faint aura he thought he had sensed before had not been weakness at all. It had been Sihan suppressing his true power. When Sihan dryly remarked that it had taken him long enough to notice, the humiliation only deepened. He added that if Yexingard had not been so consumed by his own delusions, he might have understood the truth much sooner. Then Sihan said the part that mattered most. He had spent the last 10 years sharpening himself for this exact moment. Every skill, every technique, every fragment of resolve had been honed with revenge in mind. If Yexingard thought that kind of man would return weaker in spirit, then he was the fool Sihan always knew him to be. That made Yexingard explode. He roared and unleashed a wave of pure aura, trying to crush Sihan through sheer force. Sihan stepped around it with contemptuous ease. Enraged, Yexingard shifted immediately into another attack, channeling his power through the axe and hurling violent arcs of energy through the cavern. Sihan met them head-on. With one clean motion, he broke the assault apart, and the technique he used made Yexingard's breath catch. It was the Sky Piercer. Sihan then said, almost mockingly, that since he was fighting a barbarian, it only felt right to use every beast aura technique he had in his arsenal. That only twisted Yexingard's face further. From a distance, the girl watching them could barely comprehend what she was seeing. This, she realized, was the true level of the 7 heroes of the revolution, power so monstrous it barely seemed mortal. She felt the urge to help rising inside her, but at the same time knew her current magic was nowhere near enough. That left her with only one question. Why was she here, if not yet strong enough to matter? Back in the battle, Yexingard asked whether Sihan intended to spare the others, or would his revenge extend to all of them in the end. He mocked him, saying his resolve was still too soft, that he would die long before he ever got close to completing something so petty. Then he gathered more power. Another massive hand of aura formed, descending to crush Sihan from above. Sihan answered it with open sarcasm, saying he had something special prepared for exactly that kind of reckless display. At first, Yexingard did not understand the meaning behind those words. Then he felt it. Sihan was unleashing everything. The concentration of his aura spiked so high that even Yexingard felt dread. He immediately poured more power into his attack, desperately trying to overwhelm whatever counter was coming. It was useless. Sihan's response tore through the gigantic hand in a blinding burst and kept going straight toward him. Yexingard had to throw himself backward to avoid it. Even then, the force passed close enough to chill him. If that had landed directly, he would have been obliterated. Standing there drenched in cold sweat, he finally understood the truth of his own mistake. He should have accepted defeat from the start. He should have entered this battle knowing it was likely his last and fought with the dignity of a warrior. Instead, he clung to a lie, the lie that Sihan had become weak, the lie that he might still win, the lie that he could survive. That hope had blinded him, and now it was too late. Sihan said exactly that. He had finally dragged Yexingard all the way down to desperation, and enduring the man's old arrogance for this long had been exhausting. Yexingard screamed back that he should have killed him when he had the chance. Sihan agreed, he absolutely should have, but that chance was gone forever now. Then he ended it. One final strike crashed into the barbarian and brought him down completely. A single decisive blow was all it took to render the once terrifying warrior helpless. Sihan almost looked disappointed for a second, as if the ease of the end felt less satisfying than he expected. But Yexingard's spirit still refused to bend. Even lying there broken, he sneered that Sihan was still weak, that he could not even defeat him cleanly with the Sky Piercer. Sihan ignored the taunt and instead asked the question he actually cared about now. Who were the 3 hypocrites Yexingard had mentioned earlier? As expected, he got nothing. Yexingard stayed silent. Sihan had already guessed that much. The man was too stubborn to hand over something that important so easily. So he turned to a different question instead. If Yexingard never truly cared about luxury or titles, then why betray him for a crown at all? Why trade everything away for a throne that felt empty even from the outside? Yexingard laughed, but there was no humor in it. He told Sihan that the question itself proved how little he understood. It had never only been about becoming king. It was about refusing to live forever under another man's shadow. He wanted to be known as the strongest, not remembered as the comrade of someone greater. In his mind, remaining at Sihan's side had felt like living as a grateful dog, feeding on scraps of friendship from a man the whole world admired more. Sihan saw through it instantly. That kind of speech did not sound like something Yexingard would have come up with entirely on his own. He had heard sentiments like that before, which meant, in his eyes, that the barbarian had been another puppet in a larger design. Even so, Sihan made one thing clear. Being influenced did not excuse the betrayal. Nothing could wash away the fact that he broke the trust of a friend. Yexingard's eyes blazed with defiance. He told Sihan to stop talking and finish it. If death was coming, then he at least wanted to die with pride intact. Sihan answered that death would be too merciful. He had something else in mind, something more fitting. That answer genuinely confused him. He asked what kind of twisted punishment Sihan was talking about, and that was when Sihan called Alita forward. The look on Yexingard's face changed immediately. Enough of the games, he snapped. Kill him now and be done with it. Sihan refused. He told him that while his past self would have chosen death without hesitation, that was not how Yexingard had treated him. He had not been killed. He had been thrown into another world and left to rot in despair for 10 long years. So now it was his turn. Yexingard's face drained as the meaning sank in. Sihan told him clearly that he would endure the same thing. He would be cast into the exact same world and left there just as Sihan had been. Then the portal opened. A shimmering rift tore through the air, swirling with extra-dimensional light. Yexingard immediately fought against the pull, throwing everything he had left into resisting it. At the same time, Alita felt something strange and understood what was happening. Sihan was drawing on her mana to complete the portal. To her, that should have been impossible. Using another person's magic so directly felt as absurd as trying to build one's own strength with someone else's muscles. But summoned beings from another dimension existed under a strange exception. By the law of the spell that bound them, they had the right to draw power from their summoner. Sihon had not originally wanted to depend on that rule so openly, but his own magical recovery had become painfully slow, and there was no cleaner option left. That was when Alita grasped the full weight of her role in this. She had not only summoned him into this world, she had become part of the mechanism of his revenge. Sihon truly intended to make Yexingard relive the same decade of exile and helplessness he himself had endured. Yexingard fought the pull with everything left in him, but Sihon watched without pity. Sihon understood that struggle better than anyone. A decade earlier, he had fought against the same pull with everything he had, and in the end, all he had managed to do was send Yexingard away rather than kill him. When the barbarian protested that this was unfair, that he was being cast into some unknown land, Sihon answered with cold satisfaction. It was a refund, nothing more. Real fear finally took over Yexingard's face. He fought the force dragging him toward the portal, but then he saw what waited beyond it. Inside the shimmering void, twisted silhouettes writhed in endless motion, countless powerful monsters, creatures that looked horribly similar to the Emperor's worst summons. The meaning of the punishment became unmistakable. He was not being granted escape. He was being condemned to a lonely war in a forsaken world filled with relentless horrors. Even then, he refused to break completely. Yexingard gasped out that this would not be his end. He swore he would survive that world just as Sihon had, and that one day, no matter how long it took, they would meet again and finish this properly. Sihon gave him only a quiet farewell. Then the vortex snapped shut and swallowed him whole, leaving behind nothing but a trembling silence in the air. Alita was the first to break it. She asked whether this had truly been the right choice. A disturbance on that scale would absolutely be felt by the four towers. Sihon merely shrugged and said it no longer mattered. They would be leaving soon anyway, and he already had enchantments prepared that could hide the traces and smother the lingering tremors. Then his eyes drifted down to the torn clothing Yexingard had left behind. With dry humor, he remarked that maybe he could at least sell those for a decent amount. Alita, however, was thinking about something heavier. She asked what would become of Yexingard now. Sihon answered honestly that anything could happen in that other world. He might survive, he might die. Either way, it had ceased to matter to him. His revenge was finished. Whatever fate waited for Yexingard now belonged to Yexingard alone. Alita still looked uneasy. She admitted she would have felt safer if he had simply been killed outright. Even the smallest chance of him keeping his vow and returning again disturbed her. Sihon acknowledged that concern. Crossing worlds was never simple, especially for someone who was not a mage. But he also knew better than anyone that impossible returns could still happen. After all, he himself had already done exactly that. So Alita asked the obvious question. If Yexingard really did return one day, then what? A slow, dangerous smile spread across Sihon's face. He admitted, with unsettling honesty, that part of him would actually be curious to see what kind of thing came back after enduring the full consequence of his revenge. Not long after that, the former king finally accepted that he was unfit to remain on the throne and stepped away from power, choosing instead to live freely without the crown. In his place, Ein Primro rose as the new ruler and formally renamed the nation the Kingdom of Ratenburg. Once enthroned, Ein moved quickly. He began reorganizing the kingdom's internal structure almost immediately. Crumble, whose effort had quietly helped stabilize the new reign, was elevated to count and placed in charge of administration, taking over the sphere once controlled by Kelterin. Gelderin became commander of the Black Lion Knights, while Leal was named vice-commander beneath him. Kelterin, already raised to Marquis, was then appointed chancellor and publicly praised as one of the heroes behind the transition. The remaining nobles watched all of this with tense caution. They expected the new king to strip them bare, punish them broadly, and purge the remnants of the previous regime. But Ein declared that he was not like Emperor Rustenard. He made it clear that he would not overlook the sins of men like Duke Kramatin and the other nobles who had supported the old rot, but he also refused to condemn everyone indiscriminately. To prove that he meant it, he made a decisive move. He chose the former queen, Ilaren Ratenburg, daughter of Duke Kramatin, as his wife. That single act sent a strong message through the nobility. It showed that the new king did not intend to bury them all for the crimes of the last reign. Instead, he was offering continuity, protection, and a way forward. The result was immediate. The nobles began trusting him, and in return, they pledged their full loyalty and service. Privately, Ein understood exactly whose design he had stepped into. He silently acknowledged that much of what was unfolding was happening exactly as Kelterin had envisioned. For her part, Illa admitted that her father had never truly seen her as a person, only as something to be possessed and traded. That was why she felt genuinely grateful that Ein had accepted her. To stand at his side as queen was, to her, not just an honor, but a rescue from the role she had been forced into all her life. Ein, meanwhile, took satisfaction in gaining both her trust and the nobles' support at the same time. And so the kingdom embraced its new sovereign. Some time later, Sihon met with Kelterin and congratulated him on becoming chancellor. He pointed out that in this position, the old man now effectively controlled the entire kingdom's finances. Kelterin immediately protested that he had no intention of using his office to steal from others. Then, with typical shamelessness, he added that he could still double his personal wealth easily enough just by redirecting the outrageous entertainment spending of the old reign toward the ruling class. Sihan admitted that he was satisfied with how things had turned out. Given how disastrously Yexingard had governed, he would not have been surprised if people soon started calling Ein a wise king, especially if he managed to repair even half the damage left behind. But Kelterin offered a more complicated view. Yexingard, he said, may have rotted the kingdom from within, but at the same time, his mere existence had kept the other revolutionary heroes from attacking openly. Without him, the nation was now much more exposed to neighboring threats. Even hearing that, Sihan did not believe disaster was imminent. Kelterin then asked whether that confidence came from the assumption that Sihan intended to subdue those neighboring powers himself before they could move. He openly admitted that he very much hoped Sihan would succeed in his revenge, since there were obvious advantages for him in seeing that happen. Sihan cut through that at once. He told the Chancellor that this meeting clearly was not about idle speculation, so he should stop circling and say what he actually wanted. Kelterin's posture shifted at once. The old man became more serious. Then he told him the truth. The other revolutionary heroes were far more dangerous than Yexingard had ever been. The former king, Kelterin explained, had been fundamentally unsuited for rule. His edge had dulled after spending so long away from real battle. Lilstein and Saffron, on the other hand, now controlled the four towers and had both reached the rank of floormaster, a title Sihan himself had once attained. Unlike him, they had trained correctly and methodically in magic all along. Sihan acknowledged the point. If that was true, then the two of them might genuinely rival his own power now. Kelterin continued. Tyrant and Karen Anasius had likely grown stronger as well, because both of them were the type to obsessively research, train, and push themselves forward with no concern except advancement. But among all of them, Kelterin said one name stood highest, Elvina. He warned that she had recently undergone a major surge in power. Sihan cut him off and told him to stop dancing around it, say what he meant directly, so Kelterin did. If he were ever forced to choose between the savior from another world and the destroyers of it, he said, he would choose Sihan without hesitation, and anyone who picked otherwise was a fool. But for ordinary people, such a choice would not be simple at all. That sharpened Sihan's gaze. Had Elvina really become that powerful? Kelterin answered by naming the only three people he knew who could conceivably stand against Sihan. One was General Londark, the guardian knight of the Ruslan Empire. Another was the mercenary King Barak, though no one had seen him since the Empire's collapse and most assumed he had died of old age. The third was the one Sihan knew best, Elvina, the invisible thief queen. Then came the real revelation. Elvina had climbed all the way to the top of her path. She was now a Godsword warrior, the highest possible rank in her discipline, and because the three former Godsword warriors had disappeared, she had become the only one left on the entire continent. Sihan took that in slowly. The news was staggering but not unbelievable. 10 years ago, Elvina had already reached Grandmaster rank while still absurdly young. She had always been a true prodigy. If anyone could rise that far in a decade, it would be her. Kelterin added one more point. Tyrant was apparently close to reaching her level as well. In the Chancellor's eyes, the fact that Elvina had not yet crushed the neighboring state on her border suggested that even with her new status, she did not feel completely certain of victory. That in turn meant Tyrant remained a serious threat. Sihan was not entirely convinced. Elvina might have shown ambition at times, but he did not believe she was the sort of person who would trample others simply to satisfy her own desires. He asked Kelterin directly whether he was sure he was not confusing her with someone else. Kelterin admitted he could not claim absolute certainty. But even so, he dared to say that when it came to Elvina, Sihan was the one who might be profoundly mistaken. Kelterin stood by that judgment without hesitation. In his eyes, Elvina had always been that kind of person, and he insisted he was not alone in thinking so. The other heroes of the revolution had seen the same thing, even Yexingard himself had understood it. According to the Chancellor, the only one who had failed to grasp Elvina's true nature was Sihan. That answer changed the air around him. A cold, unsettling pressure began to leak from Sihan, enough to make Kelterin recoil at once. The old man quickly apologized, realizing his words had struck deeper than expected. Sihan calmed him, though not warmly. He said the Count had only caught him off guard, nothing more. When Kelterin cautiously asked whether there was anything he could do to ease the matter, Sihan told him there was no need. He had the information he needed now, that was enough. The rest of his plans could finally move forward, then he left. But as he walked away, one thought kept pressing at him. There was still one thing Kelterin did not know. 10 years ago, Sihan had already seen Elvina's true face, a side of her no one else had ever witnessed. Even the memory of that gaze was enough to send a faint chill through him, as if her presence had suddenly crept close again. Later, while preparing to head out, Sihan was stopped by Alita asking whether he had some engagement planned. He answered that he was simply bored. He had considered wandering around, but since Terraner still offered him less entertainment than he wanted, he had decided to look for books instead. Alita immediately said she was coming too. When he asked whether she was really comfortable going out in public, she answered with confidence that her disguise work had improved enough to handle it. At that exact moment, another young woman appeared and brightly called him master, apparently having overheard everything. She immediately tried to join the outing as well. Before Sihan could even respond, another companion cut her off and reminded her quite sternly that she had lessons scheduled and would not be wasting Sihan's time by tagging along. The girl pretended innocence, but her real intention was obvious enough. She wanted to ruin Sihan and Alita's walk out of sheer mischief. The man did not budge. She would attend her studies whether she liked it or not. Sihan watched the exchange with mild amusement. It was nice, he said, seeing them get along so energetically. Once outside, the city itself caught his attention. Terraner had changed. It felt livelier now, more vibrant, fuller in a way he had not expected. Even using 1,000 faces to blend in, he could still sense that the world had become more animated than before. He admitted to himself that his revenge had been completely personal, but even so, he had no regret over it. Then Alita spotted something ahead, a small bookstore. Inside, they began browsing through the shelves. Sihan's eyes quickly landed on several books that looked suspiciously suggestive, the sort of titles clearly built on innuendo. He found himself wondering what kind of nonsense people were writing now. But among all of them, one title caught him immediately: The Lover of the Otherworld Savior. His first assumption was obvious. Surely it was some dramatized story about him and Elvina. After all, if the tale of the Otherworld Savior had become famous enough, then romance stories built around it were almost inevitable. But when he looked inside, the shock hit instantly. The supposed lover in the story was not Elvina at all. It was Rilstein. Sihan just stared. Who would come up with something like that? Had the author somehow missed the existence of Elvina entirely? And of all the people on the continent, why in the world had they paired him with another man? Alita, on the other hand, turned so awkwardly silent that it almost became painful. In the end, she hurriedly bought a single book and then fled the shop so fast it practically looked like an escape. Their next stop was the city square, where towering statues of the old revolutionary heroes still stood proudly. Seeing them, Sihan wondered aloud whether Yexingard had commissioned them. Alita answered that there was nothing inherently wrong with honoring the heroes of the revolution, especially since there was even a monument there supposedly dedicated to the Otherworld Savior himself. Sihan looked at the statue meant to represent him and found absolutely no resemblance. Alita explained that the stories surrounding him had been exaggerated so many times that accuracy had long since disappeared. Given how extraordinary his achievements had sounded, people had likely just sculpted whatever seemed fitting for a legend. Sihan answered dryly that maybe he should simply be grateful no one could recognize him from it. With Yexingard already dealt with, Alita then asked the obvious question. Did he have another target already chosen? Sihan thought through it carefully. Safarin and Rilstein would probably be easier in one sense, because their magic still meant little against him. But mages were difficult prey in their own way, slippery, strategic, and far less likely to walk into a clean fight. That was why he was postponing them. Initially, after dealing with Yexingard, he had intended to go after Tarrant instead. Tarrant's arrogance as a swordsman made him feel like the kind of opponent easier to isolate into a direct duel. But things were no longer that simple. If Kelteran's information was right, and if Tarrant had truly climbed to warrior god rank or close to it, then engaging him now would be premature. Sihan had recovered most of his aura, yes, but only to Grandmaster level. He still needed more time to reclaim the full force he once carried. Alita asked whether that meant he intended to keep training until he was fully restored. Sihan answered with a hard edge in his voice. He had already wasted 10 years. He was not willing to throw away any more time. Then his eyes drifted toward another of the statues, and the name he said next carried a very different weight. He could hardly wait to face Karen and Asius. Alita immediately recognized the danger in that. Was he talking about the immortal witch? Sihan explained what made Karen terrifying. She wielded the restoration of a cleric and the destruction of a Templar at the same time, an absurd combination in itself. But her true danger was not just raw strength. It was the way she fused those abilities together. Through that synergy, she could afflict enemies with all kinds of conditions and ailments. Even powerful swordsmen and mages dreaded someone like that. Against her, one had to remain constantly wary. Alita admitted that Karen sounded like a nightmare to face and asked whether he was truly certain about taking her on. Sihan answered yes without hesitation. The reason was simple. Beings from another world were immune to Terraner's native diseases, so Karen's most specialized abilities simply would not work on him at all. That answer made Alita ask something broader. Did that mean he was immune not just to Karen's crafted contagions, but to any disease from Terraner? Sihan confirmed it, adding that if not for that fact, he doubted he would have survived at all. When Alita wondered whether it was some kind of advanced magic, he explained it more strangely. On Earth, he said, constant exposure to antibiotics had helped create incredibly evolved microorganisms. When he crossed into Terraner, he had unknowingly carried that microscopic world with him. The portal had apparently done nothing to stop such transfer. He arrived in another realm not just as himself, but with an entire invisible ecosystem already living inside him. That explanation stunned Alita. Even germs could pass through dimensions. Then what exactly were the limits of that kind of transfer? That question pulled an old memory out of Sihan. Rilstein had once become completely obsessed with the same topic. The mage had theorized that only truly living things could pass through dimensional gates. Then he turned the idea around and asked what the portal even considered alive in the first place. Sihan had admitted back then that he did not know, though if he had to guess, he would say anything with a soul. Rilstein, of course, had taken that as an invitation to get increasingly horrible with his hypotheses. Could zombies pass through animated corpses? Other things that were technically moving but very obviously should never be discussed near dinner. Sihan remembered being left speechless while Rilstein kept going deeper and deeper into revolting theory, proudly declaring that this was the essence of research magic. That train of thought had ended when someone walked up behind him and smacked him on the head. Karen. She asked whether he really had to say things like that right before a meal. Rilstein, rubbing the spot with wounded dignity, complained that the hit genuinely hurt, but the moment he looked at Karen's face, all the irritation vanished from him. Her smile made it impossible for him to stay annoyed for long. Then Karen set the meal down in front of them. Dinner was served, she said, apologizing that the food was simple because ingredients were scarce. Sihan had quickly assured her that there was no problem. Just having food in front of them was already more than enough, but Rilstein noticed something else. Karen herself was not eating. When he asked why, she explained that tasting things while cooking had already filled her up. Neither young man believed that for a second. So both of them immediately started offering pieces from their own plates to her. Karen insisted she truly was not hungry. Even so, the two of them kept pushing food toward her with such stubborn sincerity that she finally gave in and took a bite. The moment she did, both Rilstein and Sihan lit up with obvious satisfaction. Tyrant, on the other hand, looked completely unimpressed. When Sihan asked whether he was also planning to offer Karen part of his own meal, Tyrant only replied that he was not like them. Then he stood up, left his plate behind, and muttered that he had already eaten enough, so Karen could take the rest if she wanted. Karen understood the gesture immediately. Beneath the rough delivery, it was his own clumsy version of kindness. As the group prepared to leave, Karen called out to Sihan and stopped him. She held up the scarf he had worn before, now neatly mended, and told him she had fixed it. The weather was getting colder, she explained, and she did not want him catching a chill. Back in the present, that memory stayed with him. To Sihan, Karen had always felt like a strange mixture of elder sister and mother. Even though Tyrant and Rilstein were older, Karen was the one who always felt truly familial to him. She had a calm wisdom about her, a soft kindness, a patient intelligence, and a gentleness that never seemed to crack. Her smile stayed steady no matter how cruel or painful the situation became. Even when they were doing something as grim as cutting down Imperial soldiers, her expression never lost that eerie calm, which in its own way was almost more unsettling than open brutality. And it wasn't only Karen. Back then, all of them had felt like siblings to him. A real family, one built through battle and trust. Sihan knew he had learned a lot from those years, from all of them, from the way they lived and fought and stayed together. But the weight of time had done its work, and now some roads were gone for good. Eventually, he turned to Alita and said it was time to head back. Elsewhere, far from that quiet walk, Karen was already at work within the sacred towers of Licitarium, the holy capital of Aeneas. Calmly, she asked whether Sexenard had truly abdicated the throne. One of the priests confirmed it. The eldest son had taken the crown, and Count Kilterin, once Sexengard's trusted right hand, had moved quickly to stabilize the transition. Another priest commented that the name sounded familiar. The explanation came immediately. Kilterin was the man known for having a scholar's body and a beast's savage cunning. Karen found that difficult to reconcile with the man she remembered. The Kilterin she knew was no coward and not the sort to provoke chaos just for its own sake. Still, she ordered them to gather more information on the matter. The head priest then asked what should be done next. Karen answered by shifting to another problem entirely. Many people fleeing Sexengard's old rule had crossed into their territory and were now desecrating temples, even stealing offerings meant for the goddess. Karen pointed out that those refugees should already have been provided food and clothing. Why then were they being driven to theft? The chief priest admitted the ugly truth. The official responsible for distributing those supplies had embezzled them, leaving many refugees hungry and desperate. He pleaded with Karen not to punish people who had only stolen to survive, even if touching the goddess's offerings was unforgivable. Karen did not bend. She answered that by divine law, circumstances did not erase sin. If they had stolen, then they must die. In her view, human laws were weak and corrupt precisely because they bent around emotion and circumstance. People were meant to follow the will of the goddess, not the temporary moral standards they invented for themselves. Only obedience to that higher law, she said, could make life righteous. Then she dismissed them. The priests had no choice but to obey. They bowed and withdrew, leaving behind the kind of silence that felt colder than anger. Karen's face never changed. To some, it might have looked like perfect justice. To others, it looked like emptiness. Back with Sihan, Kelterin soon reported that the arrangements he had been asked for were complete. Lord Sihan, Sword Superior Zenon, Sword Superior Alita, and even her student Dina had all been formally placed within the Rottenburg delegation bound for Aeneas, the religious kingdom. That speed surprised even him. He had only asked Kelterin to find a way to reach Karen without drawing suspicion. The Count had requested time, and yet somehow had already completed the entire arrangement before Sihan even expected a first draft of the idea. Sihan knew that kings needed foreign recognition to solidify a new reign, so delegations to other capitals made sense, but administrative matters almost never moved this fast. So he asked how Kelterin had managed it. The Count explained that he had inserted Sihan and his companions into the delegation from the very beginning. With his current position and influence, doing that had not been especially difficult. That answer made Sihan realize Kelterin might have prepared for several different outcomes long before he knew which one would actually happen. He told the Count not to create unnecessary work for himself next time and to simply ask before taking that much initiative. Kelterin accepted the criticism at once. From that response, Sihan could tell something. Serving Sexenard must have trained the Count into living in fear of mistakes. It explained the way he kept over-preparing everything. Kelterin then added that the religious kingdom of Aeneas had responded favorably to the new king, and most of the other realms had done the same. That meant the delegation could also be used as a way to arrange contact with representatives from the wider continent. Sihan already had a rough idea of one man who would not be so welcoming, someone who had always been close to Sexenard and would never accept Ain easily. That man was Serapan. Sihan had expected resistance from him eventually, but not this quickly. The Safari Kingdom alone had refused to formally acknowledge the new ruler. Their refusal came from Serafin's bond with Sexenard, something deeper than casual friendship. During the revolution, the two had functioned as a single force, Serafin as the mind, Sexenard as the power. Kelterin still insisted publicly that Sexengard had willingly abdicated and chosen the life of a free man. But Serafin, who knew him better than most, rejected that claim outright. That alone told Sihan how deeply rooted Serafin's distrust already was. That worried him. He did not want innocent people becoming collateral damage in his private war. If things kept moving this way, he might be forced to deal with Serafin before ever reaching Karen. Kelterin tried to calm that concern. He reminded Sihan that every other kingdom remained friendly toward them, and more importantly, that they had the backing of the Realstein Kingdom, the most powerful state on the continent. Since both Realstein and Serafin ruled over mage-dominated realms and had been rivals ever since the War of Revolution, Serafin would not be able to act recklessly without consequences. In the Count's view, there was no reason to abandon the original plan. They should proceed to Enosius exactly as intended. Everything was already prepared. Sihan could tell Kelterin had probably anticipated this turn of events too. So in the end, he chose to trust the Count's judgment again and said the arrangements could remain entirely in his hands. 3 days later, the delegation was already on the road. Sihan did not travel alone this time. The full group moved together toward the kingdom of Aeneas. While he rode outside on horseback, a nobleman watching from inside an ornate carriage called out and asked whether he might prefer to rest in comfort for a while. Sihan answered that he was perfectly fine where he was. In truth, he found riding much more pleasant than being trapped inside a carriage. The noble politely told him to ask if he needed anything. Sihan admitted that it had been a long time since he had ridden like this, and he was enjoying it more than expected. Alita, unlike him, did not yet have much real experience with horses. Even so, she was starting to get the hang of it. Sihan warned her not to push too hard. Speed-enhancing aura techniques strong enough to outrun a horse were extremely advanced, so proper riding still mattered. That was why Zenon, as a knight, and Dina, because of her noble upbringing, were both already comfortable with it. That made Sihan glance at Alita differently. He admitted he had always assumed she, too, came from some sort of privileged background. Alita answered flatly that her family had been destroyed. Then she added that regardless of that past, she intended to learn how to ride properly before they reached their destination. As evening settled over the road, the group made camp. For once, Sihan had nothing to complain about. Soldiers handled the hard labor now, the tents, the supplies, the setup, all of it, and he had to admit he enjoyed that little luxury more than expected. Zenon, however, looked confused. They were traveling as mercenaries, so why were they stopping like this? He had assumed the Count would have arranged a faster route. Dina answered with practical calm. There was no better option. Most of the available roads were either barren or cut through steep mountain terrain, and proper supply posts were rare. Long ago, the Gelot Highway Bridge had made travel through the region far easier, but that bridge had been destroyed during the War of Independence. Ever since then, everyone had been forced to take this much longer path around. Dina even added what that loss meant in merchant terms. If the bridge still stood, trade through the region might have tripled. Her comment carried the easy certainty of someone raised in a merchant household. Alita then remarked that a bridge built across mountains must have been extremely sturdy, which naturally led to the next question: how had something like that even been destroyed? At that, Sihan visibly stiffened. He tried to hide it, but not well enough. Alita immediately understood. He had something to do with it. Sihan quickly shifted the blame onto Sexenard instead, saying that the war back then had grown so vicious that entire structures and routes were wiped out without anyone really stopping to think about the cost. That answer left an uncomfortable thought behind. For the first time, Sihan seriously considered how much suffering his own actions in the past may have caused people far removed from the battlefield. The thought did not sit well with him. Quietly, he promised himself he would pay better attention to that kind of consequence from now on. Still, camp life quickly became dull. With soldiers managing every task, there was almost nothing left for him to do. Zenon volunteered to help transport supplies. Alita decided to continue practicing her writing. Then Sihan was asked whether he might spare some time for Dina. He did. Before long, he was training with the eager girl, and Dina came at him immediately, full of enthusiasm and fighting spirit. Sihan handled the attack with ease and told her that while her will was impressive, passion alone would never be enough. Her guard, he pointed out, was far too open. He struck as he spoke, using each motion to teach. In battle, every detail mattered. A sword demanded complete focus, both mental and physical. Anger itself was not the problem, he explained. Unchecked anger was. It could energize the body, yes, but once it took over, it clouded judgment and destroyed control. Dina tried to put that into her own words, so she needed to stay aggressive but never reckless. Sihan nodded and told her to train as if every session were real combat. Without that seriousness, there would be no real improvement. At the same time, he warned her against overtraining. Exhausting herself in practice had no value. Moderation mattered too. To his surprise, she absorbed all of it quickly. Dina listened with such ready sincerity that it genuinely impressed him. She beamed and said this was exactly what she expected from the mercenary king's successor, adding that she felt honored to learn from him. Then she asked whether this was how he himself had learned the fundamentals before mastering the mercenary king's sword arts. That question pulled him backward. His own training had been nothing like this. There had been no patience, no encouragement, no care. It had been brutal from the start, physically punishing and emotionally stripped of anything comforting. Even the words used on him had been blunt and cruel rather than motivating. He remembered one scene clearly. During one especially harsh session, a friend had stepped in and openly challenged the method, saying the training had gone too far. But the instructor only defended it by saying severity was the fastest route to strength. If Sihan was not forged hard enough, he would simply die. That was all that mattered. The moment the instructor walked away, that same friend had rushed to Sihan's side. Back then, only 3 months had passed since he had been torn out of his own world, and the young Sihan had broken enough to admit that none of it felt fair. He had done nothing to deserve being thrown into such a merciless place. His friend answered gently that the cruelty was not about deserving anything. That was simply what the world was, brutal, indifferent, and blind. Then came the lesson that stayed with him. His life, his friend said, was the most valuable thing he had. If he wanted to survive, then he had to become strong, no matter how unfair the path felt. Only strength would let him keep living long enough to reach whatever goal he still had. Back in the present, Sihan realized he really had followed all of those harsh demands in the end. So when the lesson with Dina wrapped up, he told her she had done well and that it was time to stop and rest. He reflected quietly that he had not learned swordsmanship from some noble master at all, but from a worthless drifter in a filthy alley. What he truly learned there was not elegance or form, but violence itself, what it meant to hurt, to kill, and to survive long enough in Terranor to avoid being swallowed by it. Later, around camp, Zenon commented that there was something satisfying about watching a real army work with discipline. Alita, dry as ever, joked that since another magical beast had shown up on one of their trips before, maybe rain would follow next. Sihan looked up at the sky and told her not tonight. The weather was too perfect for that. That answer earned a ripple of laughter from the group. Dina declared herself completely content. The camp was comfortable, the atmosphere was pleasant, and the food, in her opinion, was excellent. On that last point, however, she was completely alone. Zenon had done the cooking. While he was undeniably a gifted knight, his skills in the kitchen were tragic. Sihan thought the meal was awful. Alita silently agreed. None of them said a word though. No one wanted to crush Zenon's mood, so an unspoken rule was born right there. For the sake of future missions, Zenon needed to be kept far away from the cooking. Dina remained the only genuine admirer of his food. Once the meal ended and the camp quieted down, Sihan announced that no one should disturb them that night. It was the perfect time to resume aura training. He wanted Alita to work toward Elva's stealth technique, and he intended to start teaching Zenin Sexenard's explosive aura. Alita questioned that immediately. Techniques like those belonged to the heroes of the revolution. If other people suddenly started using them, it would attract dangerous attention. Sihan dismissed the concern with outrageous ease. They could simply say they learned them from some legendary elder who had already died. Alita was left staring at him. That kind of shameless lie sounded unbelievable, but Sihan only said that stories like that had once been common enough, and even Sexenard himself had learned under similarly vague circumstances. In the end, he said, how they supposedly got the techniques did not matter. What mattered was whether their bodies and aura were actually suited for them. So he began the instruction at once. He walked both of them through the basics step by step, demonstrating over and over until the fatigue started dragging at his body. Alita guessed the strain came from repeating each movement and explanation so many times. Sihan brushed that off and said he only needed something quick to eat if he wanted to keep going. Zenin immediately volunteered to prepare something. Sihan tried to stop him, insisting he could manage a little longer, but it was too late. Before long, Zenin returned, proudly carrying 2 freshly caught rabbits. That startled Sihan enough that he asked if he had really secured them that quickly. Zenin, grinning, said hunting was one of his specialties. That answer made Sihan look at him differently. He had never really paid attention to how absurd Zenin's hunting ability was, so he asked whether he would mind going out again. Zenin readily agreed and left at once. This time Sihan watched far more carefully, and what he saw surprised him. A strange aura spread from Zenin, something web-like and subtle, almost impossible to notice unless one looked for it. It explained everything. That was why his hunting was so unnaturally efficient. At one point, Zenin pursued a squirrel, and before the animal even understood the danger, it froze in place, caught by the young man's unconscious aura. Zenin merely looked at it, decided it was too small for a real meal, and let the moment pass without understanding what had actually happened. To him, it was just luck. To Sihan, it was incredible. Zenin was using aura instinctively without any conscious activation at all. That meant his current night level standing was not a true reflection of his limit. He was stuck there only because his real talent had never been fully awakened. Sihan questioned him directly, asking how he had managed to use that aura. Zenin looked completely lost and admitted he had not even realized he was doing anything. That answer confirmed it. His ability surfaced naturally, not deliberately. Realizing what he had found, Sihan reached into his satchel and took out a small object. The moment Zenin looked at Sihan's open palm, his gaze sharpened with startling precision. When asked how many grains of salt lay there, he answered without hesitation, 136. Yet even after saying it, he looked puzzled, unsure why he had been asked something so oddly specific. That was enough for Sihan. Now he understood his disciple much more clearly. Zenin was not meant for the explosive eruption aura after all. His path pointed somewhere else entirely, toward the Emperor's skill. That answer hit Zenin like a shock. He stared, genuinely alarmed, and asked why Sihan would even consider teaching him something so grand and far beyond ordinary people. Sihan knew exactly how rare that technique was. It was not something a normal talent could reach. But after seeing Zenin's monstrous natural gifts with his own eyes, he was now convinced the young man's potential could stand beside even the legendary heroes of the revolution. Until this moment, Sihan had thought Zenin's strength came mostly from his large build and brute force. Now he knew better. Beneath the obvious physicality, Zenin possessed highly refined gifts he himself did not even realize he had. The thought almost irritated Sihan. A talent like that had been wasted on things like camp chores and cooking. Still, there was no point dwelling on it now. The important thing was that he had finally seen the truth. By the time morning came, the journey had resumed. This time, Sihan chose the carriage. After the brutal exhaustion of the previous night, even he needed rest. Dina, who had not been part of the late-night training, looked at him with confusion, trying to figure out what in the world he could have been doing to become that drained. Then her eyes drifted ahead and she spotted it, the towering spires of Lysterium. Even from a distance, the holy capital announced itself. Once the delegation reached the city, they were welcomed by the high priest in person. Formal words were exchanged on behalf of the group, but while everyone else focused on courtesy, Sihan quietly studied the faces around him. Several of them were familiar. He remembered more than a few of these people from the early days of the Revolutionary Army when they still served Karen directly. Even so, he reassured himself that no one had recognized him. His magical disguise remained solid. Then came the moment he had been waiting for. The priests announced the arrival of the Queen of Anius. Awe spread through the delegation almost instantly. Many were drawn in by her beauty before anything else. Alita, however, was affected for a different reason. She was standing in front of one of the legendary 7 heroes of the revolution, Karen Anasius herself, and that felt almost unreal. What unsettled her even more was Karen's appearance. She had heard whispers placing the woman somewhere in her early 30s, yet the figure before them looked impossibly young. But Alita's attention did not stay on Karen for long. It shifted to Sihan instead, because there was something deeply strange in the way he was looking at her. He suddenly muttered, almost under his breath, asking what exactly was going on. Later, when they were alone again, Alita asked him what he meant. Sihan answered without hesitation. The woman they had just seen was not the real Karen. She looked exactly like her, yes, but the presence was wrong. There was an intensity in her that felt completely different from the Karen he remembered. To him, it meant only one thing: whoever stood on that throne was an imposter. The problem, of course, was proof. He had none. Alita offered the simplest explanation she could think of. Maybe 10 years and a crown had simply changed her. A decade could alter anyone. Zenon then reminded them that they would see the queen again tomorrow at the grand welcoming feast. If Sihan needed a closer look, he would get one there. Not long after, Dina arrived carrying news of specially prepared formal wear for the entire delegation. A meeting with the queen demanded elegance, and nothing less would do. Alita was the first to change, and when she stepped out in her gown, Dina reacted like someone struck by sunlight. She openly admired how radiant she looked. Sihan, meanwhile, was miserable. He complained immediately that he had never once in his life been forced into such ridiculous clothing. Zenon reminded him that this was what royal settings demanded. Alita noticed him looking at her and asked, almost cautiously, whether the dress did not suit her. Sihan answered that it suited her very well. Dina, clearly dissatisfied with how tame that response was, demanded whether that was seriously all he had to say. Sihan sidestepped the matter by pointing out that Dina had already taken his measurements, so he would much rather take the uncomfortable clothes off now before they strangled him. Dina refused. He needed to wear them long enough to get used to the feeling. The celebration was not just a feast, she explained. There would be dancing too, and if he froze up because of the clothes, he would embarrass everyone. That opened another problem. Alita mentioned that it had been a long time since she last attended a ball. Dina said the same, though hers was only 6 months ago. Zenon admitted it had been a while for him as well, but he looked genuinely excited about the whole thing. Dina then declared that dancing was one of the virtues of a real knight and turned directly to Sihan, asking if he knew how to dance. His answer came out smooth and confident. To him, he said, a fencing match was really just a violent kind of dance. Inside, he was in full panic. If he wanted to approach Karen naturally, he had to look like he belonged there, and he knew absolutely nothing about ballroom dancing. Alita saw straight through him and offered to teach him. She took position and began walking him through the basic steps. For a brief moment, it even looked like he was actually getting it. Then his body betrayed him. In the middle of the practice, he suddenly twisted and locked her arm in a practiced hold like he was disarming an enemy. Dina nearly shouted in disbelief, demanding to know what in the world he thought he was doing. Sihan sheepishly admitted it had been instinct. His body was simply too used to combat. The others collectively despaired at how hopeless that explanation was. The next evening, the grand hall was overflowing with life. Music flowed through the room, tables were packed with extravagant food, and noble guests moved everywhere under the glow of the celebration. Zenon looked around wide-eyed and declared that he had never seen anything this lavish in his life. The delegation's leader explained that the feast was designed to showcase the local cuisine, especially a famous dish called grass. Sihan tried it and immediately found it bizarrely familiar. It was basically a mix of noodles and vegetables, so similar to japchae that it almost made him laugh. He genuinely had not expected to find food in this world that reminded him so strongly of home. Noticing that he seemed to like it, Zenon happily offered to make something similar at the next campsite. That promise did not fill anyone nearby with confidence. Sihan, however, was not focused on the food at all. Karen still had not appeared. His eyes kept moving through the crowd. Dina mentioned how crowded the hall was, and while talking to Alita, observed that her mentor looked unusually tense. Alita herself thought the room felt packed with unfamiliar faces, too many strangers too close together. That was when a young man approached them politely. He addressed Dina first, asking if she was indeed Dina Crumble. She apologized and admitted she did not recognize him. He explained that he had heard she was arriving and identified her immediately because she strongly resembled her mother. Then he introduced himself. Bright of the Amos family, the name clicked for Dina quickly. Her mother's older sister had married into that family in Anius, which meant this man was her cousin. A second young man approached then, and Bright introduced him as Durin Gren, the guardian knight of the Amos family. By now, Sihan had already sensed something stirring and moved closer to understand the situation. Dina explained that she had just met her cousin Bright, and then introduced the rest of her companions one by one: Sean Stein, Zenon, and finally Alita Rolkin. The moment Bright heard Alita's name, his tone shifted. He called it a beautiful name suited to an equally beautiful woman, then immediately asked her for the honor of a dance. Dina's mood turned at once. The difference in how Bright had spoken to her and how he now looked at Alita was impossible to miss. Had he only used her as a path to reach her mentor, Before that irritation could become obvious, Duran stepped in and offered Dina a dance instead, diffusing the moment neatly. Flattered and relieved, she accepted. Watching her composure return, Sihan found himself quietly grateful that the situation had not gotten worse. But Sihan's attention shifted the instant a new figure entered the hall. The queen had finally arrived. His pulse sharpened at once, because more than the feast, more than the diplomacy, more than the false smiles, his true goal here was simple: he needed a private opening with Karen. As she moved through the crowd, the room visibly changed. A wave of awe swept across the guests, and more than a few young nobles clearly wanted to ask her for a dance. None of them dared. The fear of being rejected by royalty strangled their courage before a single word could leave their mouths. Sihan had no such hesitation. He stepped forward, bowed cleanly, and introduced himself as Marquis Sean Stain of Keelerin, then asked if Her Majesty would grant him the honor of a dance. The reaction was immediate. Murmurs spread through the hall, many stunned that anyone had dared cross that invisible line and approach the queen so directly. Sihan himself had disliked the boldness of the move, but he had already concluded there was no better way to get close without looking suspicious. The queen accepted, and moments later the two of them were on the dance floor, instantly becoming the center of attention for nearly everyone in the hall. To Sihan, this was the moment that mattered. The test had begun. Sometime earlier, Alida had pointed out that his body, trained too deeply for combat, did not naturally understand ballroom movement. So she had given him the only explanation he could actually use: think of dance as another form of battle, a graceful trapping of the other person, drawing them in step by step until escape became impossible. That advice worked disturbingly well. The moment they began moving, the entire hall seemed to hold its breath. Their dance looked effortless, elegant, almost unreal. Even Dina trembled, not from nerves but from pure excitement at how perfectly it was going. The queen herself seemed surprised and quietly remarked that Sean moved like a true master, not of dance alone, but like a man whose body had already mastered dueling. Sihan used that opening immediately. He praised her beauty, saying it was an unparalleled honor to dance with her, as though he were waltzing beside a princess from the Moon Palace itself, so radiant that even the rabbit said to live upon the moon would be blinded by her beauty. That comparison mattered. A flicker of surprise crossed her face, because years ago Sihan had once told Karen that same strange story, the tale of a rabbit living on the moon, born from the shape people imagined they saw on its surface. Karen had found the story amusing then, and he had gone on telling her other moon legends for some time after that. So when the woman in his arms now asked where he had heard such an unusual tale, the answer became clear: she did not remember. Sihan gave no reply. Instead, he smoothly ended the dance and thanked her for it. The queen answered politely that she too had enjoyed it, then withdrew from the center of the floor. That was enough. His suspicion hardened into certainty. This woman was not Karen. The real Karen would have remembered the moon rabbit story instantly. Elsewhere, far from the festival, another scheme was already in motion. On the outskirts of the devout kingdom of Anasius, atop the remote Abrilangel Plateau, a secret meeting was underway inside the dark halls of Sable Tower. A subordinate reported that they had finally found someone carrying the ancestral blood of Rauslan. The woman receiving the report praised the work, though she asked why the hunt had taken so long. The answer came quickly: their target had hidden herself cleverly, disguising her existence by living as a high sword and serving as a noble knight. That explained the difficulty. The mage in charge noted that it was surprising their target had chosen the path of swordsmanship at all, especially given that her bloodline carried the Emperor's powerful summoning magic. Then she issued the next order immediately. A message had to be sent to the Moon Temple. Priest Lumen would be needed for what came next. Their target possessed the terrifying ability to summon magical beings from other worlds, creatures against which ordinary magic meant almost nothing. Too much effort had already gone into locating someone of that bloodline for them to risk losing her now. Every precaution had to be taken. Back with Sihan, the matter was already settled in his mind. The queen he had danced with was a fraud. The real question now was who exactly this imposter was and what had happened to the true Karen. That truth was going to be difficult to uncover. Zenon pointed out the obvious: they could hardly wander the palace asking where the real queen had gone, so Sihan thought tactically. Because they were acting as knight escorts attached to Keelerin's delegation, they had a certain freedom to approach influential people without standing out too much. But now that things had grown this twisted, simply gathering information would be much harder. If he wanted a real chance at finding Karen, he needed access to noble circles, especially those close to the court. Then one useful detail clicked into place. Dina had introduced them to a noble during the festivities. That acquaintance might be enough to pry open the door he needed. The next day, Duran was already waiting for them. He greeted Dina warmly and explained that his house was honored to receive relatives and guests from so far away. More importantly, the invitation had arrived before Sihan even needed to engineer one himself. That alone made the Amos family useful. Their status among the nobility meant there was a good chance they knew something about the court, the priesthood, or the queen's inner circle. To Sihan, this visit was the cleanest path yet toward Karen's whereabouts. On the way there, Durin spoke a little about himself. He had become a magical swordsman at 18 and had spent 6 years serving the Amos family faithfully. He had also heard that Sean and Zenon were superior swordsmen, which reassured him that Dina was in good hands. Dina, however, modestly downplayed herself, admitting she still struggled with something as basic as reinforcing her body properly with aura. Durin responded with a principle worthy of a real knight. A sword, he said, was not meant for empty strength alone, but for protecting what mattered. He smiled and told her that though her path was still long, he had no doubt she would become stronger one day. Zenon immediately commented that Durin seemed like the kind of knight worth respecting. Alita, however, sensed something faintly off beneath the surface, and that feeling only deepened when they finally arrived at the Amos estate. Bright welcomed them personally. He was polite, charming, and perfectly practiced, the sort of noble who made everything sound effortless. He exchanged pleasantries with Dina first, speaking about their mothers and the connections between their families. Sihan listened carefully, but none of it moved him any closer to Karen, which meant he needed a new angle. He knew better than to force the topic too early. Suspicion would only ruin the opportunity, so he waited for an opening. Bright handed him one without realizing it. With a smooth flourish, he presented Alita with a bouquet of flowers. Then, without even pretending subtlety, he confessed that he had been captivated by her ever since their last meeting and wished for the chance to know her better. The reaction around him was immediate. Her companions were stunned by the audacity, and Alita herself looked completely caught off guard. Durin, still calm, explained that his lord had a habit of expressing affection the instant he saw a beautiful woman. Bright then went even further. He asked Alita directly whether she would consider becoming his beloved. For a moment, she froze. Then she apologized politely, saying that if anything in her manner had given him the wrong impression, she regretted it. But her heart, she said, was already pledged elsewhere. She gestured toward Sihan. That statement stunned everyone. Sihan himself nearly betrayed his shock, and the room shared it. Even so, Alita did not back down. She said her lifelong choice had already been made, which meant she had no choice but to reject him. Bright looked crushed by the refusal. He apologized for the awkwardness, clearly wounded, and excused himself for a moment to recover. Durin, maintaining courtesy, apologized on his master's behalf and suggested that everyone remain the night so their conversation could continue more comfortably the next day. Sometime later, Sihan entered the room prepared for him and found himself genuinely impressed. The chamber was beautifully arranged, every detail polished with noble care, and for a brief moment, even he had to admit the Amos family knew how to host properly. The maid explained with a straight face that the room had been prepared specifically for the comfort of a couple, all by direct order of Master Bright himself, who had apparently been mortified by the awkwardness of the earlier scene. Once the maid left, silence settled over the room. Sihan looked at Alita, then finally asked the obvious. What now? Alita only shrugged. There was nothing to do. It was late, she was tired, and in her view this situation was hardly some great crisis. Compared to the time she had seen him completely naked, this barely even registered. Sihan had to admit she had a point. They had already shared a room once before in Karen City, so making a spectacle of this now would be ridiculous. Even so, Alita immediately reached for a blanket and pillow, clearly intending to sleep as far away from him as possible, leaving the oversized bed entirely to him. It took real effort for Sihan to talk her out of sleeping on the floor. The bed was more than large enough for both of them, and eventually she agreed, though the atmosphere remained painfully awkward, especially after what she had said in front of everyone earlier. Then Alita broke the tension herself. She asked whether her public declaration had caused problems for his plans. They had come to this kingdom to investigate Queen Karen, nothing more, so had she made things harder? Sihan answered that she had not. He doubted Bright would hold the rejection against them for long. If anything, the absurdly thoughtful preparation of this room suggested he was already trying to recover from the embarrassment in his own way. Still, neither of them settled easily. Alita finally admitted she could not sleep, so she decided to read instead. Sihan pointed out that reading in darkness would strain her eyes, then casually summoned a small orb of light. The soft glow filled the room at once. Alita stared at it with quiet appreciation and remarked that magic really was useful. Sihan told her to read as long as she wanted since the light would not bother him. That turned out to be a mistake. Alita got completely absorbed in the book and soon began reading parts of it aloud, reacting openly to the plot with genuine enthusiasm. She declared the story brilliant, clearly far more invested in the narrative than in the awkwardness of their situation. Sihan asked her, with a rising hint of irritation, whether she really needed to read it out loud too. She absolutely did, apparently. Still, as annoying as it was, he felt a strange sense of relief. The earlier tension had faded. She was back in familiar territory now, buried in a book, exactly like she had been since the day he first met her. Seeing her like that was almost reassuring. At one point, she noticed him looking at her and asked if there was something he wanted to know. He answered no, then lay down and tried to sleep. Quietly, he thought that whatever dramatic story Alita was enjoying was probably far more pleasant than the truth of his own life. That thought pulled him into memory. Back then, he had been nothing more than a caged subject, trapped in a laboratory and subjected to relentless experiments. One of the researchers eventually declared the whole effort a failure, saying the outsider had proved useless. Their findings were simple and cruel. People from other worlds shared certain traits with magical beings. Divine techniques could affect them, but ordinary magic could not. Beyond that, Sihan appeared no different from any other normal person. Sparkant, the chief researcher, refused to accept that. He insisted such complete uselessness had to be a lie, that the boy must be hiding some special ability or undiscovered power. Driven by obsession, he decided to intensify the experiments, ignoring the concerns of everyone around him. Then he summoned Realstein and assigned him full responsibility for the subject. Realstein had become Sparkant's disciple at the age of 12, chosen because the old monster recognized how gifted he was. But by 20, Realstein was still trapped at the second tier of magic, not because he lacked talent, but because Sparkant had deliberately refused to teach him properly. Realstein had mastered second-tier magic almost entirely by teaching himself. Under a real mentor, he would have risen far higher. But Sparkant had never seen him as a student, only as another experiment. Instead of lessons, he gave him strange chemicals, bizarre treatments, and endless pain. So when Realstein saw Sihan, he understood instantly. The newcomer was not a subject, he was another victim. Realstein introduced himself and made it clear that he would now be responsible for him. At the time, Sihan could not understand a single word of the local language. Even so, he could tell this man was different. For the first time since arriving in this world, someone was showing him something like kindness. Realstein realized communication had to come first, so he began with the simplest thing, his own name, repeating it until the meaning finally landed. Sihan eventually understood. This person was Realstein. In return, he introduced himself as Sihan Siong. From there, Realstein patiently taught him the language and customs of Terraner. Little by little, their shared suffering turned into something deeper, a real friendship. Once they could speak to each other properly, Sihan understood something else. In his own way, Realstein was trapped just as much as he was. That was when Realstein said something that stayed with him: the weak suffer the same no matter where they are. Together, the two of them promised each other one thing: neither of them would die there. But 3 months after Sihan's arrival, everything changed. An enormous surge of magic suddenly erupted inside him, powerful enough to alarm even the mages running the experiments. Sparkant became ecstatic. He theorized that a being from another world might naturally gather magic far faster than ordinary people. To him, this was a breakthrough, the first satisfying result the subject had ever produced. There was only one problem. The magic swelling inside Sihan had become too unstable. It needed to be controlled immediately. Sparkant claimed he had a solution, but he made one thing clear. The subject needed to stay alive. He still wanted to continue experimenting on him afterward. Then he called for Realstein and handed him a sword. When Realstein asked whether this was really meant to save Sihan, Sparkant answered without shame. The sword would serve its natural purpose, to cut. If they severed the subject's limbs, the growth of the magic might be interrupted, and they could restrain him more easily. Even dismembered, he would still be alive enough to experiment on. That was the moment Realstein finally rebelled. For the first time, he openly defied his master. He could not stand there and watch his only friend be butchered. He knew exactly how dangerous that defiance was, and he chose it anyway. The instant Sparkant's attention slipped, Realstein drove the sword into his back. The mad scientist collapsed, furious but helpless. And with him down, Realstein was finally free to do the one thing that mattered: save Sihan. He told him to stop trying to hold the magic in. Let it out. Let all of it out. Sihan obeyed. The explosion that followed tore through the area with catastrophic force. That was the memory playing out in his sleep. Across the room, Alita looked at him and understood more than before. His past had been far crueler than she realized, and Realstein's friendship had clearly been one of the only lights in that darkness. It made Sihan's pain over betrayal feel even sharper, even more understandable. At the same time, one small thought still puzzled her. He had fallen asleep absurdly fast. It genuinely amazed her that he could sleep that soundly with a woman in the same room. In the end, though, she pushed the thought aside and tried to rest too. Then Sihan's eyes snapped open. Sleep was over. Alita looked at him, confused, and asked what he meant. He answered instantly. There was one nun nearby, 2 superior swordsmen, and 4 mages close enough to be dangerous. Worse than that, the entire mansion was surrounded. He moved to the window and confirmed it. Soldiers were in position all around the estate, ready to strike. Alita reacted without hesitation and said they needed to prepare for battle now. Then, with no time wasted, she began changing clothes immediately. That caught Sihan completely off guard. Just moments earlier, she had been awkward and reserved, and now she was undressing in front of him like the situation barely mattered. Her answer was simple: of course she was changing. No one fought properly in sleepwear. he needed to do the same. The reason for her sudden indifference was obvious. She had already understood how serious the danger outside was. Among the attackers, the mage Howland questioned whether they truly needed such a massive force. In his view, the Rustlin bloodline had thinned so much that this level of preparation seemed excessive. Priest Lament immediately shut that down. If the target managed to summon a being from another world, what then? There was no harm in being too prepared. Against an enemy like this, caution was not wasteful. It was necessary. Howland could not hide his unease. A deployment this large was ruinously expensive, and in the end, that burden would fall on the towers. But he was only a subordinate with no power to challenge the order. Still, he comforted himself with one thought: if an otherworldly creature truly appeared, at least his side had come prepared. Then Bright Amos stepped out through the estate gates, his expression sharp with disbelief as he took in the armed host surrounding his home. This was the ancestral estate of the Amos family, he reminded them, a house bound in loyalty to the Temple of the Moon and the venerable Kronleet. He demanded to know why such a force had laid siege to his residence in the dead of night. Lumen answered with open contempt. How dare Bright invoke the Temple of the Moon while sheltering a descendant of the Rusklin line under this very roof? The accusation struck the crowd like a blade. Shock spread instantly, and fear followed close behind it. Dina's voice nearly vanished when she asked who he meant. For one terrifying second, Alita's heart dropped. She thought the soldiers had come for her, but Lumen's eyes swept past her and fixed instead on another target. He declared that the telltale platinum blonde hair was more than enough to reveal the truth. Sinful blood like that, he said, would never escape them. Then he pointed. Every eye followed the line of his arm, and the revelation crashed over the gathering all at once. He was not accusing Alita at all. He was pointing at Duran. The full name hidden until now was suddenly laid bare. Duran Grant Russell. Alita's fear shifted into stunned disbelief. She had never once suspected that Duran, too, carried the dreaded Rusklin bloodline. Duran, however, did not fold. He argued immediately that he was a Bariano like the Emperor, not a descendant of the Rusklin line. Bright backed him at once, saying that platinum blonde hair alone proved nothing. Rusklin descendants often carried that trait, yes, but not everyone with that color belonged to the cursed bloodline. By that logic, Bright argued, even Alita could be falsely branded. Lumen did not care. He ordered everyone to surrender and promised that the truth would be dragged out by the heretic inquisitors. Dina went pale and whispered what would happen to Duran if they took him. That fear was all it took. Duran moved. In one desperate motion, he seized Bright and pressed a blade to his throat. He warned the soldiers not to come any closer unless they wanted the heir of the Amos family dying by their own advance. He muttered bitterly that he had nearly managed to deceive this foolish noble and could not afford capture now. To Lumen, this only confirmed everything. The priest declared that the enemy had finally revealed his vile nature. Of course, he said, he was a cursed descendant of the Emperor. Duran, voice tight with despair, offered a brief apology. There was no reason to stay any longer. With that, he shoved Bright away and thanked him for everything in one ragged breath. Lumen immediately ordered the attack, but Duran was already moving. He vaulted over the palace wall in a desperate bid for escape, and the priest roared for the soldiers to cut off his retreat. In the courtyard, Dina remained frozen, shattered by what she had just seen. She could not reconcile the kind, gentle Duran she knew with this desperate fugitive now fighting for his life. Alita ran after him at once. Dina tried to follow too, but Sihan stopped that immediately and told Zenon to hold her back. Bright, still reeling from the revelation, could only stare in shock, but beneath that shock was genuine fear for Duran's fate. Outside, Duran was already clashing with the guards, his platinum hair flashing as he fought. The strain was visible in every movement. Lumen declared triumphantly that he could not escape now, not with his identity fully exposed. Duran answered with fierce resolve. He had nothing left to lose. Then he threw himself forward. It was a desperate, all-or-nothing charge, and it failed instantly. Facing a vastly stronger opponent, he was struck down almost at once, dropped by a single brutal blow. Lumen declared that he would hand this heretic over to the Inquisitors, and that the goddess's commandments would determine his guilt. Duran already knew what that meant. It was death. He spat out that truth himself and said he refused to accept such an end. He had never wanted to go this far, but now they had left him no other choice. That was when the focus shifted. Sihan turned to Alita and demanded to know why she had chased Duran so fiercely. Alita admitted she felt something strange, a heavy sense of déjà vu. His real name, Duran Grant Russell, felt familiar somehow, like something she had heard long ago in childhood. Then the air itself changed. A foreign pressure rolled over the battlefield, so unnatural that even the mages pulled back in alarm. Cornered and desperate, Duran reached for the final option left to him. He summoned a creature from another world. The portal tore open above the city. A monstrous vortex bloomed in the sky, dark and violent, and terror spread through the soldiers beneath it. Even Duran himself looked stunned by what emerged, protesting that this had not been his intent, but he had run out of choices. He gave the order anyway, forcing the summoned monster to attack. The first soldiers in front were hit immediately. Still, Lumen shouted for them not to break. They were the goddess's blades, he reminded them, shielded by sacred protection. His conviction carried the others with him. The soldiers pushed forward and Lumen himself led from the front. The creature was enormous, but the priest refused to fear it. His confidence infected the rest. Some even declared that with 3 knights present, there was no way this monster could stand for long. Howland, watching it all, admitted his mistake. He had never expected to face something like this and regretted not calling in even more reinforcements. Another mage snapped back that regret was useless now. Even if ordinary magic could not truly harm the thing, he could at least try to disrupt it. He launched a spell and managed to stagger the creature, if only briefly. Lumen seized on that moment at once and cried that this was their chance. From a distance, Sihan and Alida watched everything unfold. Alida quickly measured the battlefield in her head. The priest was at superior swordsman level, there were knight and warrior class fighters present, 100 elite soldiers and even a mage from the Sable Tower. Yet all that strength was doing little more than slowing the creature down. For the first time, Alida truly understood what it meant to fight a being from another world. Sihan answered with brutal clarity. She was forgetting one thing. They looked this desperate not because the monster was invincible, but because they were weak. Someone like Sexenard, he said, could have killed this thing alone. That perspective had not even crossed Alita's mind. Then more trouble arrived. Zenon and Dina had followed them. The moment Sihan saw them, his expression darkened. He had specifically ordered them to stay out of this. Dina stepped forward anyway, convinced that if she spoke to Durin, she could make him stop. But Durin only begged her to back away. He did not want to hurt her. His hold over the creature was slipping, and anyone who stayed close now would die. Sihan noted that somehow, incredibly, no one had died yet. To him, that was proof that Durin still did not truly want bloodshed. But that restraint would not last much longer. Alida could not accept the scene in front of her. She said they should not be fighting at all, not over something like this. Durin's father might have been the emperor, but was that really such an unforgivable sin? The soldiers around them, however, were already unraveling under fear. Durin was losing what little control he still had. Then everything got worse. One soldier turned at the wrong moment and was struck from behind, sent flying by the creature's blow. His comrade screamed in rage and rushed forward, desperate to avenge him, blade aimed at the monster's body. That was when the thing's tentacles shifted, and from them began to ooze a strange substance. The creature's blood turned out to be a nightmare of its own. The moment it splashed across a soldier's face, it burned like acid, eating into flesh with horrifying speed. He did not even have time to scream for long before collapsing dead. That single sight was enough to shake the rest of the soldiers badly. They now understood the trap they were in. They could not defeat the monster without injuring it, but injuring it meant bathing themselves in the same lethal blood. Lumen saw the problem immediately. For the first time, even he hesitated. He ordered a temporary withdrawal, but by then several soldiers were already too entangled in the creature's relentless assault to retreat cleanly. In that moment, the priest understood the truth he did not want to admit. This disaster had grown because he had overcommitted. He had brought in overwhelming force while completely misjudging the enemy's resistance. Even now, though, his instinct was still to throw blame outward. Durin cut straight through that. He shouted at the priest to stop provoking him with accusations, warning that every word like that only made his control over the summoned beast slip further. Then the monster struck again. One of its massive tentacles rose to crush Lumen outright, and the priest had no answer left for it. That was when Sihan stepped in. He cut through the tentacle in one clean, shocking motion, saving the priest before the blow landed. Everyone nearby froze at the sight of that kind of power. Then Sihan announced that he would take over, but only on one condition. Lumen and his soldiers had to withdraw from the area immediately. Zenon said he would fall back with Dina and secure her first. Sihan agreed and ordered him to get her somewhere safe before returning only if he truly had to. But Alida stopped him with a different question. Could they not simply let Durin escape? Sihan understood the feeling behind it but pointed out the problem at once. Too many eyes were watching. Deliberately letting him go would be even more dangerous than fighting. Alida pushed further. What if no one could see? She believed she might be able to create just enough darkness to blind everyone for a moment. Sihan actually considered it. Before he could answer, Lumen narrowed his eyes. Something about Sihan's aura felt disturbingly familiar, too close to the otherworldly warrior who once fought beside the heroes. Sihan shut that suspicion down immediately. He introduced himself as Sean Stain, successor to the mercenary King Barak, not a hero, and ordered the priest once more to withdraw his men and leave the immediate battlefield to him. Lumen bristled. To him, this was still a battlefield of the goddess, and her soldiers were not meant to cower. Sihan answered sharply that this was no time for pride. If the priest truly valued lives, then he would retreat now and stop making the situation worse. Reluctantly, Lumen gave in. He pulled back with his men, though not without shouting for Sihan to buy them as much time as possible. Once the others withdrew, Sihan remarked that it had been 10 years since he last faced a creature summoned by Ruslan blood. Durin, meanwhile, had stopped trying to run. At that point, escape was no longer his priority. He moved instead to help Sihan and warned him that the creature had already broken free of any real control. It had to be destroyed completely. The monster lunged again. Sihan evaded it with practiced ease, then cut off one of its writhing tentacles in a fluid counter. Watching that kind of strength up close left Duran reeling. He had no idea where a man like this had come from. Sihan, however, understood the real problem quickly. Severing tentacles meant nothing. They regenerated too fast. The only path to victory was to destroy the source, the root of the thing itself. That was easier said than done. His Emperor's ability alone would not be enough for a decisive finish, and fighting while still hiding who he truly was made everything more complicated. Then, at exactly the right moment, Zenon returned and announced that Dina had been hidden safely. He was ready. Sihan seized the chance at once. He told Zenon to keep the creature's tentacles occupied and leave the rest to him. Zenon looked thrilled. This was his first real chance to test the ability Sihan had recently given him. Without hesitation, he rushed in. The result stunned even Sihan. Zenon used the Emperor's ability with incredible precision, moving exactly as instructed and locking the monster's countless appendages into constant conflict. The opening he created was perfect. Sihan could not help thinking that Zenon's explosive aura would probably suit him even better eventually, but for now, effectiveness was all that mattered. And Zenon was more than effective. With the creature fully distracted, Sihan moved beneath it. First, he made sure it could not escape. A surge of freezing power burst upward, locking the monster in solid ice. Then he turned that same ice into a weapon, launching sharp frozen projectiles directly into its body. Duran barely even saw him move. One moment Sihan had been elsewhere, the next he was already beneath the creature, striking with terrifying accuracy. For the first time, real hope surged through Duran. Maybe this thing could actually be brought down. Then everything exploded. Sihan had found the core and hit it dead on. The blast that followed obliterated a huge stretch of ground, and even the soldiers watching from a safer distance could not fully comprehend what they had just seen. But when the dust began to clear, and the monstrous body lay ruined, cheers broke out almost instinctively. The otherworldly creature was finally dead. Sihan's first thought was not triumph. It was Duran. Had he escaped? The answer came quickly. Alita was already helping him flee, but she admitted she could not keep this up much longer. Her mana was running dangerously low. Duran, even while running, asked why she was doing this. Helping someone of Ruslan blood could destroy her if the wrong people found out. Alita only told him to keep moving. That was when something clicked in Duran's mind. He looked at her more closely and saw the resemblance. She looked so much like someone from long ago that the memory forced its way to the surface. In a strained voice, he asked whether she was Seraphina's daughter. Alita did not answer aloud. She did not need to. Her silence confirmed it. Relief and grief hit Duran at the same time. Relief that she had survived. Grief that this was how they were meeting again, in flight, in secrecy, in the middle of ruin. Before they could part, he leaned in and revealed something important to her, a secret so significant that it left Alita visibly shaken. She asked if it was truly real. He swore that it was, then begged her to protect that truth no matter what. And then, without warning, he was struck. The blow landed so suddenly that Duran never even saw it coming. It happened right in front of Alita's eyes.